Chapter 20. A sharp red point glowed on the surface of the oil painting. It was Independence Day, Friday, July 4th, and B-2 bombers had been roaring over the White House. As he awaited the evening fireworks, President Trump had taken refuge from the festivities on the South Lawn to entertain Speaker Mike Johnson with his own indoor version of a light show. Seated behind his desk, the president held a laser pointer and trained its light onto the painting over the fireplace, a portrait of George Washington carrying a dress sword. "See the laser? It goes dim," Trump said. "You know what that's called? Expensive oil paint. Good oil paint." The president flashed the laser over to the portrait of Ronald Reagan. "Nope. They used cheap paint on that one. See? The pointer doesn't dim. It's not dim with Reagan. It's dim with Washington." Trump was grinning like a proud host showing off a personal museum. Before his guests could quite grasp what he was saying about the paint, the red dots skipped along the molding. "Look here at the top," said Trump, aiming the laser at the edge of the ceiling. "Right here. Maybe just a trim line. What do you think? Because there's $2 million worth of gold here. But I want more. And there's Melania." The First Lady had joined them. It was clear she was not a great fan of all the gold. Trump explained to Johnson about Melania, "She's a minimalist. But this is the Oval Office. It just looks better." For Trump, the past several weeks had been one triumph after the next. 2 weeks ago it had been his successful bombings of Iran's nuclear sites. And now, earlier that afternoon, he had signed into law his major domestic policy bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. He was already wanting to reminisce with Johnson about their victory, which had required a flurry of late-night phone calls from Trump to whip reluctant Republicans into voting for the bill. "Mike, we got the big beautiful bill, and I got to tell you, every one of these motherfuckers," I called them and I said, I didn't say a word. "They just picked up and said, 'We're with you 100%, sir,'" Trump said. And I was like, whoa. You didn't even know what I was going to ask. And then I figured, he's kind of smart. Because if I'm calling you at 2:30 in the morning, you know what I'm calling about. I'm not just calling to shoot the shit. And he says, "We're with you 100%, sir." And they were going to be with us. As I just said, Mike, this whipping votes is easy. Passing the bill had not, in fact, been easy. It had taken a monumental display of raw power, and had succeeded only because Trump wielded near total command over his party in Congress, command greater than any president before him. The bill was a mixed bag. It contained plenty for Republicans to like. The legislation revoked Biden-era subsidies for solar energy, wind, and electric vehicles. And it fulfilled major Trump campaign promises on border security, with a massive $170 billion boost to the Homeland Security budget, and other popular measures such as no tax on tips and investment accounts for babies born during the Trump presidency. But many Republicans who ultimately voted for the bill were gravely worried about several key features. The legislation would cut an astonishing $1 trillion from Medicaid, the health coverage for millions of the poorest and most vulnerable Americans, and imperil the funding of rural hospitals and food stamps. Many of Trump's most fervent supporters relied on these programs. And the bill would, at the same time, blow out the national debt. It would raise the debt limit by $5 trillion, a betrayal of principle for fiscal conservatives, who had repeatedly promised voters they would slash deficits. The excesses of the big beautiful bill would dwarf any savings made by Doge. It didn't help that the most powerful donor in Republican politics, Elon Musk, had made it his mission to tank the bill, publicly threatening to fund primary challenges against any Republican voting for it. "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore," Musk wrote about the bill in a post on X. "This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination," he added. "Shame on those who voted for it, you know you did wrong. You know it." Musk left out the fact that privately he had been complaining that the bill would harm his electric car company, Tesla. When the president saw Musk's post, he looked at it for several beats, an expression close to pensive crossing his face. "They always leave me," he finally said. "They always do this. This is why I can't have friends." The president then called out to Natalie Harp with his French pronunciation, "Natalie, get me my phone." Instead of firing back on social media, Trump tried calling Musk, whose phone went straight to voicemail. He tried again, and again straight to voicemail. Looking a bit distraught, Trump said, "He never doesn't take my calls." Trump's concerns about Musk aside, Mike Johnson's judgment had been vindicated. He had felt certain that the only way to pass such a volatile mix was to group everything into one bill that would be too big to fail. Trump had agreed. And now they had passed it. Never before had there been a working relationship between president and speaker quite like the one that the 53-year-old Louisianan Mike Johnson had formed with Donald Trump. Longtime congressional observers could not recall a speaker who had ever deferred so much to a president. Over the past 30 years, power in Congress had been flowing away from individual members and their committees and concentrating in the hands of leadership. Now, in Trump's second term, there was a new twist: power flowed out of the speaker's office directly into the Oval Office. In a reflection of just how utterly subservient Johnson was to Trump, congressional reporters in Washington would begin to refer to President Donald Trump also as Speaker Donald Trump, a pithy take on the rapidly dissolving separation of powers. Trump's relationship with Congress would be nothing like the first term. Back then, especially in 2017, his first year in Washington, many Republicans regarded his victory as a fluke and his presidency as a passing episode of craziness. Members back then were often willing to criticize Trump publicly. To the party's leaders, Paul Ryan in the House and Mitch McConnell in the Senate, Trump seemed less a figure of idolatry than a boorish curiosity, whose behavior they often tried to ignore. But whereas Ryan carried himself as Trump's intellectual superior, Johnson cheerfully embraced his role as Trump's junior partner. After all, Johnson owed his speakership entirely to Trump, who had endorsed him at a key moment in his bid for leadership, meaning that Trump now owned him in a way he could never own Ryan. And where Ryan had sought to direct policy, Johnson made it clear that his sole purpose was to translate Trump's desires into reality. He benefited from the fact that Trump had learned a lot, too. In Term 1, Trump had regularly dive-bombed into the middle of congressional business, making unreasonable and unrealistic demands just as leaders felt they were getting close to crafting legislation. This time, during the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill, Trump would be notably hands-off, trusting Johnson to do what was needed and only engaging when brute force was required to overcome a member's resistance. The dynamic had changed in the Senate, too, though more subtly. Unlike Mitch McConnell, a giant of the upper chamber who eventually became his own power center in Washington, Senator John Thune of South Dakota had needed to repair his relationship with Trump after criticizing him following the January 6 attack on the Capitol. As the 2024 election drew nearer, Thune began paying social visits to Mar-a-Lago and holding friendly chats over the phone. Trump did not oppose Thune's bid for majority leader, and Thune repaid Trump's confidence by clearing the way for cabinet confirmations, including those of Pete Hegseth and Bobby Kennedy, that could not have passed muster under the Republican Senate in Trump's first term. A deeply religious man, Mike Johnson was known for his polite, calm demeanor and for constantly texting around Bible verses. He was easy to underestimate, but he had a keen grasp of the full dimensions of Trump's relationship with GOP members. He was, after all, one of them, a young congressman who came up in the age of Trump. Because of that experience, Johnson understood the fear Trump inspired, with both the power and willingness to end a contrary Republican's career. But it was not just about the threats. He knew also, as did his colleagues, that Trump had a more powerful connection with Republican voters than any of them. And he knew that his own members were seduced by Trump. Trump exploited those emotions. He understood that many Republican lawmakers related to him like starry-eyed fans rather than as elected representatives of a co-equal branch of government. He offered more access than any modern president. Since 2017, he had handed out his cell phone number freely even to the most junior members of Congress, who would never have dreamed of texting or calling the president. He invited them to play golf with him at his clubs, for dinner at Mar-a-Lago, and for flights on his private jet. He signed MAGA hats for their wives, husbands, and children. He gave rides on the presidential helicopter, Marine One. Do you know who sits in that seat? That's Melania's seat, Trump told lawmakers who flew with him on Marine One, the New York Times reported. She's the only one who sits in that seat. Do you know how special you are to be in that seat? Most previous presidents had their staff handle rank-and-file members, and typically the presidents dealt only with the most senior lawmakers and members of leadership. But little-known Republicans would now gush over their ability to speak to Trump directly. He's been very kind, he calls me Tim, Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee gushed to the New York Times' Annie Carney after a phone call from Trump had changed his vote on the president's budget resolution in February 2025. He knows my district is very conservative, and he shares my passion for fiscal sanity, and I kind of dig that, Burchett said of Trump. It's cool that the president knows my first name. I dig that. Many members, Trump knew, similarly had come to feel emotionally indebted. Trump had worked long and hard to accrue that loyalty with years of behind-the-scenes relationship building, combined with implicit and overt threats if people challenged him. It would serve him well in his second term. It seemed hard now for those around him to contemplate that just 4 years earlier, on January 20, 2021, no elected Republican of any stature had shown up to Joint Base Andrews for the bleak farewell at the end of Trump's first term. Trump's second impeachment that month had been supported by more members of his own party than any previous impeachment of an American president. House GOP leaders had told each other they were done with Trump, and on conference calls they canvassed what a post-Trump Republican Party might look like. But by the week before the Iowa caucuses, 3 years later in January 2024, every member of the House Republican leadership had endorsed Trump's re-election. By the time he returned to the White House, Trump was received as a godlike figure on Capitol Hill, and members competed to see who could pay him the most lavish respect. Some of these craven overtures would shock students of history, but the tributes came in droves. In 2025 alone, Representative Anna Paulina Luna of Florida had introduced legislation to commission the carving of Trump's face in granite at the Mount Rushmore National Memorial in South Dakota. Representative Claudia Tenney of New York proposed redesignating June 14, Trump's birthday, from Flag Day to Trump's Birthday and Flag Day. Representative Addison McDowell of North Carolina proposed renaming Washington Dulles International Airport as Donald J. Trump International Airport. The Make Autorail Great Again Act, put forward by Florida Representative Greg Steube, would cut off every federal dollar to the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, MATA, unless the agency formally rebranded itself as the Washington Metropolitan Authority for Greater Access, MAGA, and renamed the D.C. Metro the Trump Train. Representative Warren Davidson of Ohio introduced the Trump Derangement Syndrome, TDS, Research Act of 2025, which would direct the National Institutes of Health, NIH, to study the psychological and social roots of what is known as Trump Derangement Syndrome, a phenomenon marked by extreme negative reactions to President Donald J. Trump. Representative Brandon Gill of Texas introduced legislation requiring that all $100 bills featured a picture of Trump on the front face of the note, and Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina one-upped him, introducing legislation that would require the creation of a $250 bill bearing the image of Trump to mark the 250th anniversary of the United States. The bills would require an exemption to a law banning living figures from appearing on currency. Trump's control over Congress was aided by the fact that for the first time in his career in national politics, he had allowed an advisor to build a unified political operation around him. During Trump's first campaign for office and during his first term, his team was riven by infighting and factionalism. There was much less of that now. Starting in 2021, Susie Wiles had stitched together a tight-knit inner circle, and Trump would keep them all in place for the duration. They included two veteran GOP operatives, Tony Fabrizio and Chris LaCivita, forming a triumvirate with Wiles at the head of the campaign. LaCivita was a decorated Marine with decades of experience in national politics and a reputation for hardball tactics, most famously for conceiving the Swift Boat campaign to attack John Kerry's war record in the 2004 presidential election. Fabrizio was one of the most highly regarded pollsters in American politics. His numbers became such articles of faith on the Trump campaign that in dire moments the staff would sometimes say among themselves, "In Tony we trust." Wiles also brought on younger, loyal aides, including James Blair, a Florida political operative she had worked with in the lead-up to the 2018 governor's race. Most of the team credited Blair with such an accurate read of the electoral data that it was clear to them by 8 p.m. on election night that Trump had won decisively. They were all ruthless and all more effective at enforcing party-wide discipline than any previous iteration of Trump's political operation. When members of the 2024 Republican Platform Committee arrived at the convention in Milwaukee expecting the usual collaborative process, they were ambushed, their phones confiscated, debate and amendments forbidden, and Trump's own draft of the GOP platform presented to them as the final text. They were not allowed to change a word. The delegates were nothing more than rubber stamps. The morning after his election victory, on November 6, 2024, Trump phoned his fundraiser, Meredith O'Rourke, telling her to keep up the momentum. This was the peak of his political leverage and he intended to make the most of it. By then, Trump was already receiving phone calls from Fortune 500 CEOs, many of whom had criticized him in the past. He would soon have the power to crush their businesses or reward them if he felt so inclined. The price to get into Trump's good graces would be high. In conversations with O'Rourke, Trump would dictate the number, the exact dollar figure he wanted her to extract from each CEO. Within days, millions of dollars, and then tens and hundreds of millions, were pouring into Trump's various fundraising accounts. So much was coming in, and so fast, that the Trump outside groups would have more money in their accounts than the Republican National Committee, the House Republican Campaign Arm, and the Senate Republican Campaign Arm combined. No president had ever marshaled this much political money as a lame duck. So much money was flooding the Trump accounts that the inauguration events were soon overfunded and Trump had to think about what else to do with all the cash. There would be a ballroom to build, a presidential library, a large triumphal arch in Washington, Dopo Cristo, near the Lincoln Memorial. And there would be his political machine. The stated goals of Trump's outside political groups would be to hold on to the House and Senate in the 2026 midterm elections, and to avoid an onslaught of subpoenas and a near-certain third impeachment that would result from Democrats taking control. But they also plan to use the outside groups as weapons to enforce compliance. With Republicans holding only slim majorities in the House and Senate, Trump would need to keep wobbly Republicans in line to have a hope of passing his agenda. Wiles, Lacivita, and Fabrizio were mindful of Trump's determination to avoid a repeat of 2017, when his first major legislative effort to repeal Obamacare had failed when John McCain gave his dramatic thumbs down on the Senate floor. Trump had never forgotten the humiliation, and his advisors vowed it would not happen on their watch. Lacivita told associates he thought Trump could sometimes be too forgiving of members he liked, or he could unexpectedly go soft. Trump would say things like, cut him some slack. Other advisors felt Trump could sometimes be too understanding of lawmakers' points of view, too willing to let them off the hook if they explained how certain votes might hurt their constituents. Lacivita and Fabrizio saw their role as enforcers to ensure the fear of political death was never far from Republicans' minds. Notwithstanding laws prohibiting fundraising on federal property, Trump and his team soon went around them. They would host goodwill dinners for big donors in what Trump called the Rose Garden Club, a paved-over patio with striped umbrellas where the old White House Rose Garden had been. By the fall of 2025, the Axios news site reported that Trump had raised about $1.9 billion from an array of corporate donors to help finance his political committees, White House construction projects, and celebrations of the nation's upcoming 250th anniversary. Of the president's evening fundraisers at his private clubs, an aide told Axios, $10 million used to seem like a lot of money. Now it's like a ho-hum night. As Trump began to govern, the giant and growing political bank balance augmented what was already a formidable apparatus of intimidation. Regarding the outside groups, Lacivita would explain, it's the reason why the members of the House, the leadership of the House and the leadership in the Senate, are so willing to accept and to make law a lot of the things the president ran on, so quickly, without dissension, without debate. And when you do oppose, you get your fucking head kicked in. It helped that Republican senators had an early demonstration of what happened to colleagues who opposed Trump's cabinet nominees. After Matt Gaetz withdrew his nomination, Trump's team decided they would not give in again on a major cabinet pick. Under previous presidents, a nominee like Pete Hegseth, who faced accusations of excessive drinking, financial mismanagement, and had made a secret settlement with a woman who accused him of rape, an allegation he denied, would have been a non-starter. A powerful senator would have gone down the street and told the president they simply couldn't support him. But such conversations were risky business in Trump's second term. Trump himself barely had to lift a finger. The MAGA machine had evolved so much since the first term that it was now virtually a self-driving car. It wasn't just that Trump had his well-funded political operation and a deep, visceral bond with the GOP base. He now had a social media army: Donald Trump Jr., Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, the right-wing influencer Jack Posobiec, and so many others who had massive audiences and threatened any Republican who would consider voting against Trump's nominees. Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa became an early test case of the new dynamic. As a sexual assault survivor and the first female combat veteran to serve in the Senate, Ernst harbored serious concerns about Hegseth, who had also voiced his opinion that women should not be allowed to serve in combat. After she briefly aired her misgivings, Trump's social media army came down hard on her, and a dark money group associated with Elon Musk began running digital ads in Iowa encouraging people to press Ernst to vote for Hegseth. Trump allies deployed other strong-arm tactics, threatening a primary challenger. Nothing seemed to be off-limits for Trump world. The details of Ernst's messy divorce began showing up on social media. She ended up withdrawing her opposition and voting for Hegseth, but less than a year later, the senator who had been seen as a rising star in the party announced she would not run again. When Representative Thomas Massie of Kentucky voted against Trump on the Big Beautiful Bill, the Trump political machine promptly set up a super PAC in Kentucky, funded with more than $1 million and dedicated to defeating the congressman in his next primary. Republican members of Congress watched in fear and awe. No one wanted to suffer the Massie treatment. In the end, dozens of Republicans would vote for the Big Beautiful Bill even though they worried about voter backlash. To defy Trump on his signature legislation risked political suicide. That was the route taken by Tom Tillis, the Republican senator from North Carolina who knew the Medicaid cuts would greatly harm his state, with the loss of billions of dollars and rural hospitals bearing the brunt. After much agonizing, Tillis concluded he could not in good conscience vote for the bill. What do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years, when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore, guys? Tillis said on the Senate floor before the bill's passage. But by this point, his fate was sealed. Trump unleashed a verbal barrage, threatening to run a primary challenger against Tillis. The day after Trump's onslaught, June 29, this two-term U.S. senator announced he was retiring. His colleagues were in a state of shock. The episode, combined with the Trump team's ruthlessness against Massey, re-established that Trump was not to be fucked around with, said one close observer. It was a reminder that this guy has the means, the capability, the ability, and the willingness to drown people. And drown people that get in his way. The Senate approved the One Big Beautiful Bill by a vote of 51-50, with Vice President Vance casting the tie-breaking vote. Chapter 21. Elon Musk and Donald Trump finally split up at the end of May 2025 with a shower of invective from one side and the shattered trust of a broken marriage. After a public meltdown about Trump's Big Beautiful Bill, Musk escalated with another vicious serve against the president on June 5. Trump, Musk posted on X, was one of the villains he had been warning his base about for years. Time to drop the really big bomb at real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. In a follow-up, Musk wrote, "Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out." A month later, on July 7, the Department of Justice and the FBI released an unsigned 1.5-page memo stating that after an exhaustive search of its databases, hard drives, and network drives as well as physical searches of squad areas, locked cabinets, desks, closets, and other areas where responsive material may have been stored and a corresponding review of more than 300 gigabytes of evidence, the DOJ had concluded there was no evidence the notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein had maintained a client list. The memo also reaffirmed the original official finding that Epstein's death in 2019 had been a suicide. And with that, the memo indicated, the Trump administration would not be releasing further information regarding the Epstein case, and no further investigation of uncharged third parties was warranted. The memo was accompanied by the release of video footage from the federal prison in Manhattan where Epstein had died, footage that officials said supported the conclusion of suicide. Less than 5 months after Attorney General Pam Bondi had referred to a secret client list of high-profile predators, the case was closed. Or so it seemed. If the administration expected the memo would be the last word on the Epstein case, and that the president's most ardent supporters would accept the purported conclusions of the Department of Justice simply because the department and its investigative agencies were now controlled by Donald Trump, they were sorely mistaken. The memo was an earthquake, and it was received by a portion of the MAGA base as a betrayal. It amounted to an abrupt disavowal of the sinister conspiracy theories that some of Trump's closest confidants had hyped during the Biden presidency and that they had promised to expose once Trump was returned to power. On the Lex Fridman podcast in September 2024, when asked about the client list, Trump had responded, "I'd certainly take a look at it. I'd have no problem with it. The list probably will be made public," he said, but he sounded half-hearted. Trump's campaign allies and surrogates were far less circumspect. Donald Trump Jr. and J.D. Vance had invoked the Epstein files as a broader campaign message to argue that powerful people in the government were hiding the truth from Americans. Just weeks before the election, Vance told the podcast host Theo Vaughn, "Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing." In the engine room of the MAGA movement during the 2024 campaign, the Epstein files were potent fuel. An Epstein information ecosystem of right-wing influencers had manned the coal shovel. Elon Musk had used his social media platform to repeatedly question why a client list had not been released. His posts reached hundreds of millions of users. The far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones used his InfoWars platform to aggressively promote theories about a global pedophile ring. Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk had both insisted the government should release the documents and floated the idea that there was a massive cover-up in progress. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who had seemingly never met a conspiracy theory she did not embrace, spent much of her political capital lobbying for the release of the files. There were so many more. Laura Loomer, conservative activist Scott Presler, Chaya Reichik from Libs of TikTok. The Hodge twins. But when it came to propagating the Epstein files as evidence of a deep state capable of evil, two podcasters were not to be outdone. On his own show Cash's Corner, and in appearances on programs like Benny Johnson's The Benny Show, Kash Patel, a National Security Council director for counterterrorism and Pentagon chief of staff in the first Trump era, had repeatedly claimed that the government was hiding Epstein's black book or client list of pedophiles. In a 2023 interview, he challenged officials to put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are, and he frequently asserted that the FBI was deliberately withholding names to protect the powerful. Patel promised a second Trump administration would release everything to restore public trust. On the Dan Bongino show, Bongino's background as a Secret Service agent had lent authority to his claims of a cover-up. What the hell are they hiding with Jeffrey Epstein? He'd asked his large audience. The release of the files would rock the political world, he promised. The Washington swamp was not telling you the truth. Now he and Patel, whose appointments to run the FBI had been greeted with righteous enthusiasm by Epstein files obsessives, were tightly connected to a memo that stated, in black and white, that while information in the government's possession showed ample evidence of Epstein's own wrongdoing, there was no evidence of a wider conspiracy. Both men had been raising alarms internally that the Epstein crisis was gathering momentum with the base. Bongino hated the memo. He told Patel it would in no way align with their promises of transparency after taking over the FBI, and he objected to putting the FBI seal on the letterhead. He was overruled. Patel privately shared many of Bongino's concerns. But in an internal email on Wednesday, July 2, the FBI director gave his support. "Thanks for the edits, and I still believe this is the correct vehicle forward," Patel wrote to a small group of colleagues, including Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. "I'm happy to add any additional sentences to compete the shortfall. But I do think we address specifically why more can't be released as it relates to specific topics, i.e. court order, SAM, victim protections, etc." Bondi rarely used her Justice Department email and was not on the chain where they workshopped the memo that set off the crisis. She was aware of both the planned memo and the prison video release, but was not involved in editing the document. Inside the White House, Trump had no interest in releasing anything. And senior officials, including Susie Wiles and her deputy, James Blair, were initially skeptical about the reach of the Epstein crisis. They told colleagues that Republican voters didn't care, and they had Tony Fabrizio's polling to prove it. The Epstein brouhaha, in their view, was driven by fringe conspiracy theorists and amplified by noisy online influencers who didn't represent a meaningful block of voters. Bongino told anyone who would listen that this was a grave mistake. "It's not an online story. You don't understand," he told several White House advisors. Wiles, Blair, and others thought at the time that engaging with the Epstein situation would only enlarge it, putting an official stamp on the matter. Besides, Trump had weathered every storm imaginable for years. Why would this be any different? Nevertheless, Trump attempted to keep his angry supporters in line. On July 12, the president took to Truth Social to defend Pam Bondi against criticism, and he urged his boys and gals to stop wasting time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Trump told aides he was very unhappy with some of his most influential supporters, including Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly, all of whom were publicly urging the administration to come clean. Kirk had held a Turning Point USA event the previous day that had turned into a complete Epstein grievance fest, with one speaker after another taking shots at Bondi over her handling of the Epstein situation. Trump had called Kirk and scolded him. As with the Israel issue, nobody in Trump's orbit had a better feel for the younger part of the MAGA base than Kirk, who saw that the Epstein cover-up, as it was now viewed, was cutting through to an alarming extent. Donald Trump Jr. and J.D. Vance, both of whom spent a lot of time on X and were tapped into the same younger and hyper-online portion of the base, were also very worried. They urged the White House to change course and to force the DOJ to release more of the files. Vance feared losing some of the so-called low-propensity voters, the young men who were not traditional Republicans but who had voted for the Trump-Vance ticket in 2024. This was an audience tuned into the manosphere podcasters like Joe Rogan, and it was worrisome that the podcast hosts themselves were rebelling. But there was one major obstacle in the path of a solution: the president himself still had no interest in transparency. In fact, he wanted the whole Epstein issue buried, and he was snapping at anyone who mentioned it. His staff largely avoided the subject in their conversations with Trump over the coming days, forced to fret among themselves. On July 8, with reporters still pushing on Epstein, Trump snapped, "Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time?" Finally, on July 16, in an exasperated Truth Social post, seemingly desperate to make his case in language that might be resonant with his base, Trump somewhat nonsensically called the Epstein case a hoax by Democrats, and then proceeded to heap abuse on members of his party and his base, disavowing their support, calling them past supporters and weaklings who had bought into this bullshit, hook, line, and sinker. The president's anger and his defensive response made it look as though he had something to hide. The story that Trump seemed unable to escape was his old party days friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, who would be unmasked, over many years, as one of the most abusive predators and pedophiles ever to have cultivated the powerful. Everything about the story was depraved, but for the women caught in his web, many of them underage, it was far worse. If July 16 at the White House had been tough, the next day things would get even worse. The official line was that while Trump and Epstein had been friendly for years in New York and Palm Beach, something undeniable, given the documentary evidence of a close friendship was abundant online, Trump had broken with Epstein 20 years before, and that from then on Trump had assumed a very dim view of the sex offender. White House aides ascribed the break to Epstein's abhorrent behavior with young girls, while Trump himself would later say he broke with Epstein because Epstein stole young girls who worked at the spa at Mar-a-Lago. Some White House aides cringed at Trump's explanation. Now the Trump team was having to deal with a new story on the way from the Wall Street Journal that would raise from the dead, yet again, the uncomfortably chummy relationship between Trump and Epstein. The Journal story took readers back to 2003, when Epstein, already a notorious bachelor, was celebrating his 50th birthday. The paper planned to report that Donald Trump, and many others, had created birthday cards and letters to be assembled into a special birthday book. The year before, in a profile of Epstein in New York Magazine, Trump had been quoted as saying of his friend, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." The Trump birthday card for Epstein was bawdy and seemed in keeping with their shared attraction. It depicted a nude woman, hand-drawn, and inscribed with an imagined dialogue between the two men about a wonderful secret. The card was signed with what appeared to be Trump's jagged sharp signature, in place of the woman's pubic hair. Trump advisors giggled privately about the description of the drawing, but most claimed it was a forgery. Trump called the Journal's editor-in-chief, Emma Tucker, in an effort to kill the story. Practically shouting, he told Tucker that she must hate America. He told her he would file a lawsuit. Trump also called Tucker's boss, News Corp CEO Robert Thompson, and News Corp's owner, Rupert Murdoch, directly. The presidential tantrum staved off immediate publication, but not for long. "He doesn't like being threatened," said one close observer of Murdoch. The Situation Room was the secure, 24-hour intelligence and crisis management center on the ground floor of the West Wing, the nerve center for national security decision-making for the president and senior staff. It provided secure communications, enabling the president to contemporaneously process intelligence coming in from the military, the intelligence community, and Homeland Security to handle crises and formulate policy. It was not a single room, but rather a complex of secure conference rooms, offices, and workstations designed to accommodate the most critical and classified discussions and operations necessary for the United States government to function. On May 1, 2011, the White House photographer Pete Souza had famously snapped President Barack Obama and his national security team, including Vice President Joe Biden and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, receiving live updates as Navy SEALs raided the Pakistan hideout of Osama bin Laden, killing him in the process. The operation had ended the 10-year manhunt for the mastermind of one of the greatest atrocities ever committed on U.S. soil, the 9/11 attacks, resulting in the death of almost 3,000 Americans. The Situation Room was not typically used to deal with political issues like the Epstein files, but on July 17, 2025, at about 6 o'clock in the evening, it was the setting for a gathering of Trump's most senior advisors to figure out how to gain some measure of control over the crisis enveloping the administration. Everyone needed to get on the same page about how to tamp down the Epstein media swarm. Ignoring it hadn't worked. They needed a gesture of transparency to appease an increasingly angry base, and to convey the idea that the president was sympathetic to their concerns. Which itself was a problem, because he clearly wasn't. Vice President Vance was seated at the head of the table in the John F. Kennedy conference room with other senior administration officials arrayed around: Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, White House counsel David Warrington, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Buttigieg, Communications Director Stephen Chung, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward, and Deputy Chief of Staff James Blair. Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel joined on the speakerphone, which sat on the table in front of Vance. The vice president could see more clearly than any of the White House officials in the room just how profoundly Epstein was dividing the MAGA coalition. He jumped in early, saying, "This is a huge problem." Another senior official said later that Vance had been pounding on the Epstein issue since the release of the memo and had been telling people in the administration that Bondi needed to do a full public mea culpa. He was pressing for the administration to release all the Epstein files and calling for a congressional investigation. Vance had floated internally an extraordinary PR gambit that the White House enlist Tucker Carlson to interview Epstein's former girlfriend and co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, in prison. It might help the president to have Maxwell say he did nothing wrong with Epstein. Vance said he wanted all the files released as soon as possible. Beyond the moral argument that the public had a right to know, Vance made a pragmatic case that few in the room wanted to hear. Congress was going to force the release of the files eventually, he argued. It was already clear that a bipartisan coalition was forming on the Hill, and the momentum was only going in one direction. If the administration got out ahead of it and released everything voluntarily, including whatever material existed about the president, they would at least get the credit for transparency. The alternative was to let the story drag on for months as information dripped out, each new revelation renewing the cycle of suspicion and fury. Better to rip the bandage off and move on. Even the unsubstantiated anecdotes about Trump should go out, Vance argued. They were going to surface regardless, and if the administration was the one publishing them, it would demonstrate good faith and take the oxygen out of the conspiracy theories. This was an argument no one else was willing to make. There was a push by some to have DOJ officials call a press conference to explain the department's position on the Epstein affair, beyond the short statement that had precipitated the crisis. At this point in the meeting, James Blair spoke up. With all due respect, he said, the communication strategy of this group got us here. I don't know that it's going to get us out. And if you're going to go in front of the press, you've got a lot of work to do. He began to ask pointed questions, demonstrating how difficult a press conference might be. The Justice Department had struggled with just how to dispose of the Epstein matter since the beginning of the second term. Because the issue was all-consuming for the president's political base, but also potentially compromising for the president himself in ways that officials in the new administration didn't fully understand, the way forward was fraught. And the Trump Justice Department was subject to pressures that no other DOJ would typically face. Bondi herself had done some of that damage, committing what had been widely regarded as two egregious missteps early on. First, in an interview with Fox News on February 21, Bondi had seemed to both confirm a client list existed and hint at its imminent release. When asked whether the DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients, she responded, "It's sitting on my desk right now to review." On February 27, the White House Communications Office had scheduled a lineup of cabinet officials to brief popular right-wing influencers in the Roosevelt Room. The session began with the vice president, followed by the Secretary of State, walking the influencers through the administration's agenda. In attendance was a who's who of online MAGA, Mike Cernovich, Liz Wheeler, Colin Rugg, and D.C. Drano. The president himself had brought them all to the Oval Office and given them custom-designed challenge coins as a token of his appreciation. Before everything went wrong, one of them would remark, "It was the best day of my life." When it was time for the group to meet the Attorney General, Bondi and her team walked into the Roosevelt Room carrying boxes. Bondi had brought binders as handouts for the influencers. Her aides would later tell colleagues that the FBI had prepared them and assured her that they contained revelatory details. Someone on her staff said, "Watch this, this is cool. This is going to be epic." The White House staff had no idea what was in the handouts. As Bondi's staff started distributing the binders, the blood pressure of other staff in the room skyrocketed as they realized what was happening. The Attorney General was handing out something she was calling the Epstein files that had not been vetted by anyone in the White House. One official, opening the binder, began flipping through pages to see if Trump's name was mentioned anywhere. A few pages in, right in the middle of the page, there it was. Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, was in the White House that day. If news broke that the Epstein files had been released before the president was to meet the press with the Prime Minister, if even as some sort of confusing gimmick, that would be all the journalists would want to talk about. And Trump would be blindsided. One of Trump's aides hastily steered the influencers out of the White House, telling them the content of the binders was embargoed until after the president's press conference with Starmer, but that the communications office would be more than happy to talk about the files after that. As the influencers left, they all snapped selfies in front of the White House holding their binders, quickly posting the pictures to social media. They had created a shockwave of anticipation for what might be in them, and it was followed immediately by the influencers getting thrashed online for not sharing the information. How could something so important be embargoed? Was the Trump administration trifling with the influencers? Yes, as it turned out. Bondi's binders contained information about Epstein and his activities that had long been publicly available. They contained almost nothing new. But they had set the hairs running. When Bondi had met the influencers in the Roosevelt Room, she told them that this was just the first tranche of files. There would be more coming, she assured them. But that story would change, too. And by early July, the administration would send out a different message, never mind. Like some in the White House, Bondi had either grossly underestimated, or simply been blind to, the base's appetite for information about Epstein and those in his sphere of influence, and for justice to be finally done. She had somehow simultaneously oversold and trivialized the Epstein files. Once the team at the DOJ began looking at some of the Epstein material, it was disturbing. Bondi was particularly rattled by Epstein's collection of pornography that investigators had shown her. She wanted other Trump officials to understand how much of it there was. And yet it would be months before the Justice Department grasped the full complexity and volume of what it possessed. Several weeks before the release of the DOJ memo, Bondi and Todd Blanche had briefed the president on the status of the Epstein review. "We've gone through the files," Blanche told Trump. "There's not a lot there. A lot of child pornography. Obviously we can't put any of that out. There are some mentions of you, but nothing substantive." The files contained a trove of 302 forms, records of FBI interviews with witnesses. Trump was mentioned numerous times, as were other prominent men. Releasing the 302s was a non-starter. But doing nothing had made everything worse. For weeks, Patel and Bongino had grown more infuriated as they realized the scale of the mess for which they had become the public face. They reassured allies on social media, in private conversations, that they were taking the matter seriously. But the pressure was building. Bongino wanted to say something definitive to the MAGA base, and he and Patel pushed for the immediate release of the surveillance footage from the federal facility where Epstein had died. The video release turned out to be a disaster. The Justice Department ended up releasing roughly 11 hours of prison video intended to show that nothing nefarious had occurred. But the footage contained a missing minute, a visible timestamp jump from 11:58 and 58 seconds p.m. to midnight. The DOJ attributed this to a nightly system reset. To many of Trump's followers, it was yet more evidence of a cover-up. White House officials said they hadn't been told about the gap before the release. Social media lit up with blame, not just for Bondi, but for Patel and Bongino, too. None of the three had ever experienced anger from the base at this volume. It was disorienting, especially for Patel and Bongino, whose power and influence had been built online. The movement that had treated them as heroes was now turning on them. After the release of the memo, and the predictably furious reaction, Kash Patel was still trying to stay on good terms with the White House. But Dan Bongino had had enough. On Monday, July 7, the day the memo was released broadly, the deputy FBI director showed up to a daily Justice Department meeting with the FBI staff and the Attorney General. Bongino was in a volcanic mood. As soon as he entered the room, he erupted at Bondi, shouting at her. "You fucked this thing up from the start," Bongino yelled. "The way you've been talking about this, the dumb fucking charade with the Epstein files, the they're on my desk nonsense, all the promises to the folks out there." Patel and Bongino both told a White House official that Bondi needed to resign. 2 days later, on Wednesday, July 9, the two men were summoned to a meeting with Wiles and Bondi in the Situation Room complex. They were the last to enter the small, wood-paneled room. Seated around the table were Bondi, Wiles, Blanche, and Taylor Butowich. The moment Bongino sat down, Wiles told him she'd been informed he had leaked a sensitive story about Epstein and Trump to ABC News. "I'll tell you what," Bongino replied. "I'll give you $100,000 cash right now." "I'm not kidding. Walk out to West Exec, put that reporter on speaker, and get him to admit I leaked it." $100,000. Wiles snapped back. "Well, we all got ourselves into this," Bongino cut her off. No. We didn't get ourselves into anything. I warned you guys about this the whole time and you ignored me, and exactly what I said was going to happen happened. And now you're pretending I was in on this. I was never in on this." Bongino's aggressive response to Wiles startled the others. She was the White House chief of staff, essentially a stand-in for the president. Wiles put Bongino on the spot. "Going forward," she said, "we're all in. We're all going to agree to move forward. Are you in or not?" "No. I'm not," Bongino said. "This is not my plan. I'm not part of this going forward. Forget it. I'm out of here." He stormed out of the Situation Room and onto West Executive Avenue, where he climbed into the back of Patel's armored SUV and directed the driver to take him to FBI headquarters. Some of Bongino's friends hoped he would resign right then, an act of protest over the Epstein cover-up that would have made him a MAGA martyr and only grown his following. But White House advisors urged him to stay. If he quit over Epstein and went public, it would severely damage the president. Bongino told associates he would remain for Trump's sake, and keep pushing for more Epstein information to be released. Privately, he seethed. In conversations with confidants, he lamented what the job had cost him. He said he'd lost tens of millions in podcast revenue, family time, and his audience. He was getting his head kicked in over a strategy he had opposed from the start. The relationships at the top of the DOJ were by now beyond dysfunctional. At another meeting in July, in Susie Wiles's office, Bongino and Patel told the chief of staff they suspected Bondi had leaked against them. "Blondie fucked this whole thing up," Bongino later told a confidant, repeating Laura Loomer's derisive nickname for the Attorney General. She was the one on TV saying over and over they had all this stuff. There was never anything. We were always clear about that. But now everyone thinks we did something wrong. And I gave up everything. I had the #1 show on the radio. I gave up $44 million. Living my best life. And now it's all disappeared, because people think we screwed something up with Epstein. Bongino paused. This is going to be President Trump's Iran-Contra. In the Situation Room meeting on July 17, 10 days after the release of the memo that had put nothing to rest, Todd Blanche laid out what he saw as their best options. Option 1 was to petition the court to unseal the grand jury testimonies, which were almost certain to contain no significant new information, and which everyone agreed was a good idea. Under the federal rules of criminal procedure, the secrecy of grand jury materials was regarded by most federal judges as almost always inviolate, and the bar for its release was exceptionally high. If the liberal judge refused to unseal them, as Blanche predicted, they could shift the blame for the Epstein cover-up away from the Trump administration and onto Democrats. Blanche's suggestion would make it appear that the White House wanted the materials released, when it was almost certainly impossible. Option 2 was to have DOJ lawyers question Ghislaine Maxwell. Blanche was happy to interview Maxwell himself. He had been more deeply immersed in the Epstein material than any others among the DOJ leadership. The Justice Department had had a hostile relationship with parts of the Manhattan Federal Prosecutor's Office since the first week of the second Trump term. And Maureen Comey, the daughter of the former FBI director whom Trump had fired in 2017, had been the main prosecutor on the Epstein case. She was fired with no explanation a day before the Situation Room meeting convened. She was well liked by her colleagues, and Trump's team at the DOJ believed they wouldn't get much help from the Manhattan office. What if we got her to talk to Congress? Vance proposed, referring to Ghislaine Maxwell. Blanche raised the possibility that Maxwell's lawyer might expect something in return for her candor. White House counsel David Warrington described the options available, without advocating for any of them. There is the option of giving her a pardon, he said, or she could also have her sentence reduced. At that, several around the table spoke up to register their strong disapproval. Pardoning Maxwell, a trafficker of young girls, would create a huge PR problem, said Stephen Chung. He predicted that in the wake of a pardon, the Epstein accusers would be fanning out on TV, telling their stories and ripping the administration to shreds. James Blair was also adamantly opposed to a pardon. We can't offer Ghislaine Maxwell anything, he said. A, I don't know why we would. And B, if we give Ghislaine Maxwell any sort of break whatsoever and then she turns around and says nice things about us, or says nice things about us and we give her a break, it will undermine the entire point of her saying good things. That will feed the conspiracy theory, period. If there's nothing for her to say that hurts us, we shouldn't have to offer her anything. The consensus was that option 1 was the best course of action. Wiles told the group she would handle the matter with Trump, and ask if he would send a Truth Social post calling for the release of the grand jury testimony. Just then, the Wall Street Journal story broke. A Situation Room staffer brought in printed copies, and as the group sat quietly and read the story, Wiles readied another denial for the president to post on social media. In late July, another Epstein crisis meeting convened in the Situation Room, with most of the same group: Wiles and Vance, Todd Blanche, David Warrington, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, James Blair, Stephen Chung, Taylor Buttigieg, and Caroline Leavitt. This meeting would coincide with Trump aides being caught off guard by news that a subpoena would soon land from the House Oversight Committee, led by Republican James Comer, which caught the White House off guard. It had been pushed by committee Democrats, with the help of Republicans Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it compelled the release of voluminous material the Justice Department had on Epstein. At the same time, in the face of DOJ stonewalling, Massie and Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna had filed H.R. .4405, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, in the House, and although they did not yet have the votes for the bill, the push had begun in earnest. It would become the next battleground over the Epstein files as the president dug in against releasing information. In the Situation Room, Blair told his colleagues they would try to make sure they were cooperating fully with the House subpoena, but the priority was to release information that demonstrated Trump was not involved in Epstein's crimes. Todd Blanche gave an assessment of the Epstein material he had personally reviewed or been briefed on, including a volume of child pornography. The conversation turned to how these files should be released to the public. The idea in the works had been to put all Epstein-related material up on a public-facing website. That way, they could overwhelm the magosphere with far greater volumes of real information in the form of a huge database. The website had been easy to build and they were looking at potentially launching it within a week. They had already accumulated a mountain of material that Blanche had been scrolling through, and it included piles of documents from both civil and criminal cases. They planned to release it all. Under this plan, Blanche could then appear on the Joe Rogan podcast to tout the transparency from the White House. But as it turned out, the searchable public website would not go live on their initial timetable of the next week. And the version of the website they had originally conceived would never be released to the public. 2 weeks later, on August 13, they held yet another Epstein meeting in the Situation Room, convening at 6 p.m. for 2 hours to refine the strategy. Again, the group included Wiles, Bondi, Blanche, Patel, Blair, Buttigieg, Chung, Levitt, and Vance phoning in from the UK, where he had been having meetings, including with the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy. Vance once again pushed aggressively to release as much of the Epstein files as possible. And with an eye on the public messaging, he proposed that he should be the one to appear on the influential Joe Rogan podcast. Vance had just gotten off the phone with Rogan, and he later told others that Rogan said he wouldn't have Blanche on his show, but he would take Vance. Vance argued in the meeting that if he were the one to do the Rogan interview, then only a portion of the conversation would be about Epstein. He said the rest of the interview could be about the president's recently passed legislation and what it would do for working families. The bigger conversation was how to handle any public relations risks for the administration. The challenge would be any embarrassing or damaging allegations about the president, even if they were unsubstantiated. If everything publicly available was on a big website, it could include all kinds of potentially humiliating material. One of the officials in the Situation Room raised the subject of a particularly vile, uncorroborated accusation against Trump that had come to light in unsealed filings from a 2015 defamation case brought by Virginia Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell, which was settled 2 years later. Giuffre, who met Epstein when she was a teenage spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago, became one of his most outspoken victims. She took her own life in April 2025. Giuffre had said in 2016 that, to her knowledge, Trump had done nothing improper. In the Giuffre case file were emails sent to a journalist by another Epstein victim, Sarah Ransom, who later sued Epstein and Maxwell herself. Epstein settled that case. In the emails, Ransom claimed she knew a girl in Epstein's sex trafficking ring named Jen, who said she had sex with Donald Trump, that he had a nipple fetish and had flicked and sucked her nipples. Ransom wrote that she had seen evidence when she shared a bathroom with Jen. They looked incredibly painful as they were red and swollen, and I remember wincing when I looked at them, she wrote. Ransom's credibility was not uncomplicated. She made other claims that she later retracted, saying she had only done so because she feared for herself and her family. In December 2023, a federal judge ordered the unsealing of some Giuffre case files. The document that connected Trump to the claim about abused nipples became public the following month. It was just an allegation and had not been made publicly by Jen, but the disclosure led to some embarrassing news stories. Trump's advisors in the Situation Room who were even aware of the nipple claim seemed to have only a passing familiarity with it. Many in the room thought this was all just discredited nonsense. But some argued that none of the credibility issues would matter if a government database gave Ransom's claim a stamp of validity. There was a vast horde of Epstein fanatics in the MAGA base, and they wanted the names of rich and powerful men to tear apart. An administration official had already searched for Trump-related materials on the still private test version of the DOJ's Epstein website, and the nipple material was among the first things to show up. Others in the Situation Room understood quickly that the partial emails could get fresh life breathed into them if they were included in a public-facing and searchable Epstein library that carried the branding of the Justice Department. "This is out there," one of the officials told the group in the Situation Room. "They're going to make a huge scene of this even though it's not true and everybody knows it." Blanche argued that in context, the Ransom document and her disavowal of some of her other claims would make clear why the nipple allegations related to Trump hadn't been pursued for prosecution. Besides, these allegations had long been available online, so there was no reason to leave them off the public-facing DOJ website. The vice president said he thought the president would be okay with releasing the files, saying Trump had been accused of worse. "I think we should put it out," he said. "It would cause people to say we're going further than we need to." Wiles quickly responded that the president would not, in fact, be okay with it. It was a point no one wanted to continue arguing. One of the officials would later describe it as a surreal experience to be discussing Donald Trump and abused nipples in the White House Situation Room. Having chosen opacity over transparency, this was what the White House was left with. The nipple claim was, in miniature, the entire problem the White House had with the Epstein files. Piles of accusations were impossible to disprove, and equally impossible to make go away. Every door they opened led to another room, and in every room were more claims from more women. And now they were threatening to avalanche onto a president who wanted nothing to do with any of it. The discussion illuminated something else that was relevant and pointed to the way forward. The subpoena from James Comer's committee had specifically requested DOJ files in criminal cases. They would simply comply with the subpoena. The House demand did not seek material from civil cases, like the nipple claim, that did not originate with the DOJ. Those were separate matters, and wholly outside the remit of the Justice Department. The subpoena was the only thing they had to adhere to. Soon it would become clear that what had started that month would bring relentless scrutiny of Trump's lifestyle in earlier days. This self-inflicted crisis would paralyze the White House for the rest of the year every bit as much as the Russia investigation of 8 years earlier. Vance had predicted exactly this trajectory, and as the months rolled on and the crisis only deepened, his early and insistent warnings that the administration was squandering whatever control it had over the story proved difficult to dispute. As the Epstein crisis ground on, Trump received a welcome burst of good news from an unlikely source. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard had been in bad shape with the president. She had been cut out of meetings, sidelined from major national security decisions, and was treated as an afterthought and a subject of derision by Trump and his inner circle. Less than 6 weeks earlier, Trump had berated Gabbard in front of a room full of people over a video she had filmed of herself visiting Hiroshima, one of the 2 Japanese cities destroyed by American atomic bombs during World War II. In the video, she warned of a nuclear holocaust brought on by saber-rattling warmongers. Trump, on the verge of joining Israel in strikes against Iran, was enraged. Gabbard, he said, was using her perch in his administration to build her own brand. "If you want to be president," he said sharply to her, "you have to leave this job." But Gabbard had now found a way to redeem herself. On July 23, 6 days after the Situation Room meeting where Blanche discussed the possibility of interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell, she stood at the White House briefing room podium with a dramatic announcement. President Obama and his most senior intelligence advisors had been part of a years-long coup and treasonous conspiracy to harm Trump, she declared. She had referred the matter to the Justice Department for prosecution. Trump was delighted. He had long wanted Democrats prosecuted over what he repeatedly called the Russia hoax, the special counsel investigation that had produced indictments of Roger Stone, Paul Manafort, and Michael Cohen, and brought subpoenas down on his family and his business. He would never accept that Russia had meddled in the 2016 election to help him win it. The criminal referral was flawed at best. Obama was shielded by the same presidential immunity ruling the Supreme Court had issued before Trump won the White House again, and the matter was now yet another hot potato landing in Pam Bondi's lap. But while Gabbard's effort would take several more months to start yielding results, it gave Trump something he badly needed, a distraction from the Epstein debacle. And it set in motion something he hoped would undo the stain of Russiagate on his legacy for good. Chapter 22. Almost immediately after Trump won the 2024 election, he began pondering what to do about Jerome Powell. Of all the institutions in Washington, none vexed Trump more than the Federal Reserve. By law it was independent of a president's control, one of the few instruments of national power that lay beyond his reach. This was power of great attraction to Trump, power over the economy and power to create money out of thin air. In his first term, Trump had wanted to direct the actions of the Fed and he had wanted to fire Powell. But he had been talked out of it and ended up doing relatively little aside from airing his grievances on Twitter. In his second term he was determined to enforce his will over the Federal. And standing in his way was the same stubborn man he had tangled with in term 1. During the 2024 transition, as Trump weighed whom to appoint as Treasury Secretary in his second term, he had met at Mar-a-Lago with Kevin Warsh, a former Federal Reserve governor he knew from his first term. In a case of sliding doors, he had interviewed Warsh in 2017 for the job that he later gave to Powell, a hiring decision Trump came to rue. Trump told others he thought Warsh was handsome. Before settling on Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary, Trump had considered giving Treasury to Warsh or even attempting to install him early to lead the Fed before Powell's term expired. 2 years later, in early 2026, Warsh could finally see his chance for the top of the Fed when he was nominated as Powell's successor. But not before a thunderstorm of Trump-style vilification had enveloped the central bank as Powell and the president battled over independence. As he had in his first term, Trump canvassed advisors about firing Powell and about the likely consequences. During the transition his advisors repeated the warnings he received during term 1, the case would likely go up to the Supreme Court and he might lose. In the meantime, advisors cautioned, the markets would probably have a meltdown. Trump reluctantly accepted their advice. But the problem of Powell continued to gnaw at him. The president had not always regarded Powell as an enemy. Trump had elevated Powell from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors to chair the central bank in the fall of 2017, on the recommendation of his Treasury Secretary, Steven Mnuchin. Trump didn't know Powell, but at first glance, and that was about all he took before making the appointment. He was impressed by the former investment banker, who looked straight out of Central Casting with his trim suits and purple neckties. "You're going to be great. I trust you," Trump had told Powell after informing him he was going to be the Fed chair. "I know you're going to be independent. I trust you to do the right thing." Trump soon regretted the decision, complaining that Powell was sabotaging his presidency by raising interest rates. He was still grumbling to aides 8 years later, "Mnuchin fucked me." In retrospect, the purple neckties Powell insisted on wearing should have been a warning sign. Powell, a model of rectitude, would tell associates he wanted to avoid wearing a color that could link him visually with one of the two political parties, Democratic blue or Republican red. "We are non-political," Powell told a gathering of business journalists. "We don't do that, and so purple is a good color for that." Trump had no use for purple. He wanted a Fed chairman who would serve as his vassal and whose priorities would have little to do with the actual job description of chairing the central bank, which was to manage the long-term interests of the U.S. economy, balancing the twin goals of steady price levels and low unemployment. Instead, Trump wanted the Fed chair to juice the short-term economy to boost his popularity. Back in the early summer of 2018, only 5 months after Powell was sworn in, Trump began a public campaign to pressure the bank into cutting rates. It had been a long time since a president had made such a concerted effort to interfere with the Fed, but the institution had always withstood political pressure from the White House, and since Richard Nixon, presidents had mostly respected the Fed's independence. But Trump would interfere more aggressively and more brazenly than any president before him. Powell would later tell others it was a shocking experience and such an incredible violation of norms. The Fed raised interest rates 4 times in 2018, with Trump growing angrier at Powell each time. Trump's rage only deepened through 2019. The attacks from Trump had bothered Powell at first, and he told associates he felt bad about it, but after a while he developed a thicker skin. He was a savvy political player himself, and he knew he enjoyed strong bipartisan support in Congress. In private, Republican senators encouraged an approach that Powell already instinctively believed was the right one: just ignore Trump, don't engage. "He wants you to engage," Powell would later tell others. "If you engage, you're playing his game." Trump's approach to the Fed could best be understood in the context of his view of the presidency as an instrument of unchecked power and dominance. His concept of the central bank's role was quite at odds with its mandate. The framers had taken measures to avoid the danger of allowing a president the power to create money. Instead, they gave Congress the authority to coin money and regulate its value in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. Congress then took its own steps to ensure monetary policy would serve America's long-term interests. Beginning with the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, Congress had constructed layers of insulation to give the Fed independent authority over monetary policy, structures specifically designed to prevent any one president from stacking the board. These were the walls Trump wanted to tear down. In defending the Federal Reserve's independence, Powell had set himself on a collision course with the president. "My only question is, who is our bigger enemy?" Trump tweeted in the summer of 2019, Jay Powell or Chairman Xi. It didn't help that Powell exemplified the type of Washington establishment figure whose approval Trump craved even as he resented him, the policy wonk who would occasionally invoke higher principles. Trump would privately refer to such people as Boy Scouts, and he didn't mean it as a compliment. For his part, Powell had told associates he thought Trump would be navigable in a second term. In Powell's view, Trump was inheriting a heck of an economy with high growth, low inflation, and low unemployment. Powell figured that Trump was a survivalist, with an animal intelligence about him, and that he would just surf the wave of the economy. He did not anticipate Trump doing anything to disrupt a soft landing from the high inflation of the early Biden years. Ironically, it was Trump himself who would make it more difficult for Powell to lower rates. The tariffs Trump had imposed in the first several months of the second term injected great uncertainty into the economy and brought inevitable price increases and the potential for elevated inflation. Powell quickly had to manage both a sluggish labor market and inflation that was above the Fed's 2% target rate. Tariffs would not help with either factor, Powell thought. On April 16, 2 weeks after Liberation Day, Powell declared at an event hosted by the Economic Club of Chicago that Trump's tariff regime constituted very fundamental changes and there isn't a modern experience on how to think about this. He said that the level of the tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated and warned of challenges to both inflation and the labor market. Trump erupted on Truth Social the next day, Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. With financial markets still on edge so soon after Liberation Day, 2 of the president's closest aides urged him to reassure the world that he was not about to add a new massive disruption by firing the chairman of the central bank. Susie Wiles and Scott Bessent privately told Trump he should do more to project stability. Why, Wiles wanted to know, had Trump threatened to fire Powell? You know it causes instability. And we need stability right now, she said to him. Besant suggested to the president that he assure the markets he was not firing Powell. You've told me you're not firing him, Besant told Trump. You need to say it because it's hurting us. So, if you're not going to fire him, then you need to say it. On April 22, Trump finally did say it. He claimed he never did plan to fire Powell and he blamed the press for misinterpreting him. That he was finally willing to publicly rule out firing the head of the central bank even though he so clearly still wanted to was an indication of the pressure he was feeling just 2 weeks after pushing his tariff policy to the brink of a financial crisis. Trump had not lost his determination to bend the Federal Reserve, he just needed a new angle. In May, he told advisors he planned to try a different tack with Powell. Public pressure hadn't worked, so why not see if a private conversation might persuade Powell to push for lower rates? Trump mused about inviting Powell to the White House for lunch, but quickly thought better of it, telling an aide that if the conversation went badly he'd be stuck with Powell. He decided an Oval Office meeting would be preferable. An invitation was sent to the chairman. It was hardly welcome and Powell would later tell associates, the perfectly appropriate number of meetings between a Fed chair and the president is 0. But he did not want to further inflame the situation by turning Trump down. And he knew exactly what he wanted to say. Powell was known as an over-preparer, but he didn't feel the need to prepare for this meeting. He knew what Trump was going to say and his own response would be straightforward. On May 29, Trump had just finished his intelligence briefing when he was informed that Powell was waiting in the West Wing lobby. Powell had come alone. He entered the Oval Office and took a seat opposite Trump. Vance and Besant took chairs on either side of Powell and other advisors joined the meeting as well. Trump opened with a monologue, a recitation of the case he had been making in public. Economic conditions were ideal to cut rates, and by refusing to do so, Powell was putting America at a disadvantage. Everybody else is cutting. You need to be cutting. The Europeans are laughing at us. There is no inflation. Trillions of dollars are coming into the country. Powell sat there impassively, for what seemed like around 6 or 7 minutes. When Trump finished, there was a moment of silence. Then he said, "Well." "Oh, would you like me to respond, sir?" Powell asked. "Please," Trump said. Powell did not give the answer Trump was hoping for. "As long as the labor market is so solid, and at this point, it's in really good shape, we and all other forecasters are expecting that there will be a wave of price increases from the tariffs," he told the president. "And it's because some of that is going to get passed along, and we have to manage the risk and make sure that that doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And it's in everyone's interest that we do that." Powell added, "We don't want to be in a situation where we cut rates too much, too soon, and the inflation turns out to be more persistent than we think, and now it's next year and rates are too low and inflation's too high. You don't want that. We don't want that," he said. "Our job is to make sure that that doesn't happen." "Oh, that's not going to happen," Trump replied. "And if that does happen, I'll be the first to ask you to raise rates." "We're watching to see," Powell told the president. "And if it turns out that the inflation is very contained or lower than what we expect, then that would matter in our decisions." The meeting was shorter than a typical Trump meeting, only around half an hour. Powell was polite, low-key, and he even cracked a minor joke. When Trump called him Jerome, instead of Jay, like everyone else, Powell said no one but his mother called him that. But as polite as he was, he also made it clear he wasn't going to let Trump bully him, and he left the room without making a single concession. Still, the meeting ended on a reassuring note. Referring obliquely to his public threats of firing Powell, the president said, "All those things I've been saying about you, don't worry about that. I'm not doing anything." Despite his conciliatory demeanor, Trump was frustrated after the meeting, and it didn't take long for his anger to again rise to the surface. On June 18, in an impromptu gathering on the south lawn of the White House, where Trump had summoned reporters to show off his new 88-foot flagpoles, the president went off on a rant about Powell. Breaking the fourth wall, Trump narrated his inner thoughts about the playbook of manipulation and intimidation he had attempted against the Fed chairman. "Now we have a man that just refuses to lower the Fed rate, just refuses to do it. I think he hates me, but that's okay, you know. He should. He should. I call him every name in the book trying to get him to do something," Trump said. "I've been so nice to him, fellas, you wouldn't believe. I do it every way in the book. I'm nasty, I'm nice. Nothing works. He's like, just a stupid person." Trump had demonstrated a shocking appetite for risk so far in his second term, but firing Powell would pose too much risk even for him. "He's not going to fire him," said a close aide at the time, adding, "He's just going to torture him." Around 2 weeks after his outburst on the White House lawn, Trump was meeting in the Oval Office with top aides, including the director of the Office of Management and Budget, Russ Vought, and James Blair. Vought and Blair were there to brief the president on a topic that had nothing to do with the Federal Reserve, but Trump was distracted by a foam board chart propped on an easel nearby. The chart, titled World Central Bank Rates, compared U.S. interest rates to those of the rest of the world. It triggered a Trump monologue about how it's so fucking ridiculous that Powell was keeping interest rates high compared to other countries. "I want to bust his fucking balls, honestly," Trump said of Powell. "What about that fucking building? Can we stop it? Can we stop construction? I just want to bust his fucking balls. Fuck him." Unsurprisingly, Trump had taken an interest in the renovation underway at the Federal Reserve's headquarters complex in Washington. The project's scope was enormous, a full interior overhaul of the Mariner S. Eccles building and the adjacent Martin building, completed in 2020, both of which had been originally designed for a 1930s-era workforce. The renovation would have to preserve historic facades, stonework, and interior features, which added complexity and costs to a project already estimated at $2.5 billion. Powell had addressed the renovation during his testimony to the Senate Banking Committee on June 25, conceding the project had changed somewhat from the initial plans. Here was Trump's opening. One advisor later observed, "He's a builder, so he just knows life is fucking hell when you can't build your shit." Trump asked if they could stop construction. "I'll look into it," Vought said. "No, don't look into it," Trump replied. "Bring me a plan." It didn't take long for Vaught's general counsel at OMB, Mark Paoletta, to find one. Vought informed Blair that there was an organization called the National Capital Planning Commission that controlled urban planning in the Washington area. Vought said the president was allowed 3 appointees on the commission, including the chair. He thought they could assert that Powell was out of compliance with the Fed project's original plans because he had testified to Congress about features of the renovation that had changed. It was the kind of petty bureaucratic sabotage that had hamstrung the Trump administration in Term 1, now it was Trump's turn to play the game. Vought sent over to Blair a one-page summary of the research and scheduled a meeting with Trump, Susie Wiles, Mark Paoletta, and Blair for the morning of Wednesday, July 9. "Oh," Trump said after Vought and Paoletta told him about the Planning Commission. "And I can just appoint new people?" The answer was yes. His appointees could take over the Planning Commission. "Okay, well, why don't you just go on the board, James?" Trump said to Blair. "It's like a 2-week campaign. You know what to do. I just put you on the board. You have fun, you be vicious, you do a job." "Got it, sir," replied Blair, whose day job otherwise involved much weightier matters, including overseeing the White House political and legislative operations. "Pick who you want for the board and come back to me," Trump ordered them. The team hustled out of the Oval Office with a problem: none of them knew the first thing about the National Capital Planning Commission. Vought quickly determined there was a residency requirement and that board members were supposed to have some planning experience, a low bar that they immediately set about clearing. Blair, who lived in Virginia, could point to his time overseeing the Florida Department of Transportation in the governor's office. "That's planning," he reasoned. Vought found a member of his own staff, Stuart Levenbach, who could cover the Maryland requirement. That left the chairmanship. Blair ducked into the office of Will Scharf, the president's staff secretary. "Any planning experience?" As a matter of fact, Scharf replied, he had some from the Missouri state government. That was good enough. Within minutes, Scharf had been appointed chairman of a federal commission he knew nothing about and told that his first board meeting was the next day. Trump signed off on the appointments that afternoon and Scharf stayed up all night reading documents and preparing to chair the meeting. The next day, July 10, the Trump officials took their seats around a curved table in the offices of the National Capital Planning Commission and Scharf informed the room that the president had named him the chair. Scharf and Blair said they were honored to be working with the professional staff of the NCPC and that their mission was simply to improve and beautify Washington, Dopo Cristo, a mission dear to the president's heart. For the next 2 hours, they sat through a mind-numbing discussion of land use plans, native planting concepts, and the endangered monarch butterfly arcana that might have seemed an odd use of time for 2 of the most powerful officials in the Trump White House. Then, around the 2-hour mark, after they had trudged through the formal meeting agenda, Scharf turned over to Blair to address the room. The mood quickly shifted from sleepy to savage. Blair, who had been courteous and solicitous in his brief opening remarks 2 hours earlier, now launched into a harangue about one project in particular, the Federal Reserve Complex. "Some have started to refer to this as the Taj Mahal near the National Mall," Blair said as Scharf, seated beside him, cracked a smile. Reading from a sheet of paper and his iPhone, Blair compared the building costs of the Fed renovation to historic costs, in today's dollars, for the Palace of Versailles, the U.S. Capitol building, and the Car Al Wan, the presidential palace of the United Arab Emirates, which Blair and Scharf had recently visited during their trip with the president to the Middle East. The Fed building, he declared, cost more than this opulent palace. It was immoral, he said. As his fellow commissioners listened in silence, Blair announced he was requesting a full review of plans of the Federal Reserve project, a detailed explanation of any deviations from the original plans, and a site visit. Scharf thanked the attendees for their participation and ended the session. The meeting would set off a 6-week onslaught that would show just how far Trump was willing to go to challenge the independence of the Federal Reserve. Over at the Fed, Powell and his team had been trying to figure out what Trump was up to with his sudden fixation on the renovation costs. At first Powell thought, what the hell is this? But after Trump's aides had taken over the Planning Commission, Powell figured they were looking to fire him for being a bad construction manager. Powell was determined to fight for his job, and for the principle of independence for the central bank. And he was wealthy enough, from his days as an investment banker, to personally sustain a long legal fight. During the first term, Powell had hired high-level lawyers at his own expense to prepare to fight his potential firing. Regarding Trump's threats, Powell had told then Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin that he was highly confident of winning if it ever came to a legal fight. The tensions would die down during COVID as Powell slashed interest rates to zero and began a massive bond-buying program. Trump would give Powell the Most Improved Player award. Powell would later tell others that he never had any doubt that if Trump did try to fire him, the president would lose at the Supreme Court. You can tell the Supreme Court does not want to mess with the Fed, Powell would tell associates. They've said it about as clearly as they can. As so often happened in Trump's world, mischief-makers seeking to curry favor with the president soon came into the mix. Bill Pulte, the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency who had pushed the legal pretext to go after Letitia James, had found a housing-related angle, interest rates, to justify his intrusion into discussions about the central bank. A witness to one such discussion between Trump and Pulte said that Pulte, talking 100 miles a minute, had for weeks been whipping up Trump about the need to fire Powell. The aide recalled Pulte telling the president, "The Fed is making it impossible for people to own homes, we need to get rid of this fucking guy." On July 14, Pulte walked into the Oval Office carrying his typical stack of foam boards highlighting enemies of Trump to be targeted. Among the stack was a blow-up, on White House stationery, of a draft letter firing Powell. Trump loved it. The next day, the president waved around a copy of the Fire Powell letter in a meeting with House Republicans. Trump asked the lawmakers if he should send the letter, and then he told them he probably would. One of the members, Representative Anna Paulina Luna of Florida, who had pushed for Trump's image to be carved into Mount Rushmore, told him she wanted to post on social media that Powell was going to be fired soon. Trump told her to go ahead. She did, and 4 days later, she went even further, referring Powell to the DOJ for criminal investigation. Trump, meanwhile, was musing privately about appointing Vice President Vance as the Fed chair, perhaps for an interim period. He told Pulte to keep up the good work, to keep kicking the crap out of Powell. 5 days after being referred to the Justice Department for criminal investigation, on July 24, Powell showed his mettle during a highly unusual visit Trump made to the Fed's construction site, a visit Blair had demanded at his first Planning Commission board meeting. Pulte lurked behind them on the tour, and Trump was also joined by Russell Vought, who wore hiking boots along with his suit. Powell, in a hard hat and the familiar purple tie, corrected the president on live television, telling Trump the cost figure he was using for the Fed renovation, $3.1 billion rather than $2.5 billion, was wrong because it included an additional building that had already been completed. Trump was otherwise gracious during the site tour. After the tour, he made a classic Trump pivot from what he had been egging Vought and Blair into behind the scenes. With media cameras running, he took on a more conciliatory tone. "There's always Monday morning quarterbacks. I don't want to be that," Trump said. "I want to help them get it finished." Powell seized the moment, releasing a statement from the Fed thanking Trump for supporting the completion of the building. For a while, the whole renovation play seemed to have fallen apart right there, and at Trump's own hands. Nevertheless, 7 months later, the U.S. Attorney for Washington, Dopo Cristo, former Fox News host Jeanine Pirro, would send subpoenas to the Federal Reserve over the renovations, targeting Powell specifically. The Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General would both tell associates they had been blindsided by the extraordinary move. Pirro would tell White House officials that she had authorization for everything she did, without specifically saying from Trump. Powell promptly revealed the investigation, publicly calling it an attack on the bank's independence. If he wasn't going to fire Powell, Trump was still searching for other ways to tilt the Fed his way. The president's team began looking for pressure points in the ranks below the chairman. Bill Pulte had a foam board for that as well. The face of the woman displayed on the board had been blown up, a way to make the image as unflattering as possible. Above it was the title "The Fraudster." Alongside were photos of 2 documents with signatures that Pulte said were evidence of fraud. The woman, Pulte said, was named Lisa Cook. Trump was intrigued. Cook was the first black woman to serve as a Federal Reserve Board governor, appointed by Biden in 2022 and reappointed with a term running to January 2038. She had grown up in a small town in Georgia, and she was among the first black students to desegregate her local schools. Her academic research focused on the economic toll of racial violence. During her first 3 years on the Fed board, Cook had voted in lockstep with Powell and she had kept a relatively low profile. That was all about to change. In keeping with his earlier campaigns against real or perceived Trump enemies, Pulte posted on social media a letter he had sent to the Justice Department, urging an investigation into Lisa Cook for mortgage fraud. Pulte claimed in the letter that Cook had falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms, potentially committing mortgage fraud under the criminal statute. Pulte said that 2 mortgage documents Cook had signed 2 weeks apart, one in Michigan, another in Georgia, listed both properties as a primary residence. On the day Pulte first posted the accusations against Cook, Trump posted on Truth Social, "Cook must resign, now." Cook refused. Trump then went further than any prior president had gone in his effort to wrest control over the federal. On August 25, Trump posted on Truth Social a letter addressed to Cook, saying, "You are hereby removed from your position on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, effective immediately." Trump cited in his letter Section 242 of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, which stated that a Fed governor could be removed for cause by the president. But Trump's definition of cause was, at that point, merely an accusation. No fraud had been proven. There had been no trial. No case had even been brought. Trump was using an unproven claim to advance his long-running effort to seize control over the economic policy machinery of the United States. Powell was appalled. He was personally close to Cook and he viewed her as a capable and hard-working Fed governor. When Trump moved to fire Cook, Powell immediately understood the stakes. "Oh, honest to God, that's the end of it. If he can do that, that's the end of Fed independence," Powell would later tell others. He told associates, "We need help from the Supreme Court of the United States, and we need help from Republicans in the Senate. We're going to need help from both groups, because if they're just going to lie down, then you won't have an independent federal. If he can fire Lisa in that way," he would add, "who among us?" To sum up the moment, Powell would invoke a line attributed to Lavrenti Beria, Stalin's notorious secret police chief, "Show me the man and I'll find you the crime." It was a watershed moment in the history of the central bank, made all the more remarkable by the fact that the top players on Wall Street were largely silent. Congressional Republicans, too, were mostly silent and the financial markets barely reacted. Only the courts stood in the way of Trump's power grab. Privately, Powell told Cook, "We have your back." But in the context of the Federal Reserve, that assurance meant something very specific. Many liberals were hoping Powell would issue a public statement excoriating the president for this abuse of power. But Powell was not about to do that. What Powell did do was keep Cook on salary. The Fed issued a statement saying it would abide by whatever the courts ruled, but in the meantime, even though she had been fired by the president, Cook was still getting paid, and she was still connected to her Federal Reserve email account. As the battle between Cook and Trump began to play out in the courts, and as the courts allowed Cook to stay in her job while she fought, former chairs of the Federal Reserve made clear in a friend of the court brief that they saw this as a break-glass moment for the institution. Cook had not chosen this fight, but her role was clear. Her lawsuit would determine something much more important than her own future. It would help decide whether the Federal Reserve would maintain its independence, or whether the U.S. president would now have access to awesome new powers. Chapter 23. Donald Trump was tired after a long day of campaigning when he took a seat at the end of the long boardroom table in a windowless conference room at the Ahern Hotel in Las Vegas. It was early evening on June 8, 2024, and 2 senior executives from the artificial intelligence giant OpenAI, Greg Brockman and Brad Lightcap, had arrived to give the 77-year-old presidential candidate his first lesson in AI. This would be a demonstration of the company's breakthrough platform, ChatGPT, an offer they had also extended to President Biden, who had declined to take them up on it, and later to Kamala Harris's team after she replaced him as the nominee. The company's co-founder, Sam Altman, had planned to attend, too, but he was down with COVID. Trump was not into AI. He was an extreme version of a late adopter when it came to tech. He did not use email and he had only begun sending text messages in 2022. He viewed the artificial intelligence revolution with a mixture of ignorance and wariness. But when Brockman connected his laptop to the TV close to Trump's chair and brought up on screen the ChatGPT interface, the look on Trump's face went from exhaustion to a wide-eyed wait. What is this? To show off ChatGPT's capabilities, Brockman took the text of an executive order on AI policy from the first Trump administration and pasted the whole thing into the prompt field. He asked ChatGPT to summarize the order into a sentence where every word started with the same letter. The sentence appeared instantly. Brockman then asked it to turn the order into a poem, and it did that, too. Trump read over the lines of the poem, bowled over by its eloquence. "Those words it's using," he said. "They're beautiful." Trump turned to one of his aides and said, "Maybe this will take your job." The aide replied that he already used ChatGPT and it had improved his work. Trump was now very interested. "How do you actually build this thing?" he asked the two executives. What were the limits of what they could do? Throwing in some industry jargon, Brockman and Lightcap explained to Trump that it really came down to the supply of compute. And what that really came down to was energy, vast amounts of energy. Someone in the room chimed in to add, "Compute is like the new oil." They discussed the difficulty of getting permits to build data centers, and Trump, with his background in construction, offered to help. He asked where the money came from. Was it public money? It was private money, they told him. They just wanted permission to build. It was an answer Trump liked. But Trump did have a pressing concern that was typically self-reflective. If someone were to make a sort of fake AI of my voice saying that, something bad, like nukes are launching, and there's only like 15 minutes for Russia to figure out if it's real or not, like how can you tell, he asked, then added his own tech guru into the mix. I was told by Elon that no one can tell. Brockman told Trump that AI itself could be helpful for deepfake detection. No human can tell the difference, he said, but if you have a smart AI, it can actually help you. Oh, that's interesting, Trump said. Brockman added that cryptographic signatures could help decipher whether an image or a video was real or not. Trump asked how they thought about the risks and how they would make sure the benefits of AI would outweigh the risks. Brockman replied that they were trying to mitigate risk as well as innovate. He showed Trump ChatGPT's voice mode, where he could dictate commands into his phone. Trump seemed delighted as they asked ChatGPT questions about the history of his hotels. He asked if they could improve one of his Truth Social posts. He had a draft Truth post printed on a sheet of paper and Lightcap took a photo. They uploaded it onto ChatGPT and an improved version appeared. Brockman explained to Trump how image generation worked, and then Doug Burgum, the governor of North Dakota, who had arranged the meeting and was also in the room, asked ChatGPT to create an image of a blonde woman on a Frisian horse, a breed his blonde wife preferred. Brockman was now sitting next to Trump at the end of the conference table, and all of Trump's aides crowded around as he typed the commands into his laptop. It generated the image of the blonde on the specific breed of horse, and Trump said, "Wow. That is, very, very detailed." Brockman told Trump that ChatGPT users had been getting tons of views using the image generator and that Trump should give it a try. "Oh, I will," said Trump, whose Truth Social feed would soon become a repository of AI slop. Trump was hooked. The meeting was supposed to last only 15 minutes, but it went on for an extra 20 with Trump enthralled by the technology. The conversation would culminate with a discussion about the need for an effort like Operation Warp Speed, the Trump administration's name for the race to deliver a COVID vaccine in 2020, but for data centers. The meeting had taken only 35 minutes, but given what would come later, it would surely be one of the more significant half hours in the history of AI. As president, Trump would cast aside his previous fears about the dangers of unchecked artificial intelligence and turn America sharply away from the Biden administration's cautious regulatory approach. He was captivated by the masters of this new universe, especially the billionaire internet investor David Sacks, a campaign donor and friend of Elon Musk, whom Trump appointed chair of the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, and Jensen Huang, the founder of the chip developer NVIDIA, now the world's most valuable company. Trump had spent his first term obsessing over coal mines and steel plants, but it had become painfully clear that those industries would never return to their old strength. As he began his second term, AI-driven companies dominated the stock market, and if he wanted to run the economy hot, he could do no better than fuel the fire. He thought he could piggyback on the AI revolution and its insatiable demand for energy production and construction of data centers to bring back the boom times of American manufacturing. And this goal made the CEOs of the cutting-edge AI companies the most valuable corporate leaders in his eyes. None would be more valuable than Jensen Huang, a man not even on Trump's radar during his first term. Huang had no presence in Washington back then. He didn't lobby, he made no campaign donations. He was an engineering whiz with no interest in politics. When the Biden administration began imposing strict and complex regulations on chip sales, Huang was forced to dial into Washington, but he was still doing far less politicking than many of his rivals. He had not even attended Trump's second inauguration. Who the hell is he? What's his name? Trump would later recall, describing the moment he first heard about Huang. His name is Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. I said, what the hell is NVIDIA? Jensen Huang had co-founded NVIDIA in 1993 as a small graphics chip startup that nearly went under in its first decade. With his leather jackets and shock of silver hair, he made a striking impression, and he was ruthlessly intense even by Silicon Valley standards. He ran NVIDIA for 30 years at an unforgiving pace, betting its future on an unproven idea that its graphics processing units could become far more than gaming chips. When AI researchers discovered they could train neural networks far faster on NVIDIA's GPUs than on traditional chips, the architecture that had seemed like a fringe experiment became the backbone of modern AI. By 2025, NVIDIA controlled more than 80% of the global market for the chips needed to train the most advanced AI models. Huang had built something close to a monopoly over the most powerful new technology on Earth. With the new regulations constricting his industry, avoiding Washington could no longer be an option. Trump held the power to greatly help or damage NVIDIA through export controls. Huang would need to persuade him that it would make sense to sell NVIDIA chips to countries all over the world. Washington's national security hawks were warning against doing anything that might help America's enemies build their technological capabilities, and Huang knew he had to influence the administration's policy in the other direction. He could not do so unless he built a personal relationship with Trump. On April 4, 2025, Jensen and his wife, Lori, arrived at Mar-a-Lago to attend a candlelight dinner with the president and a group of tech and crypto donors. Trump was intrigued by Huang, and the more he learned about him, the more impressed he became. Trump was being told, constantly, that this brave new world of AI depended almost entirely on Huang's company. In Trump's parlance, Huang was hot. "You're taking over the world, Jensen," Trump would later say. Trump saw something else in Huang. As a president determined to make big deals for America, he was on the constant hunt for leverage, seeking out what America possessed that foreign leaders most desired. China hawks on the MAGA right, like Steve Bannon, had argued for banning all chip sales to China, but Sachs and Huang told Trump that it was better to back NVIDIA selling its chips to as many countries as possible, to preserve the company's place at the center of the world's AI ecosystem. Much better, they argued, for the world to rely on U.S. technology rather than China. Trump was dazzled by the numbers they threw around, not just billions but trillions in new investments, and he saw quickly how a boom in capital expenditures and the rush to build chip plants and data centers could set off a U.S. manufacturing renaissance that could prop up an otherwise shaky economy. He would not gut all of Biden's restrictions. NVIDIA was still banned from selling its most advanced chips to China, but he otherwise gave free rein to the AI industry in one of the biggest bets of his presidency. Everybody wanted NVIDIA chips. Especially the energy-rich Gulf states that wanted to remake themselves as AI hubs. In May 2025, Huang joined Trump's traveling entourage for his trip to the Middle East, where Trump announced major deals with the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia to buy from NVIDIA. Huang gave Trump what he craved most: headlines to burnish his image as a dealmaker president. America's unique advantage that no country could possibly have as President Trump, Huang would say in July. He promised NVIDIA would invest $500 billion in U.S. manufacturing, a headline-grabbing number to convey that here was a president bringing in money and jobs. For a man who kept score as Trump did, Huang was the Tom Brady of the Fortune 500. It wasn't just that he was personally worth $150 billion, it was that he controlled the most valuable company in the world with a valuation seeming to grow by $1 trillion each time Trump, himself a shareholder, checked in on it. At the height of his trade war in April, Trump had initially tightened restrictions on sales to China. But he would later backtrack, allowing the sales of two different versions of older generation NVIDIA chips in a highly unusual arrangement wherein the U.S. government took a 15, and later 25%, cut of all sales of these chips to China. The moves raised legal questions and worries that America's national security might be bought off for the right price. But Trump appeared not at all concerned. Huang also seemed sanguine about the risks of China obtaining American technology. Officials in the U.S. intelligence community were concerned that he was, at best, naive and overly carefree in his interactions with the Chinese. Huang maintained close ties to executives and local leaders in China, and he outmaneuvered China hawks inside the Trump administration in his bid to sell more high-end chips to Beijing. He portrayed the AI revolution as a wholly positive development for mankind and rejected forecasts of mass unemployment as the prognostications of doomers who didn't know what they were talking about. He dismissed concerns about AI systems creating deadly bioweapons or uncontrollable autonomous drones. The debate over chip sales to China became somewhat academic after the policy change, since the CCP would make it difficult for Chinese companies to buy Nvidia chips anyway. But Trump administration officials would quietly marvel at just how influential Huang appeared to be with the president. Trump's mind meld with Huang would create an administration policy that largely sidelined the AI naysayers and charged ahead in a rush to unleash innovation and growth in AI development. Companies like Meta agreed to build massive data centers in the U.S., promising thousands of jobs and untold economic growth. Administration evangelists like the tech investor David Sachs portrayed this as the next great frontier for America, comparable to President John F. Kennedy's space program in the 1960s. One group that refused to instantly buy all the happy talk was Trump's own MAGA movement. It would not be quite as easy as he might have imagined to persuade MAGA that the lords of big tech, who until very recently were seen on the hard right as censorious liberals bent on destroying America, were actually patriots with America's best interests at heart. Among other things, the big tech CEOs favored high-skilled immigration, the H-1B visas loathed by many on the right. Republican senators squashed an administration-backed effort to shove language into the big beautiful bill that would have prevented states from regulating AI for a period of 10 years. Senators like Josh Hawley of Missouri worried about the implications of stopping states from passing laws to protect children or to protect certain jobs from being taken by AI. At the state level, Republican governors, including Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas and Ron DeSantis of Florida, pushed back. Trump said he would do it anyway, by executive order. MAGA luminaries warned about the potential for dangerous new weapons with minds of their own, and the risk of AI putting millions of Americans out of work. Tucker Carlson would release a nearly 2-hour podcast that demonized AI, drawing parallels to occultism and exploring how artificial intelligence might connect to the mark of the beast mentioned in the Bible's book of Revelation. Steve Bannon declared on his War Room show that AI was the most dangerous technology in the history of mankind. There were signs the AI revolution was adding a new fracture in Trump's base. Trump had already released over the summer an AI action plan that amounted to a tech industry wish list. The president canceled a previous executive order from Biden that required AI developers to report models that might threaten public health, the economy, or national security. And he had already eliminated restrictions Biden had imposed on exporting high-end U.S. chips to data centers abroad, which had been justified on security grounds. Now Trump's AI action plan would order a whole-of-government effort to accelerate AI development, and the massive construction to support it. Soon, the U.S. government would be sitting on not just a 25% cut of Nvidia chip sales to China. In August, Trump stood over the semiconductor giant Intel, demanding a 10% stake in the company, which would make the government its biggest shareholder. All it had taken was a flurry of attacks by the president on his own social media channel. The CEO of Intel, Lip-Bu Tan, took a seat in the Oval Office on August 11, beside Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and opposite President Trump. Tan had requested the meeting at short notice because it was an emergency. The previous Thursday, at 7:39 a.m., Trump had posted on Truth Social a message that had rattled both Tan and the entire leadership team at Intel. The CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign. Immediately, Trump had posted, "There is no other solution to this problem. Thank you for your attention to this problem." The post sent both Wall Street and Silicon Valley scrambling for answers. American presidents did not normally reach so directly into the boardrooms of corporate America, especially not a Republican president, representing the party that had once treated free market capitalism as a sacred principle. Compounding the shock, Trump's demand had come seemingly from nowhere. The president had not mentioned to his staff that he wanted to force a change at the top of Intel. There had been no meetings on the subject. And now Intel's stock price, already in the doldrums, had fallen by 3% after Trump's post. Alarmed administration officials began pointing fingers. Some focused on Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, claiming he had phoned Trump to whip him up about Intel. It was a reasonable assumption, because 2 days before Trump's Truth Social post, Cotton had sent a letter to Intel's chairman, Frank Yeary, raising concerns about Lip-Bu Tan's ties to China. But they were wrong. Cotton had simply sent off a letter to the Intel board asking questions, a routine action for a senator. He had not spoken to Trump about Intel before the president's Truth Social post, which had surprised Cotton as much as anyone else. Cotton had concerns. Media reports linked Tan to investments connected to the Chinese military, and the company Tan had most recently led, Cadence Design Systems, had pleaded guilty to illegally selling chip design technology to a Chinese military university. But Cotton was still in fact-finding mode. He had not reached any conclusions or made demands beyond sending Yeary a list of questions. Eventually, the backstory of Trump's demand for the CEO to quit was revealed. He had been watching TV, Mornings with Maria on Fox Business, that morning. Maria Bartiromo, the host and a friend of the president's, had run a segment discussing the letter Cotton had sent to Intel. 5 minutes later, Trump had posted on Truth Social. Bartiromo's segment was all the evidence he needed. Lip-Bu Tan's phone had started ringing before 5 o'clock that morning, as he was on the West Coast. By the time most of America was awake, the newly installed CEO of Intel was facing a presidential demand for his resignation. He had been in the job for only 5 months, and he had not taken it because he needed it. Tan was a self-made billionaire, a venture capitalist with nearly 200 successful IPO-backed investments and a celebrated turnaround at Cadence Design Systems behind him. Friends had warned him against the Intel job. "You have a heck of a record, you have a heck of a reputation," he recalled one telling him. "People only remember the last one, so don't do it." But Tan saw Intel as a national infrastructure asset, the only American company capable of leading-edge chip R&D and manufacturing on U.S. soil, and felt an obligation to try to save it before he retired. He already faced a daunting enough mission, rescuing a company that had fallen far behind other chipmakers at the worst possible time, the dawn of an AI revolution that would depend on an endless supply of microchips. And on top of that, Tan's own future was now in serious doubt. Tan responded the way he later said he approached every crisis, as an engineering problem to solve. He maintained his daily routine, swimming, gym, and then set about figuring out a path forward. Knowing that Trump often bonded with CEOs, Tan reached out to Susie Wiles and to Howard Lutnick, asking to see the president. Trump agreed, and a meeting was set for the coming Monday. Tan met first with Lutnick at the Commerce Department for a pregame huddle before they headed to the Oval Office. Lutnick had an unsentimental view of the situation. He saw Intel had badly lost its way, but he also thought it made no sense that under the Chips and Science Act, signed into law by President Biden in 2022, the U.S. government would simply hand over $11 billion in grants to a $100 billion company as an incentive to build semiconductors in the U.S. Lutnick had been mulling for months what to do about Intel. He had talked privately with colleagues and top tech executives about whether they should split up the company or put together a rescue, what he described to associates as a consortia of the great American companies. America needed a world-leading domestic chipmaker as a national security imperative, Lutnick believed. But whatever the government did for Intel, he told others he wanted American taxpayers to get something concrete in return. Tan had prepared intensely over the weekend and arrived with a clear plan. He told Trump he had been born in Malaysia, grew up in Singapore, came to MIT 47 years ago, and had been a U.S. citizen ever since, an immigrant who had embraced the U.S. and risen to lead a major tech firm while fueling innovation through venture capital. He told Trump how he had built up his former company, Cadence Design Systems, into an extraordinary success, more than doubling its revenue. And now he was going to do the same with Intel, he just needed some time to implement his turnaround plan. Tan's preparation paid off. He gave Trump the impression of a CEO who, far from being a Chinese spy, was a committed American patriot. Trump asked some basic questions. How did NVIDIA get so far ahead of Intel? How do you plan to turn Intel around? What do you need to do it? How much time do you need to do it? Tan told Trump he thought he needed 2 years. When the conversation turned to his China ties, Tan told Trump he had been shocked to learn that Cadence had illegally sold its chip design software to the Chinese military. He had been CEO when it happened, but said he had no knowledge, describing the sales as relatively small and made through his Asian office. He appealed to Trump as a fellow boss who would understand the challenge of keeping up with every little thing that happened in his own organization. Tan had convinced Trump that he was not a Chinese spy, but getting off the hook was not so straightforward. "I can cure your problem," Trump told Tan. "I'll solve your problem, but you have to give 10% of Intel to the country." It was a stunning moment as the President of the United States told the CEO of Intel that he wanted a stake in his company. Even for Trump, this was an aggressive move. And it did not take much for Tan to realize that both he and Intel would face serious problems if he rebuffed the president. "I could support that," Tan replied. In the days that followed, Intel's leaders and administration officials hammered out the specific terms. And 11 days after the meeting, the Trump administration announced an arrangement that shocked corporate America and horrified free market conservatives in equal measure. Under the deal, the U.S. government would receive a 10% ownership stake in Intel in exchange for approximately $8.9 billion in Accelerated Chips Act funding, grants that Intel had been promised but whose delivery had become genuinely uncertain under the Trump administration, despite the company having already met key milestones and invested billions in U.S. manufacturing. From Intel's perspective, the company had traded equity for certainty, converting a shaky promise into guaranteed capital. But the power dynamics were unmistakable. A sitting president had effectively forced a publicly traded company to hand over a large ownership stake as the price of receiving money it had arguably already earned. Recalling the episode months later, Trump would say, "I should have asked for more. It was so easy." The deal was stunning for another reason altogether. U.S. intelligence officials who were monitoring the situation experienced severe whiplash. Like Tom Cotton, many in the intelligence community had serious concerns about Tan serving in such a strategically sensitive role given his deep history with China. And in the space of less than a month they had witnessed the president demand the removal of Tan and then turn around and give him his full-throated endorsement, all without anything resembling a serious investigation or policy process. But the deal was done. And by the fall of Trump's first year back in office, big tech was doing very well indeed. Intel had lived to fight another day. After the government had acquired 10% of the company, others looked to invest in the new, Trump-backed Intel. A month after the deal, Nvidia said it would buy $5 billion of Intel stock, acquiring about a 4% stake in its competitor. Nvidia and Intel then announced they would join forces to develop and manufacture new custom chips. Jensen Huang, meanwhile, had trillions of reasons to be happy with the Trump presidency. In October, Nvidia would become the first company ever to reach a valuation of $5 trillion. President Trump had completely changed the game for AI, Huang declared. And nobody could doubt that he had. Chapter 24. On the morning of Tuesday, August 5, Donald Trump sat in the Oval Office behind a desk littered with stacks of papers. Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi, and Kash Patel were seated opposite. Other aides were spread around the room, including the ubiquitous Natalie Harp, laptop at the ready, near the door. They were gathered to discuss a suite of upcoming executive orders, many of which had originated with Miller's sweeping domestic policy projects. Suddenly, Miller swiveled, turning the discussion to something else on his mind, something that had happened in Washington early on Sunday morning. "One of our people got jumped by a bunch of thugs and kids," Miller told Trump. The details were that a 19-year-old Dodge employee, Edward Coreystein, had been badly beaten up in the early hours of the morning on August 3, near DuPont Circle. Police had described the incident as a thwarted carjacking involving Coreystein and his girlfriend. Miller told Trump that Coreystein was trying to protect her by pushing her into the car, leaving him to face the brunt of the assault. Miller had photos from the attack on his cell phone, shared with him by his wife, Katie, who at the time was working for Elon Musk's XAI. Coreystein was one of the hundreds of young techies Musk had recruited into Doge. The pictures showed the young man looking dazed, his shirt stripped off and his torso and white pants bloodied. Miller referred to him as Edward, but also mentioned the name by which Coreystein was best known on social media and in the administration, Big Balls. Trump instantly recognized it. Big Balls had become the most famous Doge figure after Musk, a nickname that belied the physical reality of this rail-thin tech staffer. Trump looked at Miller's photos. "Wow," he said. "He really got beat up." "Who beat him up?" "There's a lot of these young gang members going around threatening and assaulting random people on the street," Miller replied. "Wow," Trump repeated. "This city's out of control." The president quickly suggested Coreystein appear on television to talk about the assault. "We could get him on TV, right?" Someone mentioned Fox and Friends as a possible venue. Miller said he would need to check with Big Balls, and then he moved to pitch the president on something else. Miller had a draft of an executive order ready to go, written months earlier at Trump's direction, for what would amount to a takeover of Washington, dopo Cristo, using National Guard troops to protect federal assets. The deployment would establish dominance over the Capitol, a move Trump had been pushing for since his first term. Bondi chimed in that the streets of Washington were quite perilous. The president approved the idea on the spot. "Let's try to get it done quickly," Trump said, sending Miller off to finish the job. "We need to take care of this thing. It's too dangerous," he added, "especially for our people." As Trump entered office for his second term, he had made it clear to his aides that he wanted to see troops patrolling the streets of Democratic-led cities, which for years he had described as crime dens. In 1990, in a throwaway line during an interview with Playboy, Trump had highlighted strength as a premium characteristic in all settings when he praised the Chinese government for its bloody suppression a year earlier of the human rights protests in Tiananmen Square. President George H.W. Bush's administration had harshly condemned the violence, which, according to the Chinese government, had killed 241 people, and, according to human rights watchers, had killed over 2,000. But Trump had admired the use of force. He compared it favorably to the way Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev had handled uprisings in the same period. Russia is out of control and the leadership knows it. That's my problem with Gorbachev. Not a firm enough hand, Trump had opined to Playboy. When he was asked if he meant a firm hand, as in China, Trump replied, when the students poured into Tiananmen Square, the Chinese government almost blew it. Then they were vicious, they were horrible, but they put it down with strength. That shows you the power of strength. Our country is right now perceived as weak. When in 1993 the Washington, Dopo Cristo, mayor, Sharon Pratt Kelly, had asked President Clinton for permission to call up the National Guard to fight crime, Clinton declined. Most big city mayors thought such use of the National Guard was a staggeringly bad idea. One person, however, thought it was brilliant. I, for one, love it, Trump told a forum of business executives and elected officials at the time. Around 30 years later, and shortly before Trump announced his 2024 campaign, he said he wanted to use troops to crack down on crime across the country. In places where there is a true breakdown of the rule of law, such as the most dangerous neighborhoods in Chicago, the next president should use every power at his disposal to restore order and, if necessary, that includes sending in the National Guard or the troops, Trump said in August 2022. No one in Trump's circle was as forceful an advocate for troops in U.S. cities as Stephen Miller. During Trump's first term, Miller consistently and aggressively argued for their deployment, either to quash illegal migrant crossings at the southern border or during the nationwide unrest that followed the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis in 2020. From the start, Miller had an impulse for autocracy that matched Trump's, and he believed that everyone from judges to journalists to activists were incorrect when they challenged the president's authority. But in Term 1, Miller was still quite inexperienced and easily dismissed by Trump's military leaders. The conflict over troop deployments came to a head during the George Floyd protests. On Sunday, May 31, 2020, protesters lit a fire in the basement of the historic St. John's Episcopal Church on the other side of Lafayette Square from the White House. It was known as the Church of the Presidents. The fire was quickly extinguished, but it became a symbol of an out-of-control center of the federal government. The next day, Trump raged at his defense secretary, Mark Esper, and Attorney General William Barr when they opposed his demands for U.S. troops to quell the protests. Both watched as a red-faced Trump threw what Barr would later characterize as a tantrum about their inability to stop the demonstrations. "We look weak," Trump bellowed, Esper would recall later. "The country looks weak. You are losers," he said, flinging one of his favorite insults. "You are all fucking losers." Going at full throttle, Trump asked his hand-picked chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, why violence couldn't be used to stop the demonstrators. "Can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something," Trump said. Those in the room were aghast. Trump's desire to use the military never abated as protests continued throughout that summer, and he repeatedly pushed Barr to deal with the situation more aggressively. Trump was enamored of the idea of military deterrence and determined to break down resistance to using troops against protesters. He would return to office well prepared to make good on this threat. At the Center for Renewing America, led by Russ Vought, a staffer had sent an email in early 2023 laying out policy topics for the group to draft. One batch was described as Day 1 ideas. Included on that list was Insurrection, Stop Riots *, Day 1, Easy. It was a reference to the Insurrection Act, and carve-outs in the law that would let a president elide the prohibition against using troops for domestic law enforcement. From the start of the second Trump term, Stephen Miller was devising ways to put these ideas into action. Within weeks, he had come up with a proposal for an all-volunteer use of the National Guard to support ICE in all 50 states as part of the administration's efforts for the largest mass deportation ever. When the question inevitably came up about who would pay for it, Miller said the money would come from the Defense Department's coffers. Miller was also intent on reviving another idea from the first term, a federal takeover of Washington. Dopo Cristo. Some groundwork had already been done. Trump's advisors had drafted an executive order invoking the Insurrection Act during the 2020 protests. It would have gone into effect had the city's mayor, Muriel Bowser, not managed to contain the violence. Ultimately, the executive order remained on the shelf. In Term 2, Susie Wiles and other aides had been doing their best to work with Bowser instead of constantly escalating. Wiles had helped connect Bowser with Trump at Mar-a-Lago after the mayor sought a meeting during the transition. And so began a back-and-forth between the Democratic mayor and Donald Trump's chief of staff. But Stephen Miller was not interested in détente. He was biding his time for the right moment to strike. And the attack on Big Balls would provide him with the perfect justification for a long-held dream. The path toward the aggressive use of the military in U.S. cities was greatly helped along by the new and unusually pliant duo of the Attorney General and the Defense Secretary, or as Trump would soon rename him, the Secretary of War. Pam Bondi had served 8 years as Florida's Attorney General and knew her way around law enforcement, but she was seen as every bit as opportunistic as Trump himself. Hegseth, a former Fox News host and combat veteran whom many Republican senators privately regarded as unqualified to run the Pentagon, had no experience managing a large organization, let alone the world's most powerful military. What they shared was an almost unquestioning deference to the president's instincts, and neither was inclined to resist Stephen Miller. The opening battle in the conflict between the Trump administration and the nation's major cities would not come in Washington, Dopo Cristo, however, but in Los Angeles. Early on Friday, June 6, federal officials launched a series of raids to hunt for illegal immigrants in Los Angeles. Masked agents swarmed Home Depot parking lots, car washes, and a clothing company in the downtown Los Angeles fashion district, among other work sites. The effort would soon be taken over by Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino. Short in stature, Bovino was inspired to do his job by the 1982 Jack Nicholson crime thriller The Border. He had carefully honed an aggressive image, taunting his critics on social media and holding an assault rifle in an online profile picture. His swagger was on full display during the LA mission. "We're not going to hit one location, we're going to hit as many as we can," Bovino told the Associated Press. All over the Los Angeles region, we're going to turn and burn to that next target and the next and the next and the next, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop until there's not a problem here." Television personality Dr. Phil McGraw had embedded with one of the ICE units, underscoring the premium the administration put on the public spectacle of enforcement. Street protests began to form. They were confined to a small area of the city at first, but grew increasingly violent. ICE agents in riot gear clashed with some of the protesters. A police squad car was smashed by chunks of cement hurled from a bridge overhead. Stores were looted, and fires were set in dumpsters. The images played out on cable news channels, offering the nation a reminder in miniature of the riots of 2020. It was under the shadow of that memory that Trump announced the next day that he would call in the National Guard, without California Governor Gavin Newsom's agreement. Sending in the Guard without a governor's consent had been extremely rare in U.S. history. The most recent instances in the 20th century involved presidents protecting newly granted civil rights in the segregated South. Stephen Miller had agitated for going even further in using the Insurrection Act, which would allow the president to deploy troops for broad law enforcement purposes to crush civil unrest, but other officials pushed back. Still, few if any of Trump's aides disagreed with the idea of sending in the Guard. Most of Trump's current team thought his first-term government had waited too long and let the violence play out excessively in liberal cities around the country after the death of George Floyd. The evening before the Guard call-up, Susie Wiles messaged Newsom, with whom Trump had a peculiar hot and cold relationship, to say that federal agents needed help from the Los Angeles police. Newsom told Wiles that the risk of a dangerous confrontation was emerging, but he stressed he had the situation under control heading into the weekend. Their exchange did little to change the trajectory of events. It was just after 1 a.m. on Saturday, June 7, when Trump spoke with Newsom, just before giving the Guard the go-ahead. But Trump was not interested in talking about immigration enforcement. His first question was whether Newsom was running for president in 2028 and whether Kamala Harris would run as well. Trump wanted to pat himself on the back for the nickname Newscum. He boasted to the governor that he had done better than Harris in their 2024 debate. It was a sentiment that few, including his own campaign advisors, would agree with. Eventually, Newsom forced Trump to the point. "You're going to defund California?" he asked. Trump said he wasn't, but he liked the term. An initial 2,000 Guard troops arrived in Los Angeles the next day, a development that seemed destined to stoke greater conflict between soldiers who were not trained as anti-immigration or anti-crime forces and the rioters and protesters in the city. They would later be followed by an additional 2,000 Guard troops and 700 active-duty Marines. In Paramount, California, earlier that weekend, Bovino had directed a group of agents to arrest as many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders all the way to the top. Everybody fucking gets it if they touch you. California sued the Trump administration, and a judge would ultimately find that the deployments had violated the 1878 Posse Comitatus Act forbidding federal troops from being used for domestic law enforcement. The armed forces began to leave in July, with only a few hundred troops remaining in the city. In Illinois, advisors to Governor J.B. Pritzker watched what was happening in Los Angeles with alarm. Illinois officials were already spending 75% of their time battling with the Trump administration in court, and they had been preparing for Trump to try to send in the National Guard to their state once he was in office. They were certain they would be next. But it was Washington, Dopo Cristo, a federal enclave where presidents had more flexibility to call up the National Guard, that was Trump's next focus, with Stephen Miller leading the charge. The district's Home Rule Act allowed for only a 30-day federal takeover of the city's police without approval by Congress. Still, even a month-long deployment was a victory to Miller. He worked closely with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and they coordinated with the Army Secretary to install a new emergency police chief for Washington. Trump maintained that this whole experiment was necessary. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged-out maniacs, and homeless people, he declared, even though violent crime had been diminishing in the city for some time. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. Trump also said he wanted to use the opportunity to clear out homeless encampments that had increased around Washington since the pandemic, suggesting the deployment was as much about aesthetics as a criminal crackdown. Trump was likely hoping to channel Mayor Rudy Giuliani's sweeps in the late 1990s to remove the homeless from the streets of New York City. It was a period in New York that Trump often spoke of wistfully. To maximize attention on their efforts, Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth, and J.D. Vance decided to visit Dopo Cristo's Union Station, where the homeless population had soared and troops had been deployed. Vance, offering to buy lunch at Shake Shack for the guard troops, found himself shouted down by protesters in a city dominated by Democratic voters. Miller mocked them as elderly white hippies, while Vance called them crazy. Mocking their critics had been the goal, but it did little to impress Trump, who made clear to aides he was unhappy that Vance had put himself in a situation where he could be booed. Why would they do it over there, when there's all this shouting and protests? It's so stupid, Trump had vented to advisors before getting to his real point, which was that he should have been involved in any public showmanship around the Dopo Cristo deployment. The next day, Trump met up with cops on the beat in Anacostia, in the southeastern section of Washington, Dopo Cristo, to hand out pizza. Trump called the city out of control, despite data showing otherwise. He insisted Washington officials had fabricated crime data. But the optics were striking, which seemed more pertinent and useful to the White House. These theatrics were not incidental to the policy, they were the policy. But a formula was now emerging for clashes with cities run by Democrats. And after what had happened in Los Angeles, administration officials were thinking hard about what they would do if governors refused to call up the guard. While every U.S. president was also the commander-in-chief of the military, no president since Richard Nixon, defending himself during Watergate, had declared himself the chief law enforcement officer. Trump would be the only president in modern history to interpret the title to mean that he was the nation's top cop. Amid all the heavy-handedness of the administration's quasi-war effort around major cities, a sudden newsflash from a news organization in Minnesota shed light on tensions about calling up the troops in one very particular corner of the government. And it suggested things were not as clear-cut for at least one of Trump's hardliners who was now tasked with sending in the troops. On October 3, the Minnesota Star-Tribune published a startling story online. Stephen Miller's deputy at the Homeland Security Council, Anthony Salisbury, had been messaging over the Signal app while traveling in Minnesota. These messages, observed in a public place and in clear view of others, according to the newspaper, resulted in a set of images that the Star-Tribune had obtained and published. The Signal messages were between Salisbury and Patrick Weaver, a senior advisor to Pete Hegseth. Weaver was conveying Hegseth's concerns that the president had not provided him with sufficiently clear instructions on whether or not to deploy troops into Portland, Oregon, a city that Miller and Trump had been preoccupied with since the first term. Between you and I think Pete just wants the top cover from the boss if anything goes sideways with the troops there, Weaver messaged to Salisbury. They were discussing not a National Guard deployment, but active duty members of the 82nd Airborne. Weaver said that Hegseth favored the National Guard being sent instead. The conversation was another dangerously loose discussion for an administration obsessed with leaks, and particularly given Hegseth's own blunder at sharing highly sensitive military plans during the Signalgate scandal back in March. But it also indicated that Hegseth was eager to get a clear directive from the commander-in-chief. A few days earlier, in the last week of September, Hegseth had sent around 200 guard troops to Portland. Ahead of those orders, it had been primarily Miller directly pressing the secretary to deploy active duty troops. But Hegseth wanted more information and much more clarity to come directly from Trump. So on Saturday, September 27, the president posted his own somewhat confusing message on Truth Social. I am directing Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists, Trump blasted. I am also authorizing full force, if necessary. It still wasn't exactly clear what he meant, which specific troops, and to do what. Trump continued to describe Portland, a city dominated by white liberal voters who prided themselves on protest activity, as burning to the ground. There were indeed protests in Portland, and some at ICE facilities became violent, but they were nothing like the chaos in the summer of 2020, when the federal courthouse was besieged. A federal judge would later permanently block Trump from deploying National Guard troops there. By the time of the Portland deployment, Trump had repeatedly threatened to send National Guard troops into major Democratic cities. The administration made little pretense of allowing civilian forces to contain protests before activating the Guard, which undercut any claim that these were emergency responses. Democratic governors were emphatic, they did not want Trump calling up troops in their states. But troops were only one part of the equation. Throughout the summer and fall, the tactics of ICE agents and Border Patrol officers deployed to Los Angeles and Chicago grew so militarized that the line between law enforcement and armed occupation all but vanished. In Chicago, a sanctuary city that prohibited local officials from assisting federal immigration enforcement, Bovino resurfaced. Immigration officials deployed a chemical agent near a school. Bovino was completely unleashed during Operation Midway Blitz, which started on September 8 and targeted what the administration called criminal illegal aliens allowed into Illinois. In one raid that he led in the final hours of September, Border Patrol agents targeted what they claimed were hundreds of dangerous Venezuelan gang members in Chicago. The agents rappelled from a Black Hawk helicopter into a residential building the Tren de Aragua members had supposedly taken over. They went door to door, zip-tying residents as they moved through, including U.S. citizens and children. DHS claimed that 2 out of the 37 people arrested were Tren de Aragua members but never gave evidence. Nobody was charged with a crime, according to reports. The use of force against protesters escalated in tandem. An ICE agent struck a pastor in the face with a pepper ball at one demonstration. At another, Bovino threw tear gas into a crowd, with DHS later saying in a statement that he had been hit with a rock before doing so, a claim he would subsequently admit under oath was false. Questions about the mounting use of excessive force were routinely waved off by Bovino, ICE, and Homeland Security officials alike. Stephen Miller would declare that all ICE officers have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties, another sweeping statement of authority that exaggerated the protections ICE officers had. The administration had slashed ICE training from roughly 5 months to 6 or 8 weeks in its rush to expand the ranks, but rather than acknowledge the raids were spiraling, Homeland Security and the White House doubled down, releasing slickly produced propaganda videos portraying Chicago as a war zone. One video used footage from raids that had not even taken place in the city. Trump's relationship with Pritzker ran mostly on animosity. Pritzker had mocked Trump as a fake rich guy at the 2024 Democratic National Convention, and after winning the election, Trump had dismissed the governor on a phone call with an associate as "that fat shit in Illinois." Still, Trump was fixated on the far-fetched idea of getting Pritzker to call him up to invite the troops in himself, a call Pritzker had no intention of making. Prior to the Black Hawk raid, Pritzker and his advisors caught wind that Trump was about to ask his ally Governor Greg Abbott to send Texas National Guard troops into Illinois. Pritzker went public with the rumors, an attempt to blow up the element of surprise that Miller depended on and Trump relished. Shortly before Pritzker's press conference, Trump again announced he wanted the governor to call and request the troops. Then he said he would send them in regardless, without specifying a date. "No, I will not call the president asking him to send troops to Chicago," Pritzker fired back. He called it an unhinged request from an administration that had refused to collaborate. "I refuse to play a reality game show with Donald Trump again." Pritzker urged the protesters to stay disciplined. "We know, before anything has happened here, that the Trump plan is to use any excuse to deploy armed military personnel in Chicago," he said. "If someone flings a sandwich at an ICE agent, Trump will try and go on TV and declare an emergency in Chicago. I am imploring everyone, if and when that happens, do not take the bait." Despite his plans being exposed, Trump forged ahead. Within weeks, a small Texas deployment arrived in Chicago, prompting an immediate legal challenge. A federal judge halted the deployment until the Supreme Court could weigh in. The highest court would ultimately say that Trump couldn't use the statute he had relied on to call up the National Guard for conditions like those in Chicago. It was a dramatic pushback by the Supreme Court against Trump's efforts to expand his power, and it would soon lead Trump to roll back his Blue State Guard deployments. But Trump had already raised the stakes. 2 months earlier, in a rage over judges trying to check his power, the president responded with a threat of his own: he could simply invoke the Insurrection Act. "Everybody agrees you're allowed to use that, and then there is no more court cases, there is no more anything," he said. "We're trying to do it in a nicer manner, but we can always use the Insurrection Act." Miller had been urging Trump to do exactly that for months. And so Will Scharf, the staff secretary, composed another confidential memo for Susie Wiles, one that laid bare how seriously the White House was weighing what would amount to the most dramatic domestic use of presidential power in recent American history. The memo was dated October 29, 2025. The Insurrection Act serves as a break-the-glass exception to the traditional, general prohibition on the use of the military in the domestic setting, Scharf wrote, methodically tracing the history of its invocation. He noted that Lincoln had used the act to prosecute the Civil War, that Grant had invoked it to crush the first Ku Klux Klan, and that it had been deployed during labor strife in the late 1800s. And perhaps most notably in recent history, Scharf wrote, 3 presidents invoked the Insurrection Act to deal with the non-enforcement of federal civil rights law and court orders by state and local governments in the South. What Scharf's lawyerly summary left out was the magnitude of those moments. Between 1957 and 1968, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson had used the act 7 times to send federal troops to escort black students past segregationist governors into schools in Little Rock and at the University of Alabama, to put down the violent siege over integration at the University of Mississippi, to protect marchers on the road from Selma to Montgomery, and to quell devastating riots in Detroit and across the country after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. in the decades since. It had been invoked only thrice more, by Reagan during a federal prison riot in Atlanta, and by the first President Bush to stop looting in the Virgin Islands after Hurricane Hugo. Bush had invoked it again during the 1992 Los Angeles riots, when the acquittal of 4 police officers in the beating of Rodney King triggered 6 days of destruction that left 63 people dead, nearly 2,400 injured, and whole blocks of the city in flames. And as Scharf himself pointed out, even then it had come only after a request from the governor of California. What Miller was pushing had no precedent in any of it. Scharf's memo pointed out that the Insurrection Act gave the president enormous latitude. But it was not a green light. While most legal analysts agree that the Insurrection Act does provide the president with exceptionally broad powers and authority, essentially unreviewable by the other branches of government, Scharf cautioned that it would almost certainly be challenged in court the moment it was invoked, slowing the process and potentially obviating any advantage to be gained in terms of the flexibility that it would provide to the president. Privately, Scharf stressed to colleagues repeatedly that suspending habeas corpus for immigrants and invoking the Insurrection Act without genuine need were 2 steps the White House could not afford to take. But the gravitational pull of the idea remained strong for the men at its center. The fact that the troop campaign was Stephen Miller's consuming mission, amplified at every turn by Trump, was hardly a secret. "To me, a town, it looks better when you have military people," Trump would say. Even as public opinion was tilting away from him on his signature issue of immigration, Trump and Miller dug in deeper, operating on grievances and instincts cemented in the first term. And when, the day before Thanksgiving, 2 young Guard members were shot at close range in Washington just blocks from the White House, it became a near certainty that uniformed troops would patrol America's streets for some time to come. Chapter 25. Jane, respectfully, shut the fuck up, the White House Communications Director Stephen Chung posted on X, coming as it did from the most senior communications official in the entire Trump administration. Chung's volley carried the weight of an official government response to the New Yorker writer Jane Mayer, who had said that the shooting of 2 National Guard members was so tragic, so unnecessary, because the Guard had been deployed for political show. As shocking as Trump's immigration program was, no less shocking was its marketing. Previous administrations had generally adhered to time-honored standards dictating the correct form and language for government communications. And as norm-breaking as Trump himself was in his first term, his administration's official social media channels had been anodyne, consisting of standard press releases, photos, and scheduling updates. In term 2, everything changed. Late in the Epstein fiasco, as one Trump associate after another was tarred with a broad brush for appearing in the document dump, Chung would state that 2 prominent lawmakers who had pushed for the release of the Epstein files, Democrat Ro Khanna and Republican Thomas Massie, were some of the dumbest retards ever to be in Congress. No White House communications director had ever communicated like this. The tone, abusive, offensive, trolling, had been set from the top and set from the start. On February 14, 2025, the White House posted a Happy Valentine's Day message with a red heart emoji on its social media channels. Under that message was a pink card of President Trump's face beside his borders are, Tom Homan, with a new take on the traditional love poem, "Roses are red, violets are blue, come here illegally, and we'll deport you." 4 days later, the White House posted a video of migrants in shackles being marched onto planes. The only sounds heard in the video were the harsh metallic clatter of chains skittering across the tarmac, the snapping of handcuffs onto migrants, the clanging sounds of shackled feet shuffling upstairs to the aircraft, and the background roar of jet engines. The White House captioned the post, ASMR, Illegal Alien Deportation Flight. It was a reference to the popular ASMR, Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, videos of people making noises, whispering, scratching, crinkling noises to induce pleasurable tingling feelings. The clip provoked outrage for presenting the deportation of shackled immigrants as a relaxing experience for viewers. In late March, the White House used ChatGPT to turn a photograph of a Dominican woman, a convicted fentanyl dealer, into a popular meme format, converting the chained and weeping woman into an animation character with cartoon-like references to Japan's Studio Ghibli. And in April, the administration displayed mugshots of immigrants arrested by ICE as lawn signs on the White House grounds. The New York Times' television critic James Poniwazik observed that the second-term Trump administration understood that governing and power require potent images that end around analysis and go for the primal. He wrote that Kristi Noem's social media content deployed the tropes and techniques of various TV and social media genres in miniature, borrowing from terrorism dramas, crime dramas, the kinds of stories, like 24, that have in the past suggested that personal liberties and due process can get in the way of safety. The same was true across the administration. Some of the output from the communications office for the fight over immigration seemed cruel, even juvenile, but the way the Trump team saw it, they had cracked a strategy with a dual purpose, sending a message of harsh deterrence to illegal immigrants, and goading the left into defending the honor of criminals. After the Ghibli-style image provoked exactly the sort of reaction from liberals that the White House had wanted, the head of the digital team, Kalen Dorr, posted that it was disappointing that folks are more upset about this meme than they are about the fentanyl crisis. The arrests will continue, he added. The memes will continue. Overseeing the communications operation was the staffer who channeled Trump's ID more exactly than any other. Stephen Chung was an astonishing sight roaming through the West Wing, physically enormous, with a low brow, a shaved head, great slab-like hands, and an omnipresent sneer. His friends called him Panda. No less an authority than the actor Mel Gibson had taken note of the calm's chief's attributes. Approaching Chung at an Ultimate Fighting Championship event in 2023, the star of Mad Max and Lethal Weapon had told him, "God, you have a great look. You look like you could be a villain in a movie." Trump was often fixated on male beauty. His appraisal of a job seeker's handsomeness could be a prerequisite for the most highly visible administration posts, but he liked his enforcers to look like enforcers. It was the case with Roy Cohn, the reptilian lawyer and fixer whose sunken eyes and waxen skin were never a problem for Trump. Cohn, Trump once told the journalist Tim O'Brien, was brutal, but he was a very loyal guy. He brutalized for you. Similarly, he would say Chung was his Luca Brasi, a reference to Don Vito Corleone's ruthless hit man in the mafia classic The Godfather. He would privately describe Chung as like the more violent version of Kim Jong-un, and in conversations with aides Trump would say that Chung reminded him of Xi Jinping. No games. Chung's ethnicity was of great fascination to Trump. On a plane trip during the 2024 campaign, an episode that would become campaign lore, Trump had put the question directly to Chung. "Do you have any white in you? Are you pure-blood Chinese or do you have any white in you?" the candidate asked. "Nope, just full Chinese," Chung replied. Trump told Chung that most Chinese people aren't aggressive like you are. Chung laughed along with the other staff on the plane who overheard the exchange. Trump and Chung were both sports fanatics and enthralled by violence. Chung was obsessed with pro wrestling and attracted to its flamboyant personalities, wrestlers like Hulk Hogan, The Undertaker, Roddy Piper, and Dusty Rhodes. Like Trump, he was an early fan of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. In between his political jobs, Chung had run communications for the UFC. Like Trump, he was less interested in policy or ideology than in spectacle and dominance. For both, elections were a means to those ends. Throughout the 2024 campaign, Trump had encouraged Chung's aggression, which, in the primary season, had been channeled against his main rival, Ron DeSantis. Trump was delighted when Chung called DeSantis a cuck, and he roared with laughter over short clips on cable news of Chung mocking DeSantis over the height of his boots. "High heels," Chung crowed. When they transitioned from campaigning to governing, there was never a thought that Chung would flick the switch to propriety. Trump told him never change. The White House messaging style was pure Chung, and it was unadulterated Trump, deliberately inflammatory, obsessed with the use of force, mocking and dehumanizing Trump's enemies, all with an eye toward the visual effects. Trump's advisors also knew they now had far more leverage over the social media companies. In term 1, Twitter and Facebook were controlled by executives skeptical of the president, but entering the second term, the media team saw no risk of being deplatformed or shadow banned. X, Facebook, Apple, TikTok, and Google had all bent the knee. 3. Chung brought into the White House his friend Kalen Dorr to run the digital operation. Tall, bearded, and bespectacled, Dorr was an army brat whose family had moved around 20 or more times as he was growing up. Like Chung, he was an original from the Trump 2016 campaign and the first Trump administration. To build the digital team he wanted, he deliberately avoided hiring people with experience in government. Instead, he recruited right-wing culture warriors in their 20s who had made viral content for groups like Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA and for college sports teams. At 33, Dorr was the graybeard of the digital team. He instructed his videographers in the objectives. They wanted to force the left to defend the indefensible. Their content would be designed to provoke more than to persuade, and engineered for the maximum chance to go viral and fire up the Trump base. On those metrics, they did not disappoint. The ASMR video racked up 104 million views. The Valentine's Day card was viewed by 37 million people. The Japanese-style cartoon of the weeping shackled fentanyl dealer received 76 million views. And that was just on X. These posts racked up tens of millions more views on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. Dore was obsessed with music, with finding the perfect catchy tune to dramatize the clips. In all this, the White House coordinated closely with the Departments of Homeland Security, Justice, and Defense, and they turned the government into an in-house film studio, shooting and producing spectacles of Trump administration actions. Stephen Miller would push them to collect reams of footage of immigration raids and arrests from all over the country to share on social media. The White House would post highlight reels of ICE arrests and deportation videos set to Ice Ice Baby by Vanilla Ice and Closing Time by Semisonic. To intensify the provocation, the administration's digital creators set the raids to the backing tracks of liberal artists who protested the Trump administration's mass deportation agenda. The pop singer Sabrina Carpenter would describe the White House as evil and disgusting after one of her songs was used in a video of ICE agents chasing down immigrants. Another artist, Olivia Rodrigo, complained about her song All American Bitch being used as the soundtrack for a video encouraging illegal immigrants to self-deport. Previous governments would have been mortified at the first hint of denunciation by these pop stars, but the Trump administration courted such reactions, knowing that more conflict meant more online engagement. The White House lampooned the artists' complaints. When the country singer Zach Bryan appeared to criticize ICE, the Department of Homeland Security released a video of immigration raids set to the backing track of Bryan's hit song Revival. The over-the-top posting would become one of the most striking features of the Trump administration. It was also unceasing. When somebody on X mentioned that J.D. Vance could do the funniest thing ever by deporting a writer who had criticized his fashion choices, the vice president responded with a gif of the actor Jack Nicholson nodding and smiling. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth filled his X feed with macho videos of his workouts. Later in the year, when he was accused of war crimes in the boat bombing campaign, Hegseth made fun of his critics by posting an AI-generated image of a book cover of the popular children's character Franklin the Turtle. It was titled A Classic Franklin Story, Franklin Targets Narco-Terrorists. The cover showed the turtle in combat gear, firing a missile from a helicopter at drug traffickers in speedboats. FBI Director Kash Patel posted a highly produced video of himself dressed in camouflage and stomping about as rock music played and FBI agents blew open doors with explosives. Gregory Bovino, who would become famous for marching in a double-breasted olive overcoat with brass buttons that one senior White House official privately described as his SS coat, would release a video of National Guard troops and horse-mounted Border Patrol agents marching through a park in downtown Los Angeles to the song DNA by the rapper Kendrick Lamar. These were previously unimaginable uses of a White House communications department to taunt adversaries and mock everyone else. The administration made powerful use of left-wing protests against ICE, all the better when they spiraled into riots. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt dramatized such images in June, standing at the White House podium, flanked by a picture of a masked protester riding a motorcycle, waving a Viva Mexico flag, with a backdrop of fire and smoke. Let this be an unequivocal message to left-wing radicals in other parts of the country who are thinking of copycatting the violence in an effort to stop this administration's mass deportation efforts. You will not succeed, Leavitt admonished. The totally unfiltered content would even carry over to the Justice Department, and not only by the hand of Pam Bondi or Todd Blanche. The Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, would complain on X about online influencer retards. She solicited ideas for how to grow her social media following and lamented that it had stalled since she entered the federal government. From the president on down, it would be a government of, by, and for the posters. And, concerning to those who yearned for a return to some level of civility and basic decency, it did not take long for some high-profile Democrats to copy the tactics. Over the summer, a reporter had asked Gavin Newsom how he differentiated himself from Trump given that his own official press office had recently called Stephen Miller a cuck. Well, said Newsom, it's a response to Stephen Chung and the White House and his use of that word. I don't think they understand any other kind of language. Chung later told White House colleagues he was glad to have successfully dragged Newsom into the gutter because, in his mind, it would make Newsom unelectable in 2028. But to what end was all the trolling? Nobody could doubt that this White House had produced more viral content, more views, than any previous administration. And it was arguably having some of its intended deterrent effect on migrants. Many were leaving the country, self-deporting in Miller speak, and very few were trying to cross the southern border in the first place. But it was also proving a double-edged sword. As the first year wore on, pollsters consistently found that Trump's harsh deportation program was turning off many of the swing voters who had delivered him the 2024 election. These were voters who cared much less about internet posting than the cost of living, and Republicans would badly need their votes in the 2026 midterms. Chapter 26. Around 2:30 p.m. in Washington, on Wednesday, September 10, a group chat on Signal buzzed with some vague but unsettling news. Andy Sarabian, a close friend and advisor to both the vice president and the president's oldest son, shared a link about a shooting at a Turning Point USA event in Utah where Charlie Kirk was speaking. Charlie was their friend. The replies came in fast. "Hey Charlie, is this true? Charlie, are you okay?" The group included not only Kirk and Sarabian, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump Jr., but several senior White House and administration officials and other influential operatives. Kirk was normally a chatty participant. Now he was silent, and his friends felt a knot in their stomachs. Around 3,000 people had shown up to see Kirk at Utah Valley University. He had been holding events at universities for years. They were the staple of his brand as he built Turning Point from scratch into the most formidable youth organization on the American right. At colleges, he would sit under a tent in a central location and, in a format he called Prove Me Wrong, take questions from all comers in open debate. His questioners were often liberal students who disagreed passionately with Kirk's positions on civil rights, Islam, feminism, gun control, transgender rights, and abortion. He would spend weeks training for these debates and he always came well prepared. His team would edit the clips for TikTok and they would often go viral. In recent years, Kirk's friends and family had grown worried about his campus appearances. Their concerns intensified after 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump in 2024 and his left-wing campus protests spread against Israel's war in Gaza. Trump himself had warned Kirk that these radical left lunatics, as he called the protesters, were vicious, and Kirk had privately conceded to a friend that he was a sitting duck, with lax campus security. He traveled with security guards, but unless he spoke behind bulletproof glass like the president, a step he was unwilling to take, the reality was that he was defenseless against a skilled marksman at an open-air event. Within minutes of the gunshot, cell phone videos were popping up on X, students in the crowd were running and screaming. Someone shared in the Signal group a video filmed from a distance. Kirk had clearly been wounded, perhaps fatally. They could see his head snapping to the side and his body slumping from the chair. Sarabian immediately called Don Jr., who was traveling in Europe on a different time zone and might not be seeing the messages. It was Don Jr., during the 2016 campaign, who had first welcomed Kirk into the Trump family orbit. Don had become like an older brother. Before Sarabian could get a word in, Don Jr., accustomed to fielding calls about news stories, said, "All right, what hit piece are they doing on me now?" "Charlie's been shot," Sarabian said. "And it's not good." "Oh my God, are you kidding me right now?" Don reminded Sarabian this was the 3rd time in the last 18 months he had called him to say somebody close had been shot. Sarabian had been the friend who first reached Don about both attempts on his father's life. Don said he would call someone on Kirk's team straight away. Also on the Signal group was White House Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Budowich. Seeking more reliable information, he sent his assistant down to the Situation Room. He asked his team to hold off on telling the president anything until they knew more. Trump was in the Oval Office meeting with an Indian steel tycoon and Howard Lutnick. The staff in the Situation Room knew nothing. A frustrated Budowich began cold calling local Utah hospitals. He finally reached somebody who said Kirk was at Timpanogos Regional Hospital, in Orem, Utah. He was in the operating room, he had lost a lot of blood, and the doctors were doing everything they could. From there, Budowich joined J.D. Vance, and together they went to brief Susie Wiles in her office. But it was too late, by then, to manage the flow of information to the president. A colleague told Budowich that Trump's youngest son, Barron, had already called to tell his father that Kirk had been shot. The 19-year-old Barron was a big fan of Kirk's and he had phoned in a state of distress. He had been worried about an assassin taking another shot at his father. "This is what happens when you go out there," Barron said. "This is what happened. Trump tried to settle his son." "Calm down, honey, calm down," he said. But he was clearly unnerved himself. Budowich, Levitt, and Stephen Chung had joined the president in the Oval. They briefed Trump on what they knew, which was still very little. "Where was he shot?" Trump asked. One of them said it looked as though Kirk had been shot in the neck. "In the neck?" Trump said. "That's not good. That's not good." Budowich told Trump they were gathering more information, and he shared what little he knew from the hospital. "We have our people on it," Budowich said. "We'll give you updates when we know more." "Man, Charlie," Trump said. "He's such a good guy. He really helped me out in 2024. He got the youth vote." At around the same time, others in the Signal group heard some encouraging news, relayed by a person close to Utah Governor Spencer Cox. Kirk was in a stable condition, they were told, but in emergency surgery. The messages in the group stayed hopeful. "Charlie, we're praying for you, dude. Keep fighting." For around 20 minutes they allowed themselves to believe Kirk might survive. One member of the group chat would later describe this as a horrible window of false hope. The information was wrong. Kirk had died almost instantly. Don Jr. called Sarabian to tell him. Sarabian shared the awful news in the Signal group. "Guys, he didn't make it." Budowich received a call from one of Kirk's close aides, who asked if the vice president was with him. Everyone knew how much Charlie meant to JD. It was Kirk who had first encouraged Vance, despite his history as a never-Trumper, to run for the Senate in 2022 as a Republican. Kirk had been the first to convince Sarabian that Vance could be trusted, a relationship that ultimately led to the Trump family's support. Vance would tell others that Kirk was more responsible than anyone else for his rapid ascent to the vice presidency. Budowich rushed upstairs to Stephen Miller's West Wing office, where Vance had gathered with Miller and Marco Rubio. Kirk's aide, on speakerphone, confirmed his death. Budowich and Vance decided first to go downstairs and alert Susie Wiles before going in to tell the president. Trump was finishing up his meeting when Vance, Rubio, and Budowich arrived in the Oval Office. When they told him Kirk was dead, Trump leaned back in his chair and said, "Wow. Wow." It was quiet for a moment. "Then, whatever we need to do to help Charlie and his family, we need to do it. I want to give him a Medal of Freedom." Rubio told Trump they were looking into whether this was a lone shooter or part of something bigger. Vance said he was in touch with Kirk's people. Someone suggested Trump should film a video and address to the nation. Yeah, Trump said. "Just get it written up and set up for me." Nobody knew anything about the gunman at that stage, but Trump was already describing the assassination as a group effort, using the pronoun they. "We need to be looking at these people," he told his aides. "They're killing our people. They tried to kill me." Trump would later tell an aide that Kirk got shot because of me. The aide understood him to be saying that they, whoever they were, had killed Kirk because they could not get to Trump. The president asked to see video of the shooting, and when Natalie Hart produced it on her laptop, he quickly looked away. "It's horrible," he said. "Poor Charlie." Budowich and others in the White House who had served on Trump's 2024 campaign initially suspected Iran was behind the murder. During the campaign, they had been briefed on Iranian plots to kill Trump. His aides had been told that if Iran's assassins couldn't get to Trump, their next best option could be the soft targets around him, his children and close allies. These briefings had spread intense fear and paranoia on the campaign, paranoia that carried over into the government. It occurred to Budowich that Kirk was a very visible, very soft target. In Trump's address to the nation from the Oval Office that afternoon, he blamed the rise of political violence exclusively on the left and hinted of a coming crackdown. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals, he said. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today. And it must stop right now. At 6:21 p.m., there was a moment of relief when FBI Director Kash Patel, en route to New York, announced on X that officials had the suspected assassin in custody. An hour and a half later, he had to send out an embarrassing correction: the suspect had been released after interrogation. It was the wrong man. Pam Bondi, who had clashed repeatedly with Patel and held a low opinion of him, sent word to the White House: Kash must be fired. In the age of smartphones and fragmented media, it was rare for Americans to experience an event together. Kirk's death was an exception. His murder would be the biggest news story of the year, online data would show later. Many on both the left and right grieved, even those who had disagreed with Kirk's views. But many others had ghoulish reactions. Some on the left celebrated his murder, sharing their joy on social media. And some on the right spread wild rumors and theories about the Jews being somehow involved. The chilling clips of Kirk's shooting were suddenly everywhere. Such gruesome violence would never have made it to air in the era of broadcast news and heavily regulated public airwaves. Now any American with access to TikTok or X could watch what they wanted. Thanks to social media algorithms, tens of millions more were exposed to the assassination involuntarily. Consumed by grief, the White House, and nearly the entire cabinet, stopped functioning for a time. nearly all the senior staff had a personal connection with Kirk. After the 2024 election, he had moved his family from Scottsdale, Arizona, to Palm Beach, Florida, to help the Trump team staff up the government. Inside the transition headquarters, Kirk had grilled job seekers on their MAGA bona fides and on their loyalty, which included asking some about their views of January 6. A visitor to the West Wing that day described it as like a zombie movie. People were moving around as if in a trance. It was just like this wet blanket of doom. People were crying all over the West Wing. Will Scharf, the staff secretary, stood grimly near the West Wing entrance, looking on as the flag that the president had installed on the north lawn was lowered. Wells gave a speech to her traumatized staff. Around 30 people crowded into her office, the only senior official in the West Wing who would give that type of group speech that day. Standing near the fireplace, she told people to take care, to hug their families, but keep using their voices. Everybody needs to be careful, she said. There wasn't the luxury of security for everyone, and many of the most high-profile staff remained unprotected. But we shouldn't be afraid, because that's what they want us to be, she said. Few took it harder than Vance. He quickly decided he would go to Utah to offer the vice presidential plane, Air Force Two, to Kirk's widow, Erica, to return his body to Arizona. Vance, his wife, Usha, and 3 of Kirk's closest friends, Taylor Buttigieg and the GOP strategists Arthur Schwartz and Cliff Sims, flew west on September 11 to collect the casket. During the flight, the group's conversation veered from grief, to memories, to more practical conversations about the impact of Kirk's death on the conservative movement. The question was not abstract. Beyond Trump himself, arguably no one was more significant than Kirk for gluing together the modern right. He was a tough operator, a MAGA enforcer with a huge following. The Trump team relied on Kirk to defend the president online, to crush anyone in his way. Kirk was a key agent in purging Congress of any remnants of the traditional Republican Party still skeptical of Trump. He was a trusted advisor to both the president and vice president, the most prolific political fundraiser of his generation and, many believed, a future president himself. And yet, despite all this, Kirk had managed to stay friendly with nearly all factions that made up Trump's ideologically diverse coalition. This was no small feat. Those who truly understood the MAGA movement grasped the reality that Trump's coalition was bound together less by shared values or policy views than by shared enemies and collective devotion to a president of mythic status. The 2024 Republican presidential primaries had resolved none of the burning disputes between the party's various factions. The only thing anybody seemed able to agree on, besides immigration restriction, was that they were for Trump. People who hated each other and held diametrically opposing views on matters as fundamental as America's role in world affairs, people like Tucker Carlson and Senator Lindsey Graham, all laid claim to MAGA. Through the sheer force of his personality, Trump papered over these disagreements, stripping the Republican Party platform in 2024 down to a series of platitudes. He would make America great again, bring peace to the world, bring about a new golden age where everything was affordable and life would be magnificent. It was a party united by the red hat and common hatreds of Democrats and the mainstream media. But the sharper minds in Trump's inner circle recognized that when their charismatic leader left the stage, and that moment was coming fast, there was a serious risk that MAGA could descend into anarchy and fratricide. There had been early signs: MAGA infighting over H-1B visas, the Jeffrey Epstein scandal, the wisdom of bombing Iran, and the debate over America's Israel policy, which was already veering into deranged anti-Semitic conspiracy theories promoted by figures such as the podcaster Candace Owens. The response to Kirk's death revealed a widening schism. Instead of the right unifying in its grief, parts of the coalition began warring with each other as some on the far right insisted Israel was behind the killing. Kirk had been determined to elect J.D. Vance president in 2028, but now it would be up to Vance to hold together this fractious coalition without his indispensable friend. On the Air Force Two flight back to Washington, after leaving the Kirk family behind in Arizona, Vance received updates from Kash Patel on the investigation. Later that night, Patel told Vance he was confident they had their suspect. Tyler Robinson was a 22-year-old gamer from Utah. He had grown up in a conservative Mormon family, but his mother reported he had recently shifted toward left-leaning political views, especially concerning gay and transgender rights. Robinson was in a romantic relationship with his roommate, who was transitioning from male to female. He had allegedly explained his motive in text messages, writing that he'd had enough of hatred and that some hate can't be negotiated out. His bullet casings were etched with an overlapping mix of anti-fascist slogans, video game references, and internet memes. There was no evidence that Robinson was connected to any network or organization, and certainly not to Iran, but the anti-fascist slogans were enough for Trump to connect the suspect to Antifa, a decentralized, leaderless movement of activists who opposed far-right ideologies, white supremacy, and what they characterized as fascist or authoritarian governments. As he was wont to do, Trump had been putting out contradictory messages. In one breath, he said he would like to see people respond with nonviolence. In another, the day after the murder, he told reporters, "We just have to beat the hell out of radical left lunatics." For Vance, the news of Robinson's arrest did little to ease his racing mind. Over the next few nights, the vice president stayed up late watching videos of the shooting on his phone, finding clips from different angles and studying the footage for clues to a broader conspiracy. His instincts told him there was a larger plot behind the murder. He went down countless online rabbit holes, becoming so consumed by the videos and the theories that his wife, Usha, told him she was worried about him. Stephen Miller was a friend of Kirk's, too, but more than anyone on the president's staff, he saw in the tragedy an opportunity to expand power and advance his agenda. 4 months before the assassination, activists in the North Arlington community where Miller and his family resided had been protesting Miller himself and his immigration crackdown with growing intensity. They had stuck posters on utility poles and at parks, displaying Miller's photo and the address of the home where he lived with his wife and 3 small children. Other posters around the neighborhood called Miller a Nazi. A group that called itself Arlington Neighbors United for Humanity, its acronym, ENOUGH, pronounced enough, declared to the Millers on social media, "Your efforts to dismantle our democracy and destroy our social safety net will not be tolerated here." While the behavior felt menacing to the Millers and alarmed them, it was not clear that it rose to the level of a crime. Nevertheless, they instigated investigations, which went up to the FBI. Miller had earlier demanded a 24/7 security detail, as well as sought, through official channels, protection outside his home from Governor Glenn Youngkin's office. He would soon put his home on the market and instead seek housing on a military base. Miller's wife, Katie, would say on Fox News that the day after Kirk was murdered, a woman had confronted her outside her home, telling her, "I'm watching you." According to court documents and Secret Service footage, the woman, one of those who had organized the anti-Miller protests, had been near the Millers' home, motioned to her own eyes, and pointed at Katie. On Fox News, Katie discussed chalk messages that the protesters had scrawled on the sidewalk outside her home, saying, "Stephen Miller is destroying democracy." Katie described the collective protest activity as terroristic threats. "If we don't step up and start putting people in cuffs for these actions, what comes next?" she said. Officials would obtain messages from the activists' group chat, in which the woman pledged to make Stephen Miller's life hell. Soon there was an FBI search warrant for the woman's phone. Stephen Miller had long been thinking about strategies to dismantle the institutional left, especially the network of nonprofits that funded demonstrations around the country. He portrayed nearly all liberal protest activity as the work of paid agitators. He had a particular enmity for the efforts to thwart ICE agents, including in some cases doxing them. Miller fiercely defended the growing practice of federal immigration agents wearing masks, unusual in U.S. law enforcement because it helped to shield officers from public accountability. Kirk had shared Miller's view. He would often tell associates he wanted to see racketeering laws used against left-wing groups like Black Lives Matter. He wanted to see investigations of major Democratic donors like the LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman and enemy of Vance's major donor Peter Thiel. Kirk wanted to see a money laundering investigation into ActBlue, the online platform for Democratic Party fundraising. The last message that Charlie sent me was, I think it was just the day before we lost him, which is that we need to have an organized strategy to go after the left-wing organizations that are promoting violence in this country, Miller said in an appearance on Kirk's podcast 5 days after his death. I will write those words onto my heart and I will carry them out. No evidence had emerged that Tyler Robinson was working on behalf of any organization, left-wing or otherwise, but Miller had already been conditioning the public for a broader crackdown. 2 weeks before the murder, on August 26, he had declared in an interview with Fox's Sean Hannity that the Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extremist organization. Now he could utilize this rhetoric to widen the investigative focus from a single disturbed gunman to a left-wing omni-threat comprising a vast network of progressive nonprofit groups and organizations affiliated with Trump's political opposition. The conspiracy Miller described was so vast that it evoked the anti-communist Red Scare of the mid-20th century. He was not basing his crackdown entirely on a hallucination. Data showed there had been a recent uptick in left-wing violence, including an 11-fold increase in physical violence against ICE officers in 2025 compared with 2024, according to the Department of Homeland Security. But to argue, as Miller did, that terrorism and political violence were exclusively left-wing problems was to ignore not only recent data but decades of studies. After Kirk's death, the Trump administration removed from the Justice Department's website one representative study. The DOJ's National Institute of Justice had published a paper showing that since 1990, far-right domestic terrorists had committed more ideologically motivated murders than the far left, more than 520 compared with 78. We are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination, to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks, Miller said on the podcast. The organized doxing campaigns, the organized riots, the organized street violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification, posting people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger and incite violence. And the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence. It is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen and we will do it in Charlie's name. Trump privately told Vance and Miller to go wild in their efforts to crack down on left-wing terrorism. Vance declared they would go after the NGO network that foments, facilitates, and engages in violence, but said they would not be targeting constitutionally protected speech. And yet, when he hosted Kirk's radio show on the Monday after the assassination, Vance suggested the administration would be looking at the Ford Foundation as well as the Open Society Foundations, the nonprofit run by the Democratic donor George Soros. Vance said those two organizations received generous tax treatment and had helped to support the left-wing magazine The Nation, which he claimed had twisted Kirk's words to smear him after his death. Vance encouraged listeners to call out those celebrating Kirk's murder. Hell, call their employer, he said. In the days and weeks that followed, the Trump administration took this advice to heart. The State Department announced it would review the legal status of immigrants praising, rationalizing, or making light of the Kirk assassination. The Defense Department began investigating members of the military who had made inappropriate comments, ultimately expanding to nearly 300 investigations covering service members, civilian staff, and contractors. More than a dozen service members were suspended or relieved of duty in the next 2 weeks. After the late-night host Jimmy Kimmel inaccurately implied that the assassin was a MAGA adherent, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr joined a right-wing podcast to warn, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way." Hours later, ABC suspended Jimmy Kimmel Live. Two major ABC affiliates, Nexstar and Sinclair, also suspended Kimmel's show. Nexstar's case was especially notable given that at the time of the suspension, it was seeking FCC approval for a $6.2 billion acquisition of the media company Tegna. Kimmel would return quickly to air, but the message was clear. The Trump team was now threatening to deploy the powers of the federal government to crack down on what Attorney General Pam Bondi described as hate speech, a concept more often invoked by the left and that some conservatives pointed out was at odds with the First Amendment. "It's not free speech when you come out and you say, 'It's okay what happened to Charlie,'" Bondi warned. In another shot across the bows on September 16, she said, "And employers, you have an obligation to get rid of people. You need to look at people who are saying horrible things. And they shouldn't be working with you." Next came the presidential orders. On September 25, Trump signed National Security Presidential Memorandum/NSPM 7, countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. This directed the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to designate domestic terrorism a national priority area and coordinate with the National Joint Terrorism Task Force to disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence and intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity or obstruct the rule of law. The National Joint Terrorism Task Force had been established in June 2002 to coordinate the growing network of agents and investigators that had spread across the country after Al-Qaeda's September 11 attacks. Under George W. Bush, the war on terror focused on foreign extremists. But a few weeks before winning re-election in 2024, Trump had told Fox News he believed the country faced a more pernicious threat. "We have the outside enemy, and then we have the enemy from within," he said, referring to Democrats he accused of undermining him. "The enemy from within, in my opinion, is more dangerous than China, Russia, and all these countries." Trump's new memorandum homed in on the very same tactics that Miller's family had encountered in North Arlington. NSPM 7 was also highly selective about the groups and ideologies investigators should focus on. There was no mention of any right-wing ideology, no mention of white supremacist violence, or the attempt by pro-Trump groups such as the Proud Boys to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after the 2020 election. No mention of the 2022 attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband, the threats to mosques and synagogues, or the 2025 assassination of Melissa Hortman, the leader of Minnesota's House Democratic Caucus, who was killed alongside her husband. NSPM 7 focused exclusively on the left. On the same day, the Department of Justice instructed U.S. attorneys' offices to investigate George Soros's group. Orders were given to the Treasury and the Internal Revenue Service to target the funding streams of left-wing terrorist groups. In an interview on The Charlie Kirk Show on October 14, Scott Bessent compared Kirk's murder to the national tragedy of 9/11 and said he was following a money trail, though to where, exactly, it was not yet clear. NSPM 7 designated Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller is the person the National Joint Terrorism Task Force would provide regular updates to. And the Attorney General would make recommendations about which groups should be designated as a domestic terrorist organization. 8 months into Trump's second term, Miller had become one of the most powerful White House officials in modern history. "We will do it in Charlie's name," he had promised. Now he had the tools and the permission structure to try. Chapter 27. Time was running out on James Comey, and the president knew it. By late September, Trump was lashing out at his advisors over the slow progress of his retribution campaign. The statute of limitations for the only crime they thought they could pin on Comey, the FBI director Trump had fired months into his first term, was about to expire. If the Justice Department didn't move fast, Comey would walk away. Making matters worse, Letitia James had also still not been indicted. Trump had been complaining about Pam Bondi for months. For those in his closest circle, this rant about the Attorney General was becoming a recurring theme. "She doesn't know what she's doing," he railed. "Nobody trusts her." This was in stark contrast to what he said publicly, that Bondi was fabulous and that he had total faith in her talents. "I don't know why I picked her," he told an advisor in one of his typical venting sessions about Bondi. "She comes to all these events to play around but doesn't want to do the job." The job, in Trump's mind, was to bring cases against his targets. He was especially focused on those responsible for the years ago investigation into whether his 2016 campaign had conspired with the Russians. He also wanted prosecutions of nearly anyone who had investigated him after leaving office. Instead, he complained, Bondi and the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, were letting everyone off scot-free. Kash Patel was also in the crosshairs. For years, MAGA loyalists had been promised that once Trump returned to power, Democrats would be frog-marched out of their homes and offices in handcuffs. Patel himself had stoked those expectations in his book Government Gangsters, naming Trump's enemies and laying out the case for going after them. But 6 months into the administration, not one of those targets had been charged. The online right, which had lionized Patel during his bruising confirmation fight, was turning on him, and so was the president. Trump had taken to calling him flashy cash to other advisors, mocking Patel's conspicuous use of Justice Department jets and demanding to know why the FBI director hadn't delivered on the promises of payback. There were senior FBI officials Trump wanted fired, too, and he insisted Patel had moved too slowly. In mid-August, Trump abruptly brought on Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey as a co-deputy director of the FBI, alongside Bongino. Bailey was a Stephen Miller ally who had vied for Bondi's job during the transition, but Trump had been bored by him during their meeting. The co-deputy director role was created specifically to bring aboard Bailey, who Trump advisors privately predicted would eventually take over from Patel. Patel, conscious of the dark clouds, told associates he was aware of Trump's disappointment. But what Trump either did not grasp or did not care about was that whatever Patel's shortcomings, the FBI director could not simply indict people. That power belonged to prosecutors, the same ones Trump was simultaneously berating for doing nothing. Trump had stopped focusing on Comey as a target until May, when Comey posted on social media a shot of shells on a beach forming the numbers 8647. Trump officials interpreted the slang for getting rid of something or someone as a threat against the 47th president. The former FBI director took the post down and said he didn't condone violence, but the Secret Service investigated him anyway. Comey was now firmly back on Trump's radar. Prosecutors would probe whether Comey perjured himself during a 2020 Senate hearing when he answered questions about the Russia investigation. The statute of limitations on that incident was set to expire on September 30, 2025, and Trump had been pressuring Bondi and Blanche for weeks to act. The prosecutor who would need to bring the indictment was Eric Siebert, the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia and one of Trump's appointees. For a time, Trump advisors liked Siebert. A police officer before he was a prosecutor, Siebert had generally done what the DOJ asked of him, embracing the administration's crackdowns on violent illegal immigrants and exploring whether there were ways to indict Comey. But Siebert had also been warning Blanche's office for weeks that there wasn't enough evidence to bring the Comey case to trial. At the same time, Bill Pulte had been in Trump's ear, telling him that Siebert was weak and should be held in suspicion because Democratic senators had supported his appointment. As September 30 drew closer, word spread around the White House that charges against Comey were imminent. But instead, Siebert's team produced a memo for top brass at the Justice Department, laying out why a case would be nearly impossible to win. Their 2-month investigation into whether Comey had lied before Congress in 2020 was a dead end. With no Comey indictment coming, Siebert knew his job would not last much longer. Facing the inevitable, he resigned. With a volt of anger, Trump tried sending Pam Bondi an intemperate direct message over Truth Social on September 20th. But somehow his message was posted publicly. It was a rambling screed about the lack of prosecutions against Comey, Letitia James, and Senator Adam Schiff, and it was addressed to Pam with the warning, "We can't delay any longer." In an odd Trumpian detour buried in this missive, the president also praised his West Wing aide and former personal attorney, Lindsay Halligan, telling Bondi, "She likes you a lot." When panicked advisors alerted Trump that his post was public, the president backtracked, privately professed regret, and then posted a follow-on message, this time praising Bondi. But everyone had seen Trump's plea for action, which bordered on orders. A president publicly directing an attorney general to press charges against named individuals was the latest, and most blatant, violation of the post-Watergate boundaries between the White House and the DOJ. Like Bondi, Todd Blanche was caught between his own legal judgment and the demands of a volatile president. Blanche had represented Paul Manafort in the offshoot of the Russia investigation, and thought Comey's behavior surrounding the conspiracy probe into Trump had been disgraceful. He also loathed Letitia James. But, among other things, Blanche doubted Bill Pulte had the goods against James, who had said she made an honest mistake on her forms. Blanche warned West Wing officials that such cases required evidence of underlying intent. He also argued directly with Trump about it, saying he would be delighted to bring charges against James, and that no one wanted to do it more than he did, but the mortgage documents case was flimsy. Blanche's resistance further wound up the ambitious Pulte and Pulte's allies inside and outside the administration. By September, Trump told associates that Pulte had insisted to him that Blanche wouldn't pursue the James case because Blanche had made erroneous statements on his own mortgage documents. An aggravated Blanche told colleagues that the claims were not true, and he reminded White House officials that he had gone through a Senate confirmation process where his financial information was scrutinized. Trump remained irate over the lack of progress against James. He told one advisor that Blanche needed to grasp that he didn't really care whether she was ultimately convicted. The president's true goal was to drag into court the New York Attorney General who had won a nearly $500 million civil fraud judgment against him. "I want to make her life miserable," Trump told the advisor. When asked about the remark, Trump did not deny it so much as hedge. "I don't think so," he said. Then he added, "But I would have said it." He went on to call James a dirty cop and a very corrupt person. Highly political. Not smart. Soon after his errant Truth Social post, Trump announced he would nominate Lindsay Halligan to replace Siebert as the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. Up until then, Halligan had been working as the senior associate staff secretary to Will Scharf in the West Wing. Boris Epstein, Trump's personal counsel, advocated for Halligan to replace Siebert, and Trump, who had often remarked on her beauty, liked the idea. She was almost certain to do as Trump asked. But Halligan's legal experience was in insurance law, not criminal law, and her targets, a former FBI director and the current Attorney General of New York, were going to be seriously lawyered up. There was also a significant question about whether her appointment was even legal. Presidents were permitted only one acting U.S. attorney appointment per district, and Trump had already used his. Todd Blanche confided to colleagues that he was concerned about appointing someone a judge might regard as an illegitimate appointee to bring these high-profile cases. After the sugar high of indicted headlines wore off, he explained, they would be left with cases that were almost certainly going to be dismissed, and they would spend the next 6 months getting skullfucked by judges. Blanche's colorful shorthand for long and detailed judicial objections. But Trump was losing patience. On the morning of September 24, when the president arrived in the Oval Office, he declared to an aide that he thought he needed to fire both Bondi and Blanche. "They don't do anything," he said angrily, pointing out yet again that prosecutors from the other side had never seemed to have any trouble going after him. MAGA influencers had spent the summer targeting Bondi and Blanche as insufficiently loyal, with particular vitriol after the Epstein files debacle. Soon, there were complaints from corners of Trump's base that more wasn't being done by the government to help people arrested in connection with the January 6 Capitol riot. The blanket pardons weren't seen as enough. In mid-September, Trump advisors asked online influencers to boost Bondi and Blanche on social media, creating a parade of digital positivity that could, if needed, be printed out and shown to Trump. Even Laura Loomer, who had been one of Bondi's chief antagonists, had recently forged a peace with her over a lunch in the West Wing. Susie Wiles told associates she was mindful of how much tumult could be tolerated. If the president fired both his attorney general and deputy attorney general right now, it could trigger an all-consuming crisis for the White House. This was especially the case after Trump's post telling Pam Bondi whom to indict and to hurry up. Wiles summoned Blanche and Bondi to a meeting to discuss the path forward. The president had made his desires clear, she reminded them. And he had a running list of people he wanted charged, a list his advisors had been keeping track of. In addition to those already named on Truth Social, it included Judge Juan Merchan and his daughter, Judge Arthur Engeron, and the group at Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, CREW. Mostly absent was Alvin Bragg, the prosecutor who had actually secured a criminal conviction against Trump, but who Trump advisors felt certain had been strong-armed into bringing the case by President Biden's allies. Absent entirely was Michael Cohen, whose congressional testimony helped trigger the Letitia James case and who had served as Bragg's star witness. A possible reason for that absence would surface about 4 months after Trump's Truth Social post chastising Bondi for lagging on prosecuting his enemies. Cohen would declare publicly that he had felt pressured and coerced by Letitia James and Bragg over what testimony he should provide at the trials. 3 on the afternoon of September 25, James Comey was finally indicted. It was an unusual process, and there was confusion about what had actually happened and what evidence had been presented. Eventually, charges on 2 of 3 counts were brought against Comey, one for false statements to Congress, the other for obstructing a congressional investigation. Trump was in the Oval Office when the indictment was announced. Kash Patel called the president to celebrate the news. Trump seemed both elated and fatigued, with weeks of travel and the shock of Charlie Kirk's murder catching up. Lindsay Halligan also called Trump about her victory, but she had some complaints, too. "I'm so tired," she said, her voice coming over speakerphone. The speakerphone was a regular and decades-long habit for Trump, and disconcerting for callers who only realized later that they had been on an open line with no idea who else was in the room. "I've been doing this all myself," Halligan went on, adding that she had received no help from senior Justice Department officials. FBI officials supported her claim, while others at DOJ denied it and said that senior lawyers in Blanche's office had helped her to prepare. Halligan's complaint matched Trump's own suspicions. Regardless, the White House now believed it was well on the way to a series of prosecutions. Officials could tick off a list of who they expected to be indicted in the coming weeks: Letitia James, John Bolton, and former CIA Director John Brennan, plus the conspiracy case that Tulsi Gabbard had referred to the Justice Department. And grand juries in Florida would begin considering evidence against a slew of Obama-era officials in connection with the Russia investigation. James would be indicted on October 9. This time, Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche learned about it from news reports. And Trump's advisors were not prepared. Trump was alerted by Wiles, who told others she had learned of the indictment on TV. Trump officials assured their MAGA allies that even more charges would soon be brought against James. John Bolton's indictment came a week later from a different prosecutor's office. This followed an investigation that had been underway during the Biden era and, on its face, was more substantive. It related to classified material prosecutors said Bolton had illegally shared with his wife and daughter while he was Trump's national security advisor in the first term while preparing to write a damning tell-all about Trump. But Blanche had been right about what would come next. The gratification for Trump was instant but fleeting. Contested by defense lawyers, the James and Comey indictments were dismissed days before Thanksgiving. A judge said Halligan had misrepresented the law to the grand jury in the Comey case, and that Halligan's invalid appointment rendered both indictments moot. Trump waved away the collapse. "He got out on a technicality," he said of Comey. "They didn't appoint Lindsay Halligan properly, in the court's view, but I think she was appointed perfectly." The case, he noted, was on appeal. It was exactly what Blanche had predicted, not a technicality but a foreseeable crash. The judge added that the Justice Department could revive the charges against both Letitia James and James Comey if it used a legitimately appointed prosecutor. The statute of limitations in the Comey case would make that difficult. Prosecutors tried at least 2 additional times to indict James in the following weeks, but grand juries rejected both attempts. And so the year would come to a close with Trump's revenge agenda failing to come to full flower. Chapter 28. Donald Trump, in sharp contrast to his predecessor, liked to produce a great spectacle of transparency. He invited the media in to watch his cabinet meetings, he posted screenshots on social media of groveling private text messages from European leaders, and he said things on a daily basis that no other president would say, giving Americans the impression they were receiving an unfiltered stream of consciousness from their leader. But as poor as his impulse control could sometimes be, Trump kept many secrets. Most of his government, including most of the White House staff, often had no idea whatsoever about what was being hashed out inside Trump's tight inner circle. In the late spring of 2025, a tiny group of Trump's most trusted advisors had begun planning a secret military campaign that, in the most generous reading, would test the extreme edges of legality. Many lawyers, including those who specialized in armed conflict, would later use much blunter language to describe what they were seeing, phrases like extrajudicial killing and murder. Stephen Miller was, as ever, at the center of it all. Mistrustful of the deep state and of many of his own colleagues, Miller was a master of concealment. He avoided putting his requests in writing, favoring phone calls and quiet talks. When he needed to discuss sensitive matters, he preferred one-on-one conversations to limit leaks. He built his own systems of secrecy, which allowed him to make plans away from the prying eyes of much of the rest of the administration, including, in some cases, out of sight of the White House office that tracked the flow of paper to the president. As Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Miller had his hands on all domestic matters. But he also wore a second hat, Homeland Security Advisor, a role that only enlarged his immense influence. Miller ran a staff of around 30 at the Homeland Security Council, a post-9/11 creation that coordinated Homeland Security activities across federal agencies. Control over the HSC gave Miller a say in national security and foreign policy, especially in the Western Hemisphere. Miller would now be included in the president's top-secret intelligence briefings and in meetings with foreign leaders. He had fought hard for his seat at the table, to be in the room for calls with heads of state even when the subject matter seemed unrelated to his responsibilities. Miller's obsessive and highly public focus on immigration had led some to overlook that he had also developed strong views on U.S. foreign policy. For years, Miller had told associates that he thought the State Department, Defense, and CIA had their priorities upside down. He told them he thought it was crazy that the most sought-after roles at these agencies were those focused on Europe, Russia, and the Middle East, distant countries that, in his view, were far less relevant to U.S. security. Instead, Miller thought America's foreign policy should focus on the Americas. What could be more America first than that? He wanted to know, and he asked the question repeatedly and with great intensity, why couldn't they bring home America's troops from far-flung places and deploy them to the southern border and in American cities to guard against suspected Marxist subversives and third-world criminals? What's a better use of our Navy? Miller would say to colleagues rhetorically. Sitting around in the Middle East or right here protecting our shores? Miller's bitter memories of Term 1 rivaled Trump's. Back then, both Miller and Trump had wanted to use the U.S. military closer to home, but they had been stymied by senior officials at the Defense Department. Trump had wanted to know why they couldn't simply drop bombs on the drug labs in Mexico that were producing the fentanyl killing tens of thousands of Americans every year. Trump had some role models in mind. He told his first-term advisors there were no drug problems in China or the Philippines because those countries' leaders simply executed drug traffickers. Presidents Xi Jinping and Rodrigo Duterte didn't worry about whiny lawyers hand-wringing over concepts like international law or due process, they just killed the drug dealers, Trump would say. In his second term, Trump was determined to handle traffickers Duterte style. The former Philippines president, as it happened, had been surrendered to the International Criminal Court 2 months into Trump's second term, to face allegations of crimes against humanity in his war on drugs. But the U.S. was not a party to the treaty that established the ICC, and Trump was not worried about any other legal constraints. He was commander-in-chief of the world's most powerful military and he had broad presidential immunity. And now Trump and Stephen Miller had the perfect operative, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. As a senator, Rubio had criticized U.S. policymakers, and not without cause, for ignoring the Western Hemisphere. He had long wanted to force regime change in Cuba, and he had unfinished business in Venezuela with Nicolas Maduro. In 2017, when Rubio was a senator, the Maduro regime had threatened his life. The threat was taken seriously enough for Rubio to receive a security detail. Now, as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, he had even more security and much greater power. Susie Wiles would later tell associates that the pressure campaign against Maduro was, at least in part, Marco's revenge. But it was a very different Rubio who was now working for Donald Trump. Long gone was Rubio the idealist, later the neocon, who as a senator gave heart-stirring speeches about the need to secure democracy and freedom for the Venezuelan people. Trump himself professed to be allergic to all that, and as Secretary of State, Rubio presented himself as a hardcore realist, careful to avoid discussion of lofty principles. While he publicly praised Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, as 2025 wore on, he would privately dismiss her as a replacement for Maduro. Instead, he argued to Trump that Venezuela would be more stable, and American interests in Venezuela would be better served in the short term, by replacing Maduro with a malleable apparatchik and otherwise maintaining his corrupt regime. In explaining his profound shift to associates, Rubio would say that when he was a U.S. senator he was an independent contractor on behalf of the people of Florida. When you become Secretary of State or National Security Advisor or both, I am no longer an independent contractor. He would say of Trump, "The people of the United States elected him president. They elected him to be the commander-in-chief and head of foreign policy making, and our job is to implement it." As for Venezuela, Rubio would tell others that a democratic transition there could not happen overnight and that the country was not, at this moment, capable of conducting free and fair elections. The entire system had been so corrupted by the regime that to try to force major change in a short space of time would result in chaos and mass migration that would harm the United States. He saw the Maduro regime as an organized crime syndicate, but he worried about who would fill the vacuum if they uprooted the entire regime. He feared a civil war and shootouts in the streets. So in his view, the U.S. national interest would be better served by sticking with a corrupt but pliable figurehead than by pursuing the ideals of freedom and democracy. The changes from Trump 1 to Trump 2 were even more pronounced at the Pentagon. In Term 1, the Pentagon's leaders were unnerved by Trump and contemptuous of the young Miller, with his inexperience and his aggression. But now they had installed a Trump devotee atop the newly named Department of War. During transition meetings after the 2024 election, Miller had lobbied for a like-minded defense secretary whose thoughts about the American military and contempt for by-the-book lawyers were much more in line with the aggressive mindset he shared with Trump. Pete Hegseth, an Iraq War veteran and author of the book The War on Warriors, Behind the Betrayal of the Men Who Keep Us Free, had a long history of complaining about the U.S. military rules of engagement that, in his view, foolishly shackled America's warriors, reducing their lethality. Hegseth thought the new class of generals had gone woke and soft. He had defended military officers charged with war crimes, and he referred to military lawyers, judge advocates general, or JAGs, as jagoffs. Soon after taking over the Defense Department, Hegseth would remove the jagoffs by simply replacing the military's top legal officers. Over at the Justice Department, Trump and Miller had installed a new breed of lawyers who hunted for edgy justifications to greenlight Trump's most aggressive requests. Much of the media's attention had naturally focused on the radical overhaul of DOJ leadership, which was dominated by Trump's own personal lawyers. But equally as significant as those appointments, arguably even more so in the context of a legally dubious military campaign, were the changes Trump had made inside the Office of Legal Counsel, which served as general counsel to the whole government and was vital to Miller's operations. In typical administrations, the OLC had been led by seasoned attorneys. But in late July, Trump's second-term OLC was taken over by 35-year-old T. Elliot Geiser, who was widely regarded as talented but relatively light on experience on account of his age. But he came with a valuable resume. Geiser had worked on the team of attorneys who had tried to help Trump overturn the 2020 election. Trump had promised during the campaign to use the military to destroy Mexican drug cartels producing the fentanyl killing so many Americans. In the early months of the administration, inside the White House Homeland Security Council, Miller had been workshopping the means to fulfill that pledge. But it was complicated. Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, was cooperative with the Trump team, doing almost anything asked of her to stem the flow of migrants and drugs across the southern border. But Sheinbaum drew one red line: she could not allow U.S. military strikes inside her country. This was a deeply sensitive issue in Mexico, and it brought to the surface a painful history of U.S. subjugation and conquest. The mere discussion of this idea would inflame intense Mexican nationalism, and it could put Sheinbaum's leadership and cooperation in peril. The Trump team held off for the moment. But in May, when Trump told his closest aides that he wanted to get tougher on Maduro, Miller got to work on a lateral idea. Together with Rubio, Hegseth, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe, they began planning a military operation that would shock the world. On the campaign trail in 2024, Donald Trump had talked a lot about drugs, the scourge of opioids that had become an epidemic in America over the previous decade. Fentanyl had been killing more than 100,000 Americans a year. The annual death toll had fallen under President Biden, but it was still a shockingly high 80,000 in 2024. The chemicals to make fentanyl were shipped from countries in Asia, including from China, to Mexico, and the fentanyl produced in Mexican labs was trafficked across the border into the United States. At no time during the 2024 campaign did Trump say anything about Venezuelan speedboats. They were not on the radar of anyone on the front lines of the opioid crisis. This was not to say the Venezuelan government was innocent of any kind of drug trafficking. The first Trump administration had indicted Maduro as a drug trafficker in 2020. But the drug being trafficked out of Venezuela was cocaine, not fentanyl. Cocaine, popular with Americans for decades, had long been treated as a criminal problem. The U.S. Coast Guard regularly interdicted boats suspected of carrying cocaine in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. If drugs were found on board, the Coast Guard would seize the cargo and arrest the traffickers. But Trump wanted to take the Duterte approach, to just kill them. Rubio agreed. He thought the old approach hadn't worked, that it had been a mistake to treat drug smugglers as criminals. He argued that Latin American drug gangs had priced the Coast Guard interdictions into their business models. They expected to lose a certain tonnage of drugs on the high seas every year. But if the U.S. military were to start using Reaper drones and Hellfire missiles to blow up the drug boats, that would send a very different message to would-be smugglers. Rubio was convinced that fear of the Reaper was a powerful deterrent. Hegseth loved the idea. He thought it made perfect sense to treat the drug cartels the same way he treated the Al-Qaeda elements he had fought in Iraq. But to justify blowing up speedboats in the Caribbean as self-defense, boats that were by no plausible definition armed combatants threatening the United States, the Trump team would need to redefine words and phrases like terrorist and weapons of mass destruction. Until Trump's second term, a terrorist was understood to be somebody using violence to sow fear, in order to advance political, religious, or ideological goals. Drug smugglers, by contrast, were motivated by profit. It was better for their bottom line if their American customers stayed alive and kept buying cocaine. The U.S. military had a history of supporting Latin American governments who were trying to dismantle drug cartels, with an especially well-funded campaign in Colombia in the 2000s. But it had been a support role. Trump wanted direct combat. He described Latin American drug smugglers as terrorists carrying weapons of mass destruction intended to cause mass casualty events inside the United States, similar to the September 11 attacks. The administration produced no evidence that Latin American gangs had committed or planned terrorist attacks inside the U.S., they simply asserted that these gangs and cartels were terrorists. The Constitution posed another problem. Only Congress had the power to declare war. In 2001, after Al-Qaeda terrorists had flown planes into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, Congress had authorized war against the terrorist group and its confederates. Congress had authorized no such war against cocaine smugglers. This was not an obstacle for Trump. Early in the second term, he had laid the groundwork by designating cartels and gangs, like Venezuela's Tren de Aragua, as foreign terrorist organizations. The statute allowing such designations did not authorize military force. Instead, it banned Americans and banks from financially supporting or transacting with the designated organizations. Such details did not slow down the Trump administration. In late July, Trump signed a secret directive for the U.S. military to commence using lethal force against designated drug cartels and gangs. There were two parallel conversations about the emerging campaign, one public and one private. In public, the world was watching a week-by-week escalation by the Trump administration against the Maduro regime. On July 25, the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, identified the Cartel de los Soles, Cartel of the Suns, as a specially designated global terrorist organization for its involvement in narcotics trafficking and corruption. The Cartel of the Suns was a figure of speech in Venezuela, referring to corrupt elements of the military involved in drug trafficking, but the Trump administration treated it as a literal organization. On August 7, the administration increased the bounty on Maduro to $50 million, doubling it from the $25 million set under Biden. And throughout August, as the administration ratcheted up its rhetoric against Maduro, calling him an illegitimate leader and a drug kingpin, a gigantic amount of naval firepower moved into the South Caribbean Sea, near the coast of Venezuela. Senior administration officials briefed the press that they were focused entirely on a counter-drug mission. But in private, Trump was talking about a lot more than that. He was obsessed with seizing Venezuela's vast oil fields. And he wanted Maduro gone. In August, CIA operatives quietly entered Venezuela. Their mission was to find out everything they could about Nicolas Maduro, where he went, what he ate, whom he spoke to, and where he slept. A vision of an even bolder mission was coming into focus for Trump. From the earliest days of the administration, Pete Hegseth couldn't get enough of the videos of American missiles blowing apart suspected terrorists in Africa and the Middle East. And he wasn't the only one. Hegseth would walk down the hallway from his spacious office at the Pentagon to the cramped quarters of his junior military aide. Ricky Buria, who would later become Hegseth's chief of staff, would be waiting for Hegseth at his standing desk, with a video queued up on the desktop computer. The videos Buria would play for Hegseth had come over the Defense Department's classified communications system from the commanders at United States Central Command, covering the Middle East and Africa Command. They showed drone strikes on suspected Islamist militants in Somalia, Syria, and Yemen. Hegseth would stand there, next to Buria, watching closely. If Hegseth especially liked a video, he would say to Buria, "We should get this to the president." The footage would then be sent to the White House, edited for length and, in some cases, for gore. Some videos could be particularly gruesome. After the strikes, body parts could be seen scattered everywhere, and those were often cut. A U.S. official familiar with the videos described them as Hegseth's snuff films. Others with knowledge of the practice said the secretary was simply keeping the commander-in-chief informed of operational successes. Trump, who had publicly celebrated such strikes as awesome displays of American military power, loved the videos and sometimes posted them on social media. But there was one category of footage that Hegseth showed no interest in sending over to the president, perhaps sensing that Trump would not want to see videos of the US-backed Ukrainian military blowing up Russian soldiers. The defense secretary did not publicize strike footage from that conflict. The boat bombing campaign in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific would be tailor-made for videos on social media. On September 2, Trump was talking to a group of reporters in the Oval Office when he casually announced, "We just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat." Soon after, Trump described the strike in more detail on Truth Social. He said he had killed 11 people on a boat smuggling drugs on behalf of Tren de Aragua. And he posted a grainy aerial surveillance video of a boat exploding over water. Trump's statements, and the video, raised immediate questions. On what legal authority had he blown up the boat? Who was on it? Would the administration be releasing any evidence to support its claims? After the 9/11 experience, with the Bush administration touting supposedly ironclad intelligence about Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction, intelligence that turned out to be false, journalists covering national security were reflexively skeptical. And they had other questions, too. If this was a drug boat, why were there 11 passengers? Typically, these small boats carrying drugs used as few people as possible. The more people on board, the less room for drugs. The administration refused to release its detailed legal rationale for the strikes and said little beyond broad assertions that these were narco-traffickers trying to harm the United States. It soon emerged that the administration was hiding something else. The video Trump released on social media from the first boat bombing was not the full story, and far from it. It was an edited snippet, showing only the first strike. Reporters would learn that the unedited surveillance video showed there had been additional strikes against the speedboat, and the additional strikes raised more alarming questions. The first strike had not killed everyone on board, as The Intercept first reported. After the first missile hit, the New York Times would report that 2 men climbed onto the overturned hull and waved for help, a signal that they were not a threat. Then Frank M. Bradley, the 3-star commander of the Joint Special Operations Command running the mission, had ordered additional strikes, which killed them. In the weeks and months that followed, the strikes expanded to include other groups, including Colombians suspected of ferrying cocaine in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. As a clearer picture emerged of Trump's boat bombing campaign, concerns rang out from across the ideological spectrum. Democrats were unsurprisingly outraged. But so were some Republicans, such as the anti-interventionist Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, who told Fox Business, "You cannot have a policy where you just allege that someone is guilty of something and then kill them." The boat bombing campaign was so audacious that it disturbed even the Bush administration official most associated with extravagant claims of sweeping executive power in the 9/11 era. As a lawyer in George W. Bush's Office of Legal Counsel, John Yoo had written secret memos claiming Bush had the power to authorize interrogators to abuse terrorism suspects, including by waterboarding, to force them to talk against their will, notwithstanding the anti-torture laws. But you told Politico's Ankush Khardori he thought the Trump administration was unjustified in comparing Venezuelan drug smugglers to al-Qaeda terrorists. "They're not attacking us because of our foreign policy and our political system," you said of the drug smugglers. "They're just selling us something that people in America want. We're just trying to stop them from selling it." That's traditionally, to me, crime. The uniformed military was bound to silence, but signs of deep concern within its ranks were seeping out. Admiral Alvin Halsey, the commander of U.S. Southern Command, responsible for military operations in the region, abruptly left his post the month after the first strikes. Halsey made no mention of his reasons in his public statements, but many news outlets reported that he had privately clashed with Hegseth and that he harbored serious concerns about the boat strikes. The administration was undeterred. Trump was excited about the publicity the campaign was generating. He was asserting dominance over America's backyard, a Trumpian twist on the 19th century Monroe Doctrine of keeping European powers out of the Western Hemisphere. The New York Post would dub it the Monroe Doctrine, to Trump's delight. In his vision, the Monroe Doctrine would involve a breathtaking display of military might that would show China, Russia, and Iran who was really in charge of the Americas. On September 15, the Trump administration blew up a second boat in the Caribbean. Then a third on September 19, a fourth on October 3, a fifth on October 14, a sixth on October 16, a seventh on October 17, an eighth and ninth on October 21 and 22, and a 10th on October 24. On October 27, the military hit 4 boats and killed 15 people in the Pacific. Trump would inform Congress in early October he had determined that the United States was in a formal armed conflict with unspecified drug cartels he had deemed terrorists. The reality of this was widely contested. But Trump knew Republicans in Congress would sooner or later fall in line. And he didn't seem particularly interested in trying to make a public case to sell his escalating conflict to the American people. When reporters pressed Trump aides for answers, they would often be directed to Trump's Truth Social feed. "I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war," Trump told reporters on October 23. "I think we are just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country, okay? We are going to kill them, you know? They are going to be, like, dead," said the president. The Pentagon moved warships into the region, along with an attack submarine, P-8 Poseidon surveillance planes, and F-35 fighter jets. Elite Special Operations Forces were training near the Venezuelan coastline. By early November, the U.S. had a larger military deployment in the Caribbean than at any time since the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. It became obvious that this was about a lot more than speedboats and coke. Chapter 29. Of all the glittering prizes Donald Trump coveted, few had seized his imagination as much as the Nobel Peace Prize. As October loomed, he seemed ever more fixated on the imminent announcement of an honor he was convinced he deserved. Some advisers assumed he was jealous of Barack Obama, who had received the Nobel in just the first year of his presidency. Trump would complain that Obama got the prize for doing nothing. Republicans and foreign leaders like Benjamin Netanyahu had quickly identified this obsession as an easy way to maneuver into Trump's good graces, and they soon began nominating him. Trump was desperate for a major peace deal to burnish his reputation. Until now, he had been forced to dress up and exaggerate lesser deals and minor conflicts to cast himself as a historic peacemaker. He was getting nowhere with the Russia-Ukraine war. But with a weakened Iran and the dynamics in the Middle East upended, there was a rare window to push for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. If he pulled off a deal of such international consequence, a deal that had eluded Biden, this could be his best shot at the Nobel. Steve Witkoff had been a tireless driver toward a grand Middle East deal of almost any stripe through the first half of the year. But an initial ceasefire he had helped Biden's negotiators push through just before Trump was sworn in had crumbled after 2 months. Witkoff relied on few if any staff, and he shared little with anyone outside the president's inner circle. It would often be difficult to evaluate whether his sunny accounts of his deal-making squared with reality. Within days of the inauguration, Bill Clinton had traveled to the Middle East, where the ceasefire was still holding, to meet with Mohammed bin Salman, as well as the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and some senior ministers in the Emirates. At the time, MBS was pushing forward on an agenda called Vision 2030 to diversify the Saudi economy, and he suggested to Clinton that the new Gaza ceasefire would be key to its success. Aware that this information might be useful to the new president, Clinton reached out first to Jared Kushner. Trump then called Clinton, turning on the charm, and connected him with Witkoff. Clinton was struck by the next conversation. Witkoff dominated the call, and it was clear to the former president that Trump's envoy viewed the conflict essentially as a real estate dispute rather than a regional struggle shaped by centuries of grievance and history. Trump himself would grumble privately about his special envoy. "He's the big dealmaker," Trump said to an associate in July, venting about the lack of progress in Ukraine. "But it's time for him to get some deals." Even Witkoff's fans inside the White House thought that he needed some help. Jared Kushner had had a fraught and controversial history in the first Trump administration, dogged by conflicts of interest questions and internal knife-fighting with other advisers. One of the beats he had been assigned was Middle East diplomacy, a high-stakes, combustible role for which he had no experience. But in Arab nations with royal hierarchies, Kushner, an Orthodox Jew, was treated as a crown prince in his own right, a more reliable Trump emissary than any other, because he was family. Kushner made a positive early impression on the Gulf leaders by spending a lot of time asking questions and listening, building trust with them. By the end of Trump's first term, Kushner had durable achievements, pushing through Trump's most significant foreign policy initiative, the Abraham Accords, which normalized relations between Israel and Bahrain, Morocco, and the United Arab Emirates. And in the weeks before Trump left office, Kushner had helped negotiate an end to the more than 3-year regional blockade against Qatar, led by the Saudis. After the 2020 election loss and the calamitous final weeks of the first Trump term, Kushner and Ivanka Trump had decamped to Florida, where Kushner launched the investment firm Affinity Partners. The relationships Kushner had developed in the Middle East in his official role would pay off. In time, the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman directed his country's public investment fund to send $2 billion to Kushner's boutique firm, over the objections of some of the fund's own board members. The Wall Street Journal reported that MBS said he felt Kushner's work on the Abraham Accord showed considerable business acumen, though the journal also noted that some advisors to the Crown Prince said the kingdom's commitment to Kushner was seen as a political investment more than a financial one. Kushner also became close with Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim Al Thani, the Qatar Prime Minister, who oversaw the Qatar Investment Authority. It, too, directed money to Kushner's fund, as did wealth entities from the UAE. These deals would spark accusations of conflicts of interest and inside dealing, which Kushner, back to being a private citizen, shrugged off. His standard response to critics was to say that nobody could point to any decisions he had made that weren't in the best interests of the United States. Kushner had helped Steve Witkoff during the transition, initially with negotiating staff appointments, and then, once Trump was in office, connecting him with key Middle East figures. He remained largely a hidden hand with Witkoff until later in 2025. But he had been working behind the scenes for months, too, as an informal advisor to a group of senior administration officials who sought his counsel or welcomed his advice. They were among the most influential members of Trump's team, including Susie Wiles, Scott Bessent, Marco Rubio, and Mike Waltz. Kushner referred to some as his repeat customers, whom he wanted to see succeed. Battered by the public shellacking he took in Term 1, and wanting to spend more time with his young family, Kushner told associates he would much prefer to remain an informal advisor living in Miami than to join Trump's full-time staff again in Washington. Kushner was more attuned to the risk of stories about business conflicts than his two brothers-in-law Eric and Don Jr. He stayed mostly out of view, but he would eventually re-emerge publicly when the moment was right. The Israel-Hamas conflict seemed intractable. And Netanyahu operated in public and behind the scenes on the basis that Trump would ultimately back whatever he wanted, a position that the U.S.'s bombing of Iran's nuclear sites in June only seemed to have affirmed. If negotiating the Abraham Accords had been a complicated diplomatic achievement, pulling on the relationships and a new scale of diplomacy to tie in all the major players of the region behind an Israel-Hamas deal would be a different order of magnitude altogether. Unlike much of Trump's second cabinet and his West Wing aides, Kushner knew his way around Washington. And like Trump, he had contempt for standard processes and protocols, regarding bureaucracy as a needless roadblock to progress. Deals could only be accomplished if there was a willingness to forego traditional American postures on refusing to negotiate with terrorists, or by rejecting the premise that perceived conflicts of interest were a problem as opposed to a negotiating asset. That posture, so discomfiting and even infuriating to Kushner's colleagues in Trump's first term, was not only accepted but broadly admired in the new Trump world. Kushner, in fact, had already been at work on a post-war rebuilding plan for Gaza with the former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, who had consulted with Kushner in Term 1 and reached out again quietly during the 2024 transition. Kushner had subsequently met with Netanyahu during a trip to Israel in July 2025, and again in August. He had kept Witkoff and Rubio apprised of his work, and he and Blair had jointly presented their ideas to Trump on how to handle Gaza, with its millions of Palestinian refugees, in a meeting at the White House. When Trump looked over the plan, he offered a predictable comment about the prospects for building a Trump-branded hotel in Gaza, a remark an advisor quickly insisted was made in jest. With Kushner now more visibly involved, Blair, too, would remain a part of the next steps. Kushner and Steve Witkoff lived just a short distance from one another in wealthy South Florida enclaves. They would take long walks together, sometimes lasting several hours, to discuss the Gaza deal-making. For a time, the two went back and forth between each other's homes as they tried to build a feasible concept for the next phase of winding down the conflict. One of those meetings in Witkoff's living room, on September 8, was with Netanyahu's longtime advisor Ron Dermer. At Witkoff's Miami home, they hammered out, over 3 hours, what a hostage deal and ceasefire for Gaza might look like. Dermer had been hard at work on a day-after plan for Gaza, but he understood that any concept that seemed to have originated with Israel would be dead on arrival. He needed the Trump administration's buy-in. After modifying the proposal, their intention was to first present it to Qatari intermediaries representing the Hamas leadership. The Americans' optimism ended dramatically about 12 hours later when Israel fired missiles at a site in Doha, Qatar, targeting a meeting of Hamas negotiators focused on a possible end to the war. Much of the abroad leadership of Hamas had lived under the protection of Qatar for years, including one of the organization's most senior figures, Khalid Mashal. This was a stunning airborne attack on the capital of AUDIOBOOK. Ally whose leaders could help broker the very deals Trump was hoping for. Kushner and Witkoff were enraged. Dermer lied to us, they told White House officials. Dermer had been sitting in Witkoff's living room only the day before and uttered not a word, not even a hint, about what was coming, an attack on the same people the U.S. was counting on to help them. They considered it a breach of trust at the highest level. Dermer insisted to them that there was no bad faith and that the reason he gave no warning about the Doha strike was because the discussion and decision to strike had only occurred the day after their meeting. Trump had also been surprised by the strike. Witkoff had wanted to alert his contacts in Qatar, but by the time he learned of the strike, it was too late. The fighter jets were reaching their target. The Qataris' first reaction to the attack was that they were done trying to help Israel. Kushner's initial reaction was the same. He later told an associate that he thought to himself, "I'm fucking out. The Israelis are crazy." The Netanyahu government, he thought, was out of fucking control. And if the Israelis were willing to lie to himself and Witkoff, who were trying to help them, then fuck them. Trump, at first, did not display the same level of fury. He quizzed people on the day of the attack about what they thought. He seemed unable to decide how aggressive a posture to strike until he learned how it was playing. Ultimately, he decided there was a level of humiliation involved that he wasn't willing to sustain. It couldn't stand. Other wheels turned as well. Some of Trump's closest advisors, believing Netanyahu had manipulated the president into joining the strikes against Iran in June, also saw this as an opportunity to rein in Netanyahu. Tony Blair suggested Kushner could combine the broad post-war plan for Gaza they had been working on with a ceasefire plan, a type of grand bargain that only rare moments of history sometimes allowed. Kushner, livid about the Israeli strike on Doha, tabled the discussion for a night. But by the next morning, he was ready to start work. He composed the first draft of what would become a roughly 20-point plan for a ceasefire and an ultimate hostage deal that morning. He sent it to Witkoff, who made his own changes. Witkoff was pressing the Qataris to come back to the table, a difficult task given they were angrily rallying regional outrage against Israel. At the White House, there were already discussions about convening a meeting with Middle East officials while Trump was in New York for the UN General Assembly later that month. Sheikh Mohammed, the Qatari Prime Minister, was among those who would travel to the U.S. for the event, and Kushner and Witkoff met with him for an hour in the lower level of the Fifth Avenue Hotel on West 28th Street, over tea and coffee. They heard out the furious sheikh about how violated he and the Qataris felt by Israel. "You have two options," Kushner and Witkoff argued. One was to use the attack to isolate Israel even further after the 2 years of devastation in Gaza had galvanized public opinion against Netanyahu. It would be their right to react that way, and understandable, they said. But the other option, they told the sheikh, was to use the moment for leverage to get Israel back to the table. With the sheikh sitting between Kushner and Witkoff in the hotel bar, Kushner whipped out his MacBook and showed him their draft of the plan. The sheikh, leaning in, made suggestions around the types of changes that would help to bring Arab countries on board, eventually taking control of the laptop keyboard and making edits himself. Witkoff joined Trump on Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, for a meeting with 8 Arab and Muslim leaders who had arrived in New York for the General Assembly. He brought a one-page document that encapsulated the key points in the revised peace plan. Among other things, it called for Hamas to put down its weapons, to disavow violence, and for Israel to withdraw some of its troops. "We're here for peace," Trump told the group, before inviting each leader to openly speak their mind. The meeting quickly turned into a bashing Israel session, with the Arab and Muslim countries airing their anger at Netanyahu. Most thought the Israeli strike on Doha had darkened the prospects for a Gaza ceasefire. How could future negotiations be undertaken in good faith after such a breach? For his part, Trump laid down some new constraints on Israel, specifically, that he would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. But the conversation overall was not going well. Witkoff handed Trump a note asking him to call on him to add something to the discussion. When Trump handed the floor to Witkoff, the special envoy walked the group through a proposal for Gaza to be run by a technocratic committee that would form an efficient government. Schooling would be redesigned to cultivate more tolerance of Jews, he said. But what was not an option, he added, was ignoring Hamas outright. What Witkoff lacked in diplomatic background or historical knowledge he compensated for with a selling delivery and a calm, the sun is always shining presence. The Middle Eastern leaders reacted positively, and Trump fed on their enthusiasm. The key insight for Kushner and Witkoff was that demanding the immediate return of all hostages, both the living and the remains of those whose bodies were scattered throughout Hamas's underground tunnels, could mean waiting forever. They had to focus on first rescuing those who were still alive. Trump continued to advocate for the plan in private meetings and calls with Arab leaders, betraying no sign of a willingness to bend for Netanyahu, cajoling them to stay the course. If anything, his accommodations ran toward the Arab nations this time. The Emir of Qatar called the president to say he could not be certain Hamas would be willing to commit to everything, because they would want to include retaining at least some of their less powerful weapons for self-protection. "I'm okay with that," Trump said. When he was finally brought into the bigger picture, Netanyahu, who was also in New York for the UN conference, was less than thrilled. It would take many hours of talks between Kushner and Witkoff on one side and Dermer on the other to alleviate his concerns. Netanyahu was also looking toward the United Nations event, where he would have to describe to skeptical world leaders the necessity of the two-year war between Israel and Gaza. At one point, Netanyahu found Witkoff and Kushner waiting outside a hotel room while he worked on a draft of his UN General Assembly speech. Kushner and Netanyahu had what the Israelis saw as a very productive meeting in those few days. Kushner and Witkoff would shuttle back and forth from Netanyahu's hotel, the Loews Regency, to Le Bilbakit on East 60th Street. It was a Witkoff-owned restaurant, complete with the owner's own Cajun chicken recipe on the menu, and it became their temporary cafeteria. Staying close to the Israelis at this critical juncture was vital. Recognizing his leverage was weak, Netanyahu finally appeared poised to agree to the plan. In the wake of the Qatari strike, Israel was as isolated geopolitically as it had been in years. Netanyahu told associates he would agree to some kind of deal the Trump administration was seeking. But he was doubtful that Hamas would do the same, which made it easier for him to seem reasonable by going along with it. While the frontline fighters in Gaza might be eager for a ceasefire, some of the political leadership of Hamas in Doha could be far less invested. Netanyahu prepared to see Trump at the White House the following Monday. Witkoff, meanwhile, was certain Netanyahu would try to upend any informal agreement before his meeting with the president, or at least find a way to change the terms. He warned Kushner, "I'm telling you, Bibi is going to try to go around us at the last minute to get out of this, and he's going to call the president." Kushner disagreed, confident the deal would hold. But just to be on the safe side, they alerted Susie Wiles. The situation was precarious, with many moving parts, from the hostages, to the 20-point plan, to the apology the Qataris were demanding from Israel. If Netanyahu thought he could once again successfully appeal to Trump directly, they had to be prepared. Sure enough, on September 27, an unseasonably warm night in New York, Kushner and Witkoff were interrupted in their meetings by a call from Wiles. Netanyahu had just requested to speak with the president that evening, and he was moments from calling through the White House operator. Witkoff and Kushner rushed to alert Trump. They suspected, without knowing for sure, that Netanyahu was going to try to scuttle the deal. Trump cut through it all, saying, "Why don't you guys just join me on the phone?" Trump was in a foul mood by the time Netanyahu was patched through after difficulties on the switchboard to connect the call. Trump immediately erupted with a cannon blast of anger that continued uninterrupted for what others later said seemed like 20 minutes. Netanyahu could barely get a word in. Bellowing, Trump told Netanyahu he was sick of his antics. "I've done everything to protect you. You better fucking go along with this. It's been going on for too fucking long. Everybody's sick of you, Bibi," Trump said. "All the Jews are sick of you. Even the two Jews on this call are sick of you," Trump added, referring to Kushner and Witkoff. "You can't back out of this. I'm the best friend Israel ever had. Everybody hates you, and I've stood by you," he continued to shout. "I'm telling you," Trump yelled, "this is a great deal for Israel." Others later described the call as epic. Trump ticked through the list of controversial decisions he had made supporting Israel through both of his presidencies. He warned Netanyahu that if he backed out now, it would be the last straw. "We will get a divorce," Trump said. "We will break up." When the president finally stopped talking, there was a second of silence. Then Netanyahu spoke. He insisted he was not calling to pull out of the deal. "Who gave you the wrong impression I was calling to get out of the deal? Why would the president think that?" "I don't know why you're yelling at me," he complained, sounding injured. "Why are you calling me then?" Trump asked. "Well, there's a couple of issues," Netanyahu ventured. The prime minister later told associates that he had noticed that certain people had been stirring up trouble, trying to drive a wedge between himself and Trump, and that he was only calling to clear the air. But before he could elaborate, Trump cut him off again. "You've got Jared and Steve on the phone," he said, "just work it out with them. But we're getting this deal done. You're finishing it." Their conversation ended with Netanyahu repeating that he was an honest broker and would do what was right. Trump, his head of steam released, told Netanyahu they were fine. He loved him, too, the president said. It was easy for Trump to be magnanimous once he had gotten what he wanted. For the first time in his relationship with Netanyahu, he had used his leverage to prod the Israeli leader into a compromise. Netanyahu understood what a difficult position he was in, especially after the disastrous Doha strike. But only Trump could have pulled off this wrestling match between such complex players. When it came down to it, Netanyahu knew that Trump was hugely popular in Israel, and he had to manage that power in a way he had never had to do with Joe Biden. What followed immediately afterward was a tense call between Kushner, Witkoff, and Ron Dermer, who sounded aggrieved, having heard Trump's fury. He asked who had misinformed the president that Netanyahu was going to reject the deal. "It's your fault, not ours," Witkoff said, pointing out that he and Kushner had been disrespected twice, first with no warning of the Doha strike and then by Netanyahu and running them with a leader-to-leader call. Dermer had been short on sleep and acknowledged that he should have given them a heads-up about the reason Netanyahu wanted to speak to the president, which he maintained had nothing to do with the deal. Dermer understood that the prime minister would need to make some kind of apology to Qatar, to ensure that the country with the most influence on Hamas would not undermine the U.S. proposal. 2 weeks earlier, Dermer had discussed with Witkoff the idea of Netanyahu making a three-way apology call with the Emir of Qatar and Trump. This would be more understandable to people back in Israel, given Trump's popularity there. And Netanyahu was due at the White House on Monday. Some White House aides were surprised that Netanyahu hadn't cancelled his official meeting with the president after the way Trump had spoken to him. But he showed up. Shortly after, Trump got the Qatari prime minister on the phone and handed the receiver to Netanyahu, who was sitting in a chair beside him in the Oval Office. Netanyahu, who had brought a carefully worded script for the apology, which he later posted online, began reading out his regrets over the phone. Trump, with a somber look on his face, kept the phone cradled in his lap, an image captured in an official photo and swiftly released on social media. The picture didn't tell the full story, but it created an indelible image, Netanyahu in a submissive position, on a short tether pulled by Trump. There was still skepticism about the deal in many quarters given the shock of the Israelis bombing Qatar. But when Netanyahu told Kushner that Israeli intelligence suggested Hamas would reject the deal, Kushner didn't agree. "I've lived through this with intelligence," he replied. "When it comes to finding terrorists with expensive weapons, the intelligence is great. When it comes to giving perspective on negotiations, it can be very misleading. The Arabs are telling us that they're going to be on board." Netanyahu got behind the plan and Kushner and Witkoff turned to the next step, dialing their Arab contacts, pushing for statements of support. They needed Hamas to agree quickly. But the Hamas negotiators were not ready. Even so, Witkoff and Kushner would days later push Trump to announce Hamas had signed off on the deal, boxing them in. The pair tag-teamed, living on cell phones to muscle through the plan. After briefing Trump, Vance, Hegseth, and Rubio in Washington, they flew to Egypt for secret meetings with top Hamas officials. It would be a surreal moment in history, and yet it was rooted firmly in on-the-ground grievances that went back to the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. Now 2 New York Jews, a son-in-law and a golfing friend of the president, were preparing to meet Hamas, a designated terrorist organization that for years had maintained a fully armed chokehold in one of the most vexed enclaves in the world. Witkoff and Kushner holed up at the Four Seasons Resort at Sharm el-Sheikh on the Red Sea, opting to share a villa. When it finally came time to meet with Hamas, suddenly and late at night, an aide from Sheikh Mohammed arrived to fetch them. But the aide came with well-honed advice, warning Kushner he was going to take a lot of abuse for meeting with Hamas, and what did he need all this for? Kushner asked Witkoff what he thought. Witkoff told him, "If you want me to tease you for the rest of your life for being a wimp, then you don't have to come." Kushner was soon dressed and ready to go. He joked later with Rubio that during the negotiations with Hamas over prisoner swaps, he felt as though he and Witkoff were the general managers of a terrorist football club. But the struggle to lock down the final deal, even then, was not over. The discussions, which had already been underway for days, included the Egyptians, Turks, Qataris, and 4 senior Hamas representatives. The Hamas officials had concerns that were bluntly stated: would the Israelis kill them if they agreed to the deal, which entailed laying down major weapons? So much hung in the breach. Kushner and Witkoff gave their word that if Hamas released the hostages and honored the deal, so, too, would the other side. Witkoff delivered a message that Trump would stand behind each guarantee in the plan. Time ticked away. The Qatari prime minister had a looming meeting in Paris and Kushner insisted he couldn't leave until the deal was sorted out. The prime minister eyed Kushner and replied archly, "Jared, unlike others, I don't leave until my business is done." Once the terms with Hamas were finally agreed upon, Kushner and Witkoff headed next to Israel. They had believed everything was sealed, but even at the last minute, there was a problem. The list of hostage names that each side would be releasing did not match up. To resolve the standoff, they worked through the night again, a process Kushner later described to associates as hand-to-hand combat with each side as he and Witkoff tried to will the deal into existence. But finally the moment came. Kushner was back in a familiar negotiating role for a Trump government, but without the baggage of last time. He was poised to accomplish something significant, building a new government in Gaza from scratch, he would say to Witkoff. It was a prospect so improbable and yet so enticing that Kushner would remain involved. And he would no longer stay behind the scenes. He would tell an associate, scared shitless that the deal could still fall apart, and he felt he would need to shepherd it through to the end. On October 11, he made a rare speaking appearance at a rally in Tel Aviv in support of the Israeli hostages, alongside his wife, Ivanka, and Witkoff. Witkoff, for his part, praised Trump, and the crowd cheered loudly and chanted, "Thank you, Trump." Earlier, when Witkoff had tried to acknowledge Netanyahu, the boos from the Prime Minister's own citizens at the rally were deafening. Donald Trump, Witkoff, and Kushner had effectively parlayed their regional relationships to establish a ceasefire, fragile, tenuous, and episodically challenged as it may have been, in a war so devastating that it had shocked the conscience of the world. Trump, as was so often the case with any accomplishment, promptly oversold it to the public. His descriptions of what the deal would mean in terms of lasting peace in the region were typical of his bombast and unceasing demands for credit. But with the hostages freed and the violence largely halted, it was a case where he had legitimately earned it. When a friend congratulated Kushner on the ceasefire and the hostages, Kushner replied, "This isn't the end, it's just the beginning." The next step was to build a mechanism that could carry Gaza from its fragile ceasefire into something far more ambitious, transforming a hellscape of rubble into what Trump, with his usual hyperbole, envisioned as a showcase of luxury towers, marinas, and business parks. That mechanism came to be known as the Board of Peace. But before anyone could contemplate waterfront developments, Gaza had immediate and desperate needs. Some type of international security force would have to provide a measure of order and, eventually, disarm Hamas. Basic services, water, power, sewage, had to be restored for a shattered population. And vast sums of money were required for clearing debris and unexploded ordnance, erecting temporary housing, and importing mountains of supplies for reconstruction. The countries considering contributing troops and police, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, and Morocco among them, needed the imprimatur of international law before they would commit. That meant enshrining the concept in a resolution to be voted on in the UN Security Council. Kushner assembled a tiger team of Abraham Accords veterans and private sector deal guys, pairing them with the newly confirmed ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, and his staff. Waltz adopted the same playbook that had produced the 20-point peace plan: pull in the key Arab nations first, then expand to majority Muslim countries, before approaching the skeptical Europeans, Russians, and Chinese. After weeks of breakneck negotiations and steady engagement with capitals around the world, the resistance began to crack. In a pivotal moment, Waltz worked with 8 Arab and Muslim majority nations to issue a joint public statement alongside the Palestinian Authority. The mantra deployed against hesitant Europeans was blunt and effective: you can't be more Catholic than the Pope. If the Palestinians themselves supported this, how could anyone justify standing in the way? When the vote came, the resolution passed with 13 in favor. Russia and China abstained. The Board of Peace was born. And in a flourish that surprised no one, Trump installed himself as its chairman, holding the only veto, while just over 24 other countries signed on as members. Though nominally focused on rebuilding Gaza, the founding documents gave the board wide latitude to take on other projects. It was a conveniently open-ended mandate for a president still chasing the Nobel Peace Prize. Chapter 30. By mid-October, the president had lawsuits running against individuals and institutions throughout America. Some were part of his retribution binge, some were against his own government, some were against the media, and others slotted into his anti-woke war. In most instances, Trump had the upper hand, but one legal action presented an unusual risk. This was Trump's $10 billion libel lawsuit against Rupert Murdoch, his prestige flagship The Wall Street Journal, and the reporters who had investigated and written the story about Trump's signature on a 50th birthday card for Jeffrey Epstein. Murdoch's empire had been entwined for decades with reporting on New York City, and that included the combative real estate swamp, home to big personalities, slimy deals, and also to Donald Trump. It was Murdoch's tabloid, the New York Post, that had helped Trump become a fixture of celebrity gossip pages and hone his habits for self-promotion. The source described in the paper as a person close to Donald Trump was often Trump himself. During Trump's savage and public split with his first wife, Ivana, in the early 1990s, she had used the rival Daily News as her preferred vehicle to air her side of the story, while the Post's Cindy Adams, a former beauty queen, was Trump's. Before Trump won the 2016 election, Murdoch had long thought of him as something of a clown. But Trump was notable for his unbuttoned, freewheeling views, and Murdoch would tell people his appearances on Fox News always delivered high ratings. Rupert Murdoch had always wanted to be close to a U.S. president, but neither of the Bushes nor Ronald Reagan had treated him as a confidant. With Trump in the White House, News Corp became a kind of home base, rooting for him and supporting him in distinctive ways through his first presidency. Trump had revered Murdoch for decades. In his first term, he was so attentive to the mogul that he had once yelled at an aide for the sin of putting Rupert on hold instead of barging into the Oval Office to interrupt the president and tell him Rupert is on the line. Trump always hungered for any morsel of gossip about Murdoch and the inner workings of his empire. He grilled Murdoch about his succession plans during a memorable Oval Office visit in 2017, in the hope that News Corp would not one day be led by Rupert's far more liberal son, James. Both Trump and Murdoch were strong-willed and they had sparred often over the years, especially after January 6, when Murdoch seemed desperate to move on from the outgoing president. But suing Rupert Murdoch was something else altogether. Murdoch had a reputation as one of the toughest businessmen on the planet. In 1985, at a time when Australia barred dual citizenship, he had given up his Australian citizenship and become an American, enabling him to buy a string of TV stations that became Fox News, eventually spreading to every corner of the U.S. He was a controversial newsman, unpredictable, and with a history of hard political campaigning in a slew of countries. He loved nothing more than a great story. And he had so much money that few had an appetite to go up against him in court. The frazzled and furious president instructed his lawyers to depose Murdoch about the chain of command that led to the story going to press. Privately, Trump had told an advisor that Murdoch's faculties were slipping and that he would never want to take the stand in court against him. But Trump wanted to humiliate Murdoch as payback, black eye to black eye. 3 months after Trump sued Murdoch in the Journal, a distinct change in sentiment hung in the air. On October 16, Murdoch arrived at the White House for dinner with the president, with some of his key staff from both Britain and the US. The dinner had been in the mix for several weeks and Murdoch's presence followed a phone call some weeks earlier from the editor-in-chief of the New York Post, Keith Poole. Poole, who talked often to Trump and was a favorite of the president's, had alerted the White House that his boss would like to join them for dinner, and to bring his wife. Poole's guest list was interpreted at the White House as a smoke signal that Murdoch wanted to make nice with Trump and that he was perhaps interested in settling the Wall Street Journal lawsuit. After all, many parts of the Murdoch empire were still on friendly terms with the Trump team and not only Fox and the Post. There were even discussions among some News Corp executives about the possibility of a book that would present Trump as the president of peace. They believed it would be a bestseller. But behind the scenes, many at News Corp remained adamantly opposed to settling the Journal suit. They did, however, want to take down the temperature with Trump. Murdoch's evening with Trump would be startling in more ways than one. The hostilities between the president and the tycoon had suddenly cooled. Trump was in an avuncular mood, and there were no verbal fisticuffs or punishing riffs. Instead, an attentive host and his key people greeted an important guest. Aside from Rupert and his wife, Elena Jakaba, the News Corp contingent included Poole from New York, the CEO of News UK, Rebecca Brooks, 2 of her top staff, and several reporters and columnists from Murdoch's newspapers. The Trump side included J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha, Marco Rubio, Susie Wiles, Caroline Leavitt, and former Fox host Jeanine Pirro, now the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. Before dinner, Murdoch, his wife, and the News Corp editors and journalists met Trump in the Oval Office for a tour of what the president had on show for visitors that week. The group posed for pictures. The president had with him many replicas of his proposed monument near the Lincoln Memorial, the Arc de Trump, as well as the White House ballroom. A bunch of MAGA caps from a side office, now more like a gift shop, were tossed around. They moved to a small room with 18-foot ceilings and a vista of the Washington Monument. An oval table was set with White House china and polished silver, accented by gold placecards inscribed in calligraphy, crisp white linen napkins, and printed menu cards at each seat. They were now in the Blue Room, an exquisite salon where Abraham Lincoln, in 1863, was said to have shaken hands for hours before ascending to his office to sign the Emancipation Proclamation. In the 1960s, the room had been revived by Jackie Kennedy, who set about reacquiring pieces of the original Pierre-Antoine Boulange furniture ordered from Paris by President James Monroe in 1817 and auctioned off in 1859. A 10-year restoration of the Boulange collection, overseen by White House curators and supplemented by good replicas, was unveiled by Melania Trump in 2018. Old chairs returned in sublime condition with newly gilded frames and plump turquoise and gold upholstery. Tiered sapphire drapes framed views through the south portico. When Murdoch was seated, beside Trump at the head of the table, the president became solicitous and the two talked back and forth. The fire-breathing of weeks earlier seemed a distant memory. Trump told old war stories and asked Murdoch's opinion on all kinds of subjects, from Iran to the war in Ukraine. What did Rupert think? Trump was strikingly deferential. Dinner was comfort food, nothing adventurous, a salad with a heavy creamy dressing, followed by a chicken dish and a cake dessert. Wine was served, but most of the staff were drinking Coca-Cola, with the president on Diet Coke refills every 10 minutes or so. At one point, Trump suddenly steered the conversation in a new direction. He engaged Murdoch in one of his favorite parlor games. Who did he like best between J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio? The unspoken subtext was the 2028 presidential campaign and who Trump might end up blessing as his successor. With both Rubio and Vance sitting at the table, the president said to Murdoch, "They're both great." Then he added, putting the question directly to Murdoch, "What do you think of J.D.?" Trump spoke in a joking way, but some in the room detected an edge. Vance was sitting silently at the other end of the table from Trump and Murdoch. Murdoch replied like a cautious diplomat. "Well," he said, "I think J.D. has the potential to be great." Vance, who knew full well that Murdoch had privately tried to talk Trump out of choosing him as his running mate in 2024, laughed it off, saying sarcastically, "Oh thanks Rupert, thanks a lot." But to some at the table, he seemed taken aback. "And what do you think of Marco?" Trump asked, homing in. This time, Murdoch was immediate and unequivocal. "Marco is brilliant," he declared. The other guests would talk privately about the moment for weeks after the dinner. Age might have reduced Murdoch's energy, he walked with a cane, but his drive was legendary. He had steered which political parties his newspapers would support, through decades and across multiple countries. Sometimes his upscale newspaper would back one political party in an election, while his populist newspapers supported the other side. Betting on Murdoch's favor was a gamble that many politicians had taken and lost. Even at 94, his every utterance was parsed for its deeper meaning. Trump, non-committal himself when asked by journalists or even confidants about the prospects for Vance succeeding him, often pivoted to say that Rubio was great, too, and the party had a good bench for 2028. Now Trump moved the dinner conversation on, galloping through topics like a talk show host interviewing Murdoch on the news of the day. At one point, as they discussed Venezuela and Trump's boat-bombing campaign, one of Trump's advisors showed a phone to some of the dinner guests. The screen revealed what was still non-public footage of a strike earlier that day on a semi-submersible vessel. Trump told Rubio they should release the video straight away. When Vance spoke to guests near his end of the table, Trump intervened several times, shepherding conversation back to the whole group, directing the flow. Trump remained on his best behavior, laying it on thick, asking more and more questions of Murdoch, seeking his opinions. There was none of the usual onslaught about how Fox News or the Journal were treating him unfairly. At one point, Murdoch, with striking subtlety in contrast to the thundering of his media outlets, tried to draw Trump toward the idea that the president needed to be more attentive to domestic economic issues, a reference that chimed with the hot topic of affordability on talk shows, podcasts, and the mainstream news. Murdoch's message was almost sotto voce. Things were going well internationally, but these were not the only issues people cared about. The question of who Trump might endorse for 2028 had been rumbling in the background for some time. He was prone to chewing over ideas, floating thoughts with aides around him. He had canvassed many of them about a J.D. Marco ticket and whether it would be formidable. He asked others how they thought Vance would stand up against Gavin Newsom in a presidential battle. Gavin looked the part, Trump thought. But how would J.D. perform? Trump had asked one confidant whether Vance was too polarizing for a general election. Donors were constantly in Trump's ear, talking up Rubio's talents. Many of them felt comfortable with the more establishment-aligned Rubio, whose populism had a softer edge, who had a history of neoconservatism, and who seemed likelier than Vance to stand strongly behind Israel. Trump was confident that whomever he endorsed would win. He had a lot of skin in the game, having endorsed Vance for the Senate and selected him as vice president. But he was very impressed by Rubio, with his Cuban background and the rave reviews he was receiving in the press for his more subtle expression of the America First doctrine. During Trump's redecorating spree in the Oval Office, when someone had asked him about the near certainty that the next president would remove what he had done, the president had replied without missing a beat, "Cubans love gold." Rubio seemed to be having the time of his life as a Secretary of State who was constantly by Trump's side, at the seat of power inside the Oval Office. But Rubio and Vance were good friends. During the 2024 campaign, when Vance was at a low point, getting pummeled in the media for a 2021 comment calling Democrats a party of childless cat ladies, Rubio had texted him, offering to come out on the trail for moral support. He'd carry Vance's bags, do whatever he needed. Now in the administration, Rubio had assured Vance privately that he was not running for president in 2028 and that he would enthusiastically support Vance's bid. Rubio would repeat that statement publicly. It was understood inside the White House that Rubio would not run against Vance without the explicit blessing or direction of the president. In the first year of the administration, that scenario still seemed far-fetched, though by early 2026 some of Trump's advisors had begun to change their minds, noting just how much Trump was going out of his way to pump up Rubio. Trump enjoyed creating conflict where there was none, and it was a hallmark of his management style. Behind their backs, White House officials would gossip about the Vance-Rubio dynamic, with some observing that Trump seemed to have a warmer personal chemistry with Rubio. But Trump thought Vance was brilliant, a great intellect, and he often remarked on how impressive it was that Vance had gotten into Yale without having a rich father. Trump thought he was handsome, too, and that nobody did better than Vance sparring on CNN against tough interviewers. Vance was in many ways the polar opposite of Trump. Where Trump was a pure instinct player, unreflective, quick to make big decisions, and at ease with using the full force of American power, Vance was a worrier, and far more analytical, poring over the minutiae of policy and political strategy. Where Trump would glance at the top-line numbers of polls and carp about his pollster fucking Fabrizio and his numbers, Vance would examine the cross-tabulations of Fabrizio's surveys, the data tables that broke down results by age, gender, race, and party identification. As the year progressed, Vance's worries had accumulated. He had watched Trump run a hawkish foreign policy, bombing Iran, toying with regime change in various countries, continuing the supply of weapons to Ukraine, and act in a far more interventionist way than a President Vance would have done. Some of Vance's allies worried that he had never quite found his footing in the administration. He remained a key part of Trump's inner circle, but his influence on the policy direction of the administration was often hard to trace. He was very online, many White House aides would say, too closely following every beat of the conversation on X, too eager to get into fights with random trolls, too eager to be a troll himself. Vance would often joke in private that he was a natural doomer, always latching on to the most negative possibilities. And there was plenty of doom around. Public polls were uniformly awful, and Trump's private polling was no better, with the president losing substantial support from independent voters. Worse still, Trump had lost ground on his strongest issue, immigration, with voters giving the administration little credit for sealing the border, and increasingly souring on the harsh deportation tactics. Above all, the private polling showed that Americans felt the cost of living was still too high. And Vance was among those most concerned about the president's seeming disengagement from an issue that had helped to vault him back into the presidency. Vance would tell colleagues they needed to focus less on foreign policy and more on the home front. He was obsessed with the challenge of making it easier, more affordable, for younger Americans to own homes and raise families. Trump could be persuaded to talk about his affordability policies, but as he read the lines with boredom from the teleprompter, it was evidently not where his heart was. Lately, it seemed his heart was mainly with his ballroom decoration. Some of Vance's frustrations were typical for the often thankless job of vice president. But he had it better than some. He was in the room for the key decisions, something that could not be said for many vice presidents through American history. By the end of the first year of the administration, he was still in pole position to succeed Trump. Polls showed that Vance's popularity among Republican voters remained very high and tracked Trump's approval almost exactly. But Vance had a bigger problem. Many of Trump's advisors would privately observe that the president did not seem to care much what happened to the party or to its nominees once he was no longer on the ballot. In fact, he seemed to take some satisfaction in the unspeakable, Republicans losing when he wasn't running. The next month, when Republicans performed badly in the off-year elections, Trump would say he was honored that people were saying they couldn't win without him on the ballot. Trump had already climbed his own mountain with his improbable comeback in 2024. If Republicans were wiped out in the 2026 midterm elections, or in 2028, he could simply boast that they couldn't win without him. Trump could barely be stirred to even think about the midterms. Vance had been forced to come to terms with the fact that his fortunes would rise and fall with those of perhaps the most mercurial man ever to occupy the White House. The only thing Vance could be certain of was that Trump was not going to make it easy for him. Chapter 31. You buy a piece of land, you get a permit, you get the concrete, and you build a building, Trump would say to aides. Then you sell the building. There's a building there. For Trump, building a fortune had always been straightforward, something physical, something you could see and touch. Real estate and construction made intuitive sense to him. He had never been a master of high finance, and most Wall Street elites had always looked down on him. Now he seemed mystified by the vast riches coming his way from crypto. He did not know how crypto worked, he would admit, but his sons did. And it had his attention. In the early months of the administration, advisors came to meetings prepared for the president to ask them what was the latest value of his crypto tokens. Throughout his life, Donald Trump had monetized everything he could. Fame, which he craved on a cellular level, was hard to buy outright. But wealth was the full measure of a person for Trump. He had spent years arousing suspicions that he inflated his personal net worth and level of liquidity to project the image of a financial heavy hitter. He challenged, even sued anyone who suggested he was worth less than he claimed. No product was too small to peddle with his name attached, provided it brought him income, from a line of steaks, to vodka, to a dubious vitamins enterprise. 6 months into his second term, Trump was wealthier than he had ever been, thanks largely to investments in the speculative business of cryptocurrency, an industry his new administration was responsible for regulating. It had notoriously malleable guardrails, it was rife with ethical red flags, and it had the potential to be exploited by malign foreign actors. The most consequential deal was brought to Trump by his 2 older sons, Don Jr. and Eric, who in turn had been approached by Zach and Alex Witkoff, the sons of Steve Witkoff. The company the two families formed, World Liberty Financial, was announced in September 2024, 2 months before the election. The idea had been brought to the Witkoff sons months earlier by Zachary Folkman and Chase Harrow, 2 entrepreneurs whose reputations troubled some of Trump's advisors. Their previous crypto venture, Doe, had ended with millions stolen by hackers. Folkman's prior ventures included a dating advice company called Date Hotter Girls. Steve Witkoff envisioned World Liberty as a company that would include all 5 of his and Trump's sons, including Barron, who spent hours online as a gamer and who was fascinated by crypto. And by October 2025, Forbes estimated the college-aged Barron's wealth at $150 million. The company's website listed Trump and Witkoff as co-founders emeritus, their glossy headshots alongside their sons, Harrow, cap on backward, Folkman, and 3 operational staff. A tiny disclaimer stated that Trump and Witkoff had been removed upon taking office. Witkoff would ultimately divest. But for a year after the inauguration, photos of Witkoff and Trump remained in prominent positions on the website. There was also a huge investing partner in WLF, a fact that would remain a secret for over a year. In January 2026, the Wall Street Journal revealed that 4 days before Trump was sworn in, a 49% stake in World Liberty had been acquired by Arium Investment One. The company was run by associates of Sheikh Tahnoun bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who controlled $1.5 trillion of Emirati sovereign wealth funds. Sheikh Tahnoun was a major power player in the Middle East, and a close associate of both Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. A UAE fund backed by sovereign wealth had already invested more than $200 million in Kushner's investment fund. The Arium stake in the Trump-Witkoff crypto venture would be a $500 million investment, with half paid up front, $187 million to Trump entities, at least $31 million to entities affiliated with the Witkoffs, and another $31 million to entities associated with Harrow and Folkman. The second payment, another $250 million, was due by July 15, 2025. 2 executives from Tahnoun's company had joined WLF's board of directors, but that also remained a secret until the revelations in the journal. The overlap of business relationships and government work, once a source of consternation for first-term Trump officials, was now an accepted part of Trump's new administration. White House officials generally shrugged off news accounts of conflicts of interest. There was little risk of any real consequences in Trump's first year back in Washington. Republican lawmakers feared him and he held a tight grip on the Justice Department. To the extent anyone in the White House thought about the overlapping public and private relationships in the first year of the term, they were seen as an asset. Witkoff had business relationships with Emirati officials through a New York hotel prior to Trump's second term. In 2023, Qatar's wealth fund would purchase the property. Now he was in business again with the Emiratis through World Liberty. Howard Lutnick's old firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, bragged of record profits in 2025 as his 2 sons took over the company, entering into cryptocurrency partnerships and raising funds for AI data centers while their father aggressively pushed foreign firms to invest in such centers. In the years between his presidencies, Trump had come to believe he had been too accommodating of long-established norms. He had stopped short of what most ethics watchdogs had demanded in his first term, putting his holdings into a blind trust, and instead agreed, reluctantly, to turn over control of the Trump Organization to his sons. He would, however, stop them from making any new foreign deals during his first term. But there were still conflicts of interest involving those who used Trump's private clubs either to access him directly or to spend in ways he would appreciate. He flouted anti-nepotism norms by appointing his daughter Ivanka and son-in-law Jared as senior White House staffers. Trump made it clear that if he won again, things would be very different. His sons could do as they pleased. As could the sons of Steve Witkoff. I prohibited them from doing business in my first term, and I got absolutely no credit for it, Trump complained in a New York Times interview in early 2026, talking about his sons. I didn't have to do that. And it's really unfair to them. He added, I found out that nobody cared, and I'm allowed to. That Donald Trump had once described cryptocurrency as a scam was not an issue, either for him or for anyone around him. In the years leading up to his second election, Trump had launched his own non-fungible tokens, NFTs, in the form of Trump digital trading cards, ranging from images of Trump as a superhero with laser eyes to the $99 Super Trump card depicting him in a comic book hero costume. In mid-2024, he promised crypto fans he would fire the regulator Gary Gensler, chairman of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Gensler, viewed as a major enemy of the crypto industry, resigned the day Trump was sworn in. As soon as Trump returned to office, he moved swiftly. He appointed the tech investor David Sachs as his special advisor for AI and crypto, a position otherwise known as the crypto czar. On Friday, January 17, 2025, rapt investors and at least two cabinet nominees, Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick, had attended the crypto inaugural ball at the Mellon Auditorium. Snoop Dogg, in a gleaming black tuxedo, gold-rimmed shades, and long braids, performed a live set. Sachs told the ecstatic room, the reign of terror against crypto is over. Early in the evening, word had gone round that Trump was even launching his own meme coin, Dollar Trump. Before the night's end, the coin had already reached a market capitalization of $1 billion. 6 days later, Trump signed an executive order to promote advancement of cryptocurrencies and work toward a national digital currency stockpile. Supporters of various cryptocurrencies would jockey to have their preferred tokens in the stockpile. There was also an entirely separate, but very lucrative, crypto endeavor, American Bitcoin, forged by Eric and Don Jr. Eric was the face for the new company, a Bitcoin miner in Texas, which listed on the NASDAQ stock exchange. Cantor Fitzgerald, the Lutnick firm, was among the group of sales agents working on one of its programs. The value of Bitcoin for ordinary investors sank precipitously in early 2026, but by then the Trumps had already made their gains. A New York Times tally estimated that the Trumps had made more than $1 billion in new cash and other assets in the first year of the second term. There was one company that would play an outsized role in determining the Trump and Witkoff family's success. Binance was the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world, and its founder, Changpeng Zhao, had been rated by Forbes as the 21st richest person on the planet. His estimated net worth was $86 billion. Zhao had also been indicted in the U.S. for his role in financial crimes that allowed terrorist groups and other bad actors to use Binance. He pleaded guilty in late 2023 and served 4 months in federal prison in California. He was released a few weeks before the 2024 election. Zhao had been banned from any leadership role in the company, but he remained a major shareholder. During the transition, Binance began looking for lobbyists who might help Zhao obtain a presidential pardon, with prices being offered by private negotiators sometimes in the millions. Trump advisors waved away questions about what might happen with clemency for Zhao, when the subject was gingerly raised by people Binance had tried to hire to push for the pardon. The people and entities involved in World Liberty Financial were opaque at first, and it would take time and dogged reporting by the very news outlets Trump called the enemy of the people to untangle. In September 2025, the New York Times reported on a meeting earlier in the year between Steve Witkoff and Sheikh Tahnoun. The Emiratis had successfully sought access to critical computer chips made in the United States, with many going to a tech firm that Tahnoun controlled, a controversial request given the UAE's significant business relationships with the Chinese tech industry. A few months before that meeting, Witkoff's son Zach had told a crypto conference in Dubai that MGX, the Emirati state-owned investment firm chaired by Tahnoun, would complete a $2 billion investment in Binance using World Liberty's $1 stablecoins. World Liberty was free to invest the $2 billion in money market funds or other financial vehicles, keeping the interest for itself. "We thank MGX and Binance for their trust in us," Zach Witkoff told the astonished audience in Dubai. An MGX spokeswoman would say later that MGX had selected $1 for the transaction after evaluating several stablecoins. White House officials said there was no connection between the deals. As for Binance, Trump announced he was pardoning Changpeng Zhao on October 23. The Wall Street Journal soon revealed that Binance, prior to the pardon, had quietly begun building technology to support World Liberty. A spokesperson for World Liberty would later say that Binance had provided its own previously used open-source contracts to spare World Liberty the headache of repurposing them, but not for any gain or exchange. Binance also hired the lobbyist Cheese McDowell, a hunting buddy of Donald Trump Jr., to advocate for the Zhao pardon. The Journal reported that McDowell had arrived at the White House with the younger Trump to make his pitch and that Don Jr. had left the room during the pardon talks. Once the pardon was in place, Binance, still banned from operating in the U.S., but free to operate internationally, stepped up enticements it offered for stablecoins, to include World Liberty's offering. Trump had told a close aide that the gratitude he received from people he had pardoned was like nothing he had ever experienced in his life. The presidential pardon power, pure, unobstructed, and enshrined in the Constitution, functioned in the way Trump believed all presidential authority should, quickly and unilaterally. In the final weeks of his first term, and largely lost in coverage of the Capitol riot, Trump had doled out controversial clemency grants to Roger Stone, Paul Manafort, Steve Bannon, Jared Kushner's father, and many more. And in the second term, such headline-grabbing clemency grants would begin immediately, and not only for those connected to January 6. A formula soon developed. Pardon seekers would tell Trump they had been persecuted by a weaponized justice system, just as he had. This formula was successful not just for Zhao but for many other clemency seekers. White-collar criminals with long sentences were another category that Trump looked favorably upon. David Warrington, the White House counsel, had attempted with Susie Wiles to instill some kind of process around clemencies. Wiles had put the brakes on some of these pardons over the summer, after a pardon for Paul Walczak, a wealthy tax cheat whose mother was a Mar-a-Lago member and Trump campaign donor, had attracted unwanted headlines. But the system broke down anyway. People seeking pardons went to Trump directly. Early in the term, Warrington considered whether the Supreme Court's presidential immunity ruling, vague in some respects, would apply to senior officials as well. Most top Trump appointees were certain they would be targeted for prosecution once the president was out of power. But they likely wouldn't need the protection of the immunity ruling anyway. Trump repeatedly told aides in private that he planned to preemptively pardon anyone who came within 250 feet of the Oval Office before his term ended. 3. The world of crypto was far from the only enriching path for the Trumps as he re-entered the presidency. Eric Trump would forge new land deals in the Middle East heading into 2026. And Don Jr. had entered into a partnership with 1789 Capital, a conservative-leaning investment firm, whose valuation grew exponentially after Trump won. The firm invested in government-regulated companies, and one, the rare earth startup Vulcan Elements, signed $620 million in contracts from the Pentagon in December 2025. Don Jr.'s seat on the board of a widely used prescription drug website was announced the day after his father rolled out the administration's effort to provide cheaper access to prescription medicines. An aide to Don Jr. later contended that the president's son had 5 children to provide for and brushed off questions about conflicts of interest as a laughable and ridiculous standard. Eric Trump had taken command of the effort to build the Trump Presidential Library on a patch of land in Florida. The Florida Attorney General, after consultations with Eric, had agreed to hand over to the Trump family, free of charge, the deed to a $67 million piece of property attached to a college in Miami. This would not be a normal presidential library. The family had plans afoot for a skyscraper on the site with a hotel, and Eric was eyeing funding from Middle East sovereign wealth funds. The fundraising effort would also be bolstered by firms with business before the federal government and even by some cabinet secretaries. Howard Lutnick would personally donate $25 million to the Trump Library Fund. Trump had been privately complaining about news stories focused on the money-making ventures of Lutnick's sons intersecting with administration policy. Lutnick's donation seemed to mollify the president. More than once, in front of Lutnick and several advisors, Trump ribbed his commerce secretary, saying the only reason he put up with his bullshit was because he gave me $25 million for the library. At other times, Trump would marvel at the donation. "Isn't Howard the best?" he said on one occasion. "I asked for $25 million for the library and he gave it in 1 second. Isn't that amazing?" Jeff Bezos had been cultivating his own relationship with Trump. In mid-July, he had visited the president in the Oval Office for a meeting that included Stephen Miller. Musk had departed his government role roughly 6 weeks earlier, and Trump had simultaneously pulled the nomination of Jared Isaacman, a Musk ally, to run NASA. Trump opened the meeting with pleasantries. Bezos had recently gotten married in Venice, a multi-day, celebrity-studded extravaganza, and the president wanted to hear about it. "Everyone was at your wedding," Trump marveled. "How was it?" "It was great," Bezos replied. When the conversation turned to the guest list and Bezos mentioned that the actress Sydney Sweeney had attended, the president's interest deepened. "Oh," Trump said. Then they got down to business. Bezos had come to talk about space, specifically, about Space Launch Complex 37 at Cape Canaveral, and more broadly, about the dominance of Musk's SpaceX over America's launch infrastructure. SpaceX controlled the vast majority of U.S. launches and held a near monopoly on low Earth orbit satellite coverage through Starlink. Until Amazon's Kuiper satellite constellation came online, there was no serious American alternative for satellite broadband. Bezos's Blue Origin was the most plausible domestic competitor for launch services, but only if the government opened the door. Bezos did not trash Musk. There was no need to. Trump was, in that moment, very receptive to any pitch from a major competitor to his former friend. Bezos framed his argument around national security. The country could not afford to rely on a single provider for something so strategically important, he told Trump. It was a powerful argument, and not without recent precedent. During the war in Ukraine, Musk had unilaterally restricted Starlink's use near the front lines, a decision that had alarmed Pentagon officials and underscored the risks of dependence on one company, no matter how capable. Bezos suggested that Trump could direct Steve Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, to advise officials in charge of space-related contracts that the president wanted contractor diversity. That was the key phrase from Bezos. You don't want to be reliant on one company, Bezos said. You need contractor diversity. It didn't have to be Blue Origin, Bezos added, though of course he wanted it to be. The point for the country was that a single supplier in such a critical domain was a vulnerability. The Defense Department had always wanted multiple providers for national security payloads. This was simply sound strategy. Trump told Bezos he would look into it. But in the months that followed, Musk found his way back. He and Trump reconciled in September at Charlie Kirk's memorial service in Arizona. David Sachs was the go-between, telling Trump, who was set to speak, that Musk wanted to come and say hello. By late fall, Musk had once again begun writing large checks to Republican campaign committees ahead of the 2026 midterms. In November, Trump renominated Isaac Mann to lead NASA. And on November 20, the Department of the Air Force signed off on SpaceX's plan to redevelop Space Launch Complex 37 for Starship operations, authorizing up to 76 launches and 152 landings per year from the very pad Bezos had hoped the president would keep out of Musk's hands. The president was tickled when he read news reports of Joe Biden struggling to raise money for his own library. Trump immediately stepped up the pressure to outdo his predecessor. After the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had visited the White House in October, Eric Trump told the team that he wanted to move quickly to seek library funding commitments from the Saudis. No single gift was known to be as large as the first one Trump received in 2025, the luxury Boeing jet owned by the Qatari royal family, negotiated by Steve Witkoff as a present to be turned over to the Trump Library. But it was far from the only offering from a foreign dignitary or player seeking Trump's favor. Gianni Infantino, president of the Global Soccer Federation FIFA, had cultivated Trump ever since their first meeting in 2018, when the U.S. was selected to host the 2026 World Cup along with Canada and Mexico. Infantino attended Trump's second inauguration and visited the White House repeatedly throughout 2025 as preparations for the competition accelerated. Trump would also attend the 2025 Club World Cup final in New Jersey that summer. During the trophy ceremony, Infantino handed Trump a winner's medal as an apparent gift. It was gold, but not nearly a match for the Golden Club World Cup trophy, which Trump had also decided to keep after Infantino brought it to the Oval Office earlier in the year. FIFA would later tell BBC Sport that there were three versions of the trophy. The engraved original remained at FIFA headquarters, the second was with the winning team, Chelsea, and the final replica was with Trump. On Super Bowl Sunday in February 2025, Trump and his three older children traveled to the Superdome in New Orleans to watch the game. In a private box, they mingled with NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Infantino came in to say hello. The following day, Trump signed an executive order pausing enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act of 1977, the landmark American law against international bribery. Trump had long complained that the law put American businesses at a competitive disadvantage overseas. But the timing was notable for another reason. FIFA had spent more than a decade mired in one of the largest corruption scandals in international sport. In 2015, American prosecutors charged 14 people, 7 arrested in a dramatic early morning raid at a Zurich hotel, for systematic bribery at and around the organization stretching back years. The rolling plea deals and convictions went on for years, and the United States government held firm that the cases were a critical blow to international corruption. 2 of those convictions had been overturned by a Brooklyn federal judge in 2023, opening a broader debate about whether the government had overstepped. A higher court reinstated the convictions in July 2025, and the 2 defendants, both media executives who had dealt with FIFA, appealed to the Supreme Court. Some Justice Department officials warned that if the government failed to defend its own convictions, this could jeopardize related corruption cases and require the repayment of millions in penalties. Other prosecutors, dating back to the Biden administration, had believed it was not worth continuing to try to preserve the verdicts. D. John Sauer, Trump's Solicitor General and former personal lawyer, told associates he believed the case was almost certainly going to lose badly if the Supreme Court took it up. Trump had been skeptical of corruption cases for many years. And besides, he told an advisor, speaking of the World Cup, they're coming here. Why do we care about some bribery charge involving Qatar? He asked the advisor. It was an argument he made frequently in private in the fall months of 2025, and his thoughts were well known in the senior ranks of the Justice Department. Sauer directed the Brooklyn federal prosecutor, Joseph Nocella, to ask the court to withdraw the 2 convictions, Bloomberg Law reported. Nocella wanted to keep fighting, but Sauer did not want to debate it. On December 9, late in the process and as the Supreme Court was deciding whether to take up the case, Nocella sought to dismiss the charges. For days earlier, Infantino had arrived at the Kennedy Center for yet another event ahead of the 2026 World Cup. There, he presented the president, who openly coveted the Nobel Peace Prize, with the inaugural FIFA Peace Prize. Trump proudly hung the medal around his neck. The mockery was widespread, as was criticism of Infantino, who was accused of violating the organization's expectations of political neutrality. Soon there were so many favors and so much money coursing through the Trump orbit that an unusually large number of administration staff were eyeing exits before the first year had even ended. Many officials, looking at how much others were making outside the government, were asking themselves, why not me? For many who joined Trump's new administration, the old Trump from the 1980s, representing celebrity, glitz, and seemingly fabulous wealth, was the aspiration. They wanted that life. Part of his public pitch for decades had been that anyone could have it, if only they followed his lead. Several top officials soon began using their government roles to do exactly that. They began living Instagram-worthy lives. Leading the way was Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, who used a Coast Guard jet for travel. Later in the year, she acquired 2 Gulfstream luxury jets for the Coast Guard and planned to add a third, this one outfitted with a bedroom. Despite only being built to accommodate 18 people, the agency insisted it would be used to deport migrants. Lori Chavez DeRemer, the labor secretary, allegedly spent tens of thousands of dollars in government money on needless travel that bolstered her political brand, or allowed her to visit her home back in Oregon. A whistleblower complaint accused the secretary of using her perch and the cover of her office to pursue an affair with a subordinate. Kash Patel, the FBI director, was not far behind. Even as he purged the bureau's ranks of career officials who had investigated Trump, Patel reportedly used a Justice Department Gulfstream to fly to Pennsylvania to watch his musician girlfriend perform. Patel had previously criticized his predecessor, Christopher Wray, for using government jets for unnecessary travel. Patel liked being part of the Trump traveling roadshow, with its atmosphere of an endless party. He attended a Miami UFC match with the president, Elon Musk, and several cabinet officials in April. He went to other fights on his own, traveling on government jets. In early 2026, he would drop into the U.S. men's hockey team locker room in Milan after they won Olympic gold against Canada. Video of Patel whooping and cheering and chugging a beer went viral on social media. All the while, the agency he led was in turmoil after a year of firings, forced retirements, races to the exit by demoralized agents, and embarrassing public missteps from Patel related to high-profile crimes. It was all a far cry from 2017, when Trump's first Health and Human Services Secretary, Tom Price, was forced to resign for chartering private planes on the government's tabela 8 years later. That scandal seemed quaint. Government jet travel had become the norm for cabinet officials, and the president had no problem with it, at least until it attracted unwanted headlines. Noem appeared to have other perks too. She had angered fellow Trump officials by reportedly moving into the Coast Guard commandant's residence at Joint Base Anacostia Bolling. Her aides said it was because of threats against her, but for some Trump officials this use of military housing seemed unjustified and it raised red flags. By year's end, a number of other senior Trump officials had moved onto military bases, citing security concerns. In some cases the threats were immediate. One senior White House official was relocated to military housing after a threat from Iran. Stephen and Katie Miller looked at a number of military base options that could accommodate a family with 3 young children and another on the way. Senior DOJ officials would also end up moving onto bases. The various requests from Trump officials were straining the supply of military housing. With so many senior Trump officials living on bases, more than half a dozen by year's end, the result was a kind of self-reinforcing bubble. Senior aides were walled off from the city where they governed, seeing threats around every corner. Trump had still grander ideas for what the government could do for him. He believed he was owed reparations for the way he was treated in his first term and his 4 years out of office. Before the 2024 election, he had filed a $230 million claim against the Justice Department over the January 6 investigation and the Mar-a-Lago documents case. Instead of withdrawing it when he won the election, he had, with his personal lawyer Boris Epshteyn, discussed having the Justice Department settle with him. In Trump's first term, the Republican National Committee had covered more than $400,000 in legal bills for the president and his family related to the Russia investigation. But the family, seeing itself and its businesses as under investigative siege, wanted still more. Eric had asked RNC chairwoman Ronna McDaniel, in front of the president in the Oval Office, to press the party apparatus to cover the Trump Organization's bills for the nascent Letitia James case. McDaniel had refused. In early 2026, Trump and his sons filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS and the Treasury Department over the leak of his tax returns in the first term. The president brought the lawsuit in his private capacity, but his aim was plain: to force a settlement while still in office. "What I would do, tell them to pay me, but I'll give 100% of the money to charity. I don't want any of the money," Trump told an NBC interviewer, who questioned why he would seek $10 billion from the U.S. Treasury given the country was trillions of dollars in debt. Melania Trump had also found an opportunity for herself in the sudden swirl of money. The Jeff Bezos-owned Amazon had paid $40 million to license a documentary on Melania during the transition, with at least $28 million going straight to the First Lady. Nearly all of this before Donald Trump had finished 12 months back in Washington. And yet it would not be enough, something Trump had forecast 45 years earlier, when an interviewer asked at what point he would consider himself and his family financially secure for life. It was October 1980. Trump replied that he thought about his business literally 24 hours a day, and that he enjoyed it. "If I didn't, I will stop," he said. "There's no question in my mind that I'll stop because I do understand it's all basically a game. We're all here to play the game, and we're all hopefully going to play it well." Chapter 32. Above the fireplace in what used to be the president's bedroom on the second floor of the White House, a plaque had once hung bearing a short but moving inscription: "In this room Abraham Lincoln slept during his occupancy of the White House as President of the United States, March 4, 1861 to April 13, 1865. When she remodeled the room, Jacqueline Kennedy had the plaque removed. But as she prepared to move out of the White House following her husband's assassination, she had another plaque made, restoring the Lincoln inscription, and adding just below it, "In this room lived John Fitzgerald Kennedy with his wife, Jacqueline, during the 2 years, 10 months, and 2 days he was President of the United States, January 20, 1961 to November 22, 1963. With this gesture by a broken-hearted First Lady, two murdered presidents had become quietly joined in history in the room where they had spent the most personal moments of their presidencies. It was an intensely private memorial that only a few would ever see. When the Nixons arrived at the White House, the mantelpiece itself was replaced, and Jacqueline Kennedy's plaque, immortalizing a moment in time, vanished into federal storage, to gather dust. As a young man in New York, Donald Trump was determined to stamp his name onto physical structures. He was Fred Trump's son, he was on the make, and he wanted to leave his own indelible mark on Manhattan, the wealthiest borough in the city and one his father had never conquered. Putting his name on a gleaming Fifth Avenue tower was an exercise in branding into the American consciousness. For Donald Trump, to be famous was to exist. 40 years later and at the pinnacle of American power, the by now 79-year-old Trump was obsessed with dreams of legacy and determined to use the scope of an imperial presidency to imprint his name on everything, including the low-rise cityscape of Washington, dopo Cristo by the norms of history. The naming rights for monuments belonged to subsequent generations, and those honors were conferred by Congress, by historians and commissions, and by public acclaim. It was the American way. But Donald Trump had long since demonstrated that he could adore himself far more, and in greater detail, than anyone else might. Why wait? He had watched in rage as his name was removed from buildings in New York City in protest during his first presidency and after its calamitous end. "It was a mistake to assume others would praise you for your efforts," he told the New York Times in 1980. "If you let people treat you how they want, you'll be made a fool," he said, before adding, "I don't want to be made anybody's sucker." John F. Kennedy had never named anything for himself. Nor had any other president in American history openly campaigned for a public structure to bear his name, though a few, like Washington and Hoover, had buildings or landmarks named for them by others while still in office. President Gerald Ford went so far as to refuse to sign a bill that would have renamed a courthouse and federal office building after him. Ford said he knew of no federal buildings that had been named for a president while still in office, and if he were to accept the honor it might begin a precedent I believe it best not to establish. One of Kennedy's legacies, together with the First Lady Jackie Kennedy, had been turning the White House into a showcase for American arts and high culture, inviting poets, musicians, actors, and dancers to perform at social events, special concerts, and state dinners. When Kennedy was slain, it seemed natural that a nation searching for a way to celebrate his life would name a cultural center in his honor. On January 23, 1964, the National Cultural Center, created by an act of Congress at the end of the Eisenhower administration, was officially renamed the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, to serve as the sole national memorial to the 35th president. Since then, the Kennedy Center had served as the cultural center of the capital city, the longtime home of the National Symphony Orchestra and the Washington National Opera, and the host of the world-renowned Kennedy Center honors. In this most political city in the country, the Kennedy Center was for decades managed by a bipartisan board, maintaining a reputation for political neutrality, focused on artistic excellence rather than partisan favor. But Trump had refused to attend the Kennedy Center award ceremony during his first term because so many of the artists had made it clear they were anti-Trump. Now, in his second term, he would not only attend the ceremony, but he would have a hand in picking the honorees. And he would appoint himself the evening's host. When on December 18, 2025, the board of directors of the Kennedy Center had voted unanimously to change the name to the Donald J. Trump and the John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts, Trump feigned surprise and humility that the board, which he had personally selected just a few weeks after his second inauguration and of which he was now the chairman, would bestow such an honor. The renaming was enthusiastically embraced by Sergio Gore, then the head of the Presidential Personnel Office, but later dispatched as ambassador to India. When Gore raised it with Trump months earlier, the president loved it. "You're doing all this work for the Kennedy Center," Gore had told him flatteringly. "You got the money. You should at least get your name on it with JFK." The White House quietly ordered the large letters "Donald J. Trump" to be added to the facade well before the board had even rubber-stamped the authorization to rename the building. Since Trump had taken control, scores of artists had canceled engagements and many more had announced they would refuse to perform in protest. By early November, programming was in trouble and ticket sales had plummeted to catastrophically low levels not seen since the COVID pandemic. This came during an already turbulent stretch of White House action both overseas and domestically. But Trump's push to put his name on Washington's landmarks or build new ones in his own image appeared completely detached from the public interest. This was just the beginning of a spree of naming. In early December, as part of his vigorous campaign for the Nobel Peace Prize, and amid dubious claims that he had been the instrument of peace in resolving 8 unendable conflicts around the world, the administration suddenly announced that the United States Institute of Peace would be renamed the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace. The institute had been conceived of during the Carter administration as an independent, nonpartisan organization created by Congress, and it was eventually signed into law by President Reagan. A White House spokesman explained that the renaming in 2025 was justified because of Trump's prowess as a dealmaker and also as a powerful reminder of what strong leadership can accomplish for global stability. Congratulations, world! Just before Christmas, the president ordered the creation of a new Golden Fleet of Trump-class warships that would carry his own design touches. He had already launched the Trump Gold Card, an expedited visa featuring Trump's face and which would grant residency to foreign nationals for the price of $1 million, an effort even some of his own advisors thought was unconstitutional. He would roll out a new program of tax-free investment accounts for children dubbed Trump accounts. He would unveil a website to help people access more affordable prescription drugs that he would call TrumpRx. His Treasury Department would announce plans to mint a $1 coin to celebrate the country's 250th anniversary bearing Trump's image on both sides. His face would be emblazoned on national park passes. Later, a giant banner featuring Trump's photo and the words "Make America Safe Again" was hung from the Justice Department's headquarters in Washington with the agency's seal, a visible reminder of Trump's personal control over the DOJ. For 2026, Trump would try to force Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer to support renaming Dulles International Airport in New York's Penn Station for himself, briefly holding hostage the funding for a long-planned and already appropriated commuter tunnel between New Jersey and New York City to get his way. As part of its America First pricing, the Trump administration replaced the free admission to the national parks on Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Juneteenth with brand new patriotic dates, including Trump's birthday. He would tell his staff he wanted the stadium where the Washington Commanders played to be named after him. In addition to the frenzy of all the naming and renaming, and the palatial ballroom, Trump had begun to obsess over building another immense new monument. Inspired by the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, the president proposed an Independence Arch that would stand on Columbia Island in Washington, Dopo Cristo, across the Arlington Memorial Bridge from the Lincoln Memorial. He wanted this to be the biggest such arch in the world, and by October he began showing visitors to the Oval Office his various models. The project was already being referred to inside the White House as the Arc de Trump. Trump saw himself as a transformational figure in history, one who was already remaking the world in his image, something few leaders ever had the chance to do so definitively. The original Arc de Triomphe had been commissioned by Napoleon Bonaparte in 1806 to commemorate his victory at the Battle of Austerlitz, a battle that had marked his greatest tactical achievement, briefly establishing French hegemony over Europe. Within a decade he would be undone by hubris and exiled. The triumphal arch, completed long after Bonaparte's death, would take on a more complicated meaning as a symbol of French history and the French people. The occasion for Trump's arch was ostensibly America's 250th birthday, but when asked by a reporter in October of 2025 who the arch was for, the president had answered, "Me." The arch in Paris stood at 162.5 feet. The Arch of Triumph in Pyongyang, North Korea, inspired by the Arc de Triomphe and built in the early 1980s to mark the dictator Kim Il-sung's 70th birthday, was 200 feet high. At 250 feet, Donald Trump's proposed arch would dwarf them both. As the president showed off his models to a visitor one day in October, he puzzled over the details, including whether the arch should include a platform to take in the view. Privately, he had also been asking confidants what he should have on top of the architetto. Should it be, he mused, a large replica of his fight fist? Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, whom the president would appoint as his envoy to promote the acquisition of Greenland, was with him in the Oval Office. As Trump mused over his model arch, Landry shared with the president that back in Louisiana they had a good arch too. Natalie Harp had swiftly printed out photos. The discussion prompted Trump to phone Louisiana Congresswoman Julia Letlow. "Hi, Julia," he said. "How are you?" Informing her that the governor was sitting right here with him, Trump told her about his proposed arch and pressed for details about the arch in Louisiana. "Yeah, we have an arch," the Republican Congresswoman said. "It's a nice arch," the president replied. He had an aerial photographic map of the National Mall spread out on the Resolute desk, including the Potomac and the site where he intended to locate his own architetto, bringing out several of his 3D printed plastic models, small, medium, and supersized. The president's favorite, he placed each at the spot to gauge his guests' responses. Not that the opinions of others would matter, as the biggest was always going to win. But the Lincoln Memorial across the way was only 99 feet high. "If the arch is 250 feet high, is that a problem?" he asked rhetorically. There was the other issue too: should there be an observation deck? With Letlow still on speakerphone, Trump said to an aide, "Call Emmanuel." A moment later, the phone on his desk rang. He pushed the flashing button and the French president entered the conversation, also on speakerphone. "Emmanuel? Emmanuel? I'm building a big arch, Emmanuel. I'm trying to figure out if I need a viewing deck." "Your arch, do you have a viewing platform?" Trump asked. The rooftop viewing terrace on the Arc de Triomphe was a popular tourist spot, offering magnificent views that took in Sacré-Cœur, the Eiffel Tower, and the Champs-Élysées. It was one of the most famous monuments in Paris, standing on the intersection of vast tree-lined boulevards. "Yes," Macron said, "I have a viewing platform." "Would you say it's the best view of Paris?" Trump asked. "No. Third best view of Paris." "Oh. Eiffel Tower and Notre Dame." "Notre Dame, he's done a good job with that." "He's done a good job with that." "Looks good." "Bad fire." "Looks really good." "What do you think?" "We have a viewing deck?" "I don't know." "Could be dangerous?" "People throw bottles and shit off it, right?" "Do you think they throw bottles?" "Maybe we should have a viewing platform. You can see Arlington Cemetery, it's a great view." "I don't know." "I don't know, it's dangerous." "You can jump off it." "What do you think, Emmanuel, do people jump off it?" "No." As the fiscal year began on October 1, congressional Democrats had forced a government shutdown over healthcare subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. It would expire at the end of the year, and without it tens of millions of Americans would face extreme increases in their insurance premiums, or would lose coverage altogether. As the impasse dragged into November and became the longest shutdown in history, nothing much was being done to resolve it. The tone for the shutdown had been set during the only meeting the president had agreed to with Democratic leadership up to that point in his second term on September 29 in a wan effort to avert the closure. During that meeting, the president was flexing his dominance and the conversation quickly took on the air of an extended, elaborate exercise in trolling. "So, what are we going to do?" Trump said as they all settled into their chairs. Immediately, Senate Minority Leader Schumer and Speaker Mike Johnson traded sharp disagreements, each calmly but firmly challenging the other over a lack of negotiations and perceived slights going back years. "Mr. President," Schumer said, "I'm glad we're sitting down. Historically, these have always been bipartisan negotiations, but the Republicans have never sat down with us. This is the first time that I've been here this term, so I'm glad we're sitting down to negotiate." "That's not true," Johnson said. "It hasn't been bipartisan. You guys never negotiated with us when Biden was in office. He added, you didn't talk to us. We always delivered the votes when they were needed. We kept the government open. Schumer shot back, saying they had always had a meeting of the 4 congressional leaders. He then launched into his demands. First and foremost, extending the Obamacare subsidies was a must for the Democrats to agree to fund the government. Obamacare is shit healthcare, Trump said. You're talking about premiums for what is bad care. Why don't we just get a better healthcare system? What do you guys think? You like that? What if we just fixed the whole thing? Trump had been promising an alternative to Obamacare for a decade, and he had never delivered. The congressional leaders were dumbfounded. Without a funding bill, the government would close in 24 hours. And Obamacare was popular, they reminded the president. Well, it's all they have. I mean, we could do something better, right? Trump said. Don't you think we could do something better? What do you think? Mike? John? What do you guys think? I think that would take a lot of time, Senator Thune said. No, I mean, why don't we just do something better? Trump repeated. We have to deal with this now, Schumer said, incredulous. I don't know, Trump said. There's pressure on us right now. So I don't know, I think if there's not pressure on us, we can't get anything done. So why don't you like that? Why don't we just use the pressure to do something better? Trump leaned back and smiled. Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries didn't know what to think. What is he talking about? Get me a Diet Coke, Trump said. You all want Cokes? I know John Thune wants a real Coke. You want Cokes? Everyone was served a drink. Now, bring the poison, he said. I call it poison. An aide hustled in a bowl of candy, Tootsie Rolls, Werther's Caramels, Starbursts, and the president proceeded to help himself liberally. He pushed the bowl across the table to Schumer, who leaned over for a look, before carefully removing a caramel. Trump understood the intractability of the situation and he knew that nothing would come of the meeting. He was content to play games with the Democratic leaders, especially Schumer. It was good sport. Vice President Vance entered the Oval Office. Why don't you guys all chat? Trump said. Why don't you all talk? JD, I'm going to toss you into this. You'll do good. Why don't you talk to them? Thank you, sir, Vance said. I'll do that. When Schumer and the 2 Republican leaders commenced bickering about the ticking clock and the impending shutdown, Trump leaned back in his chair and shut his eyes. Then, after a few seconds, his eyes opened and he called Harp over to whisper in her ear. He wanted some swag for his guests. Harp ducked into the side room he called the Monica Room to fetch some Trump 2028 caps. Trump placed them on the Resolute desk, in front of Schumer and Jeffries. Right away, the White House photographer Dan Torok re-entered the room. He leaned in to position the caps, setting up a perfect shot of the Democratic leaders being subjected to Trump's big third-term joke. It was a puerile game that entertained the president. Schumer didn't react. But Jeffries pointed to the 2028 hat and, gesturing toward Vance, asked, how does he feel about that? Ah, he's fine. He doesn't care, Trump said. We're giving him a little more training. No comment, Vance said. Both parties knew exactly what would happen next. The federal government would shut down the following evening. In the everyday world, far from Washington, partisan political brinkmanship was proving more and more unpopular. Trump's senior staff had known since the summer that he was alienating many of the disaffected and discontented swing voters who had returned him to the White House. And with the Republican hegemony in Washington, they worried the American public would hold the president and his party responsible for the Democrat-led shutdown. It would take 42 days before the 2 sides struck a deal to reopen the government. Trump was becoming frustrated that his message of a return to greatness and flexing of power on the world stage was not hitting the target. The off-year elections in Virginia and New Jersey had gone badly for Republicans, and in numerous state and federal special elections throughout the country, 2025 had seen Democratic candidates overperforming Kamala Harris's 2024 numbers by double digits. By mid-December, the White House's internal tracking polls told a grim tale. According to Tony Fabrizio's closely held private polling, which was circulated among the inner circle, the American people were judging Trump a failure on the very issues that had elected him president. He had not delivered on one of his most potent and unrealistic campaign promises to dramatically lower the cost of consumer goods. And given his denial that there was even a problem with affordability, voters were losing faith that he cared. The numbers were dismal. Overall, 55% disapproved of the job Trump was doing, while 42% approved. Among persuadable indies, the all-important block of swing voters, it was much worse, 59% to 31%. On inflation, 59% disapproved, while just 37% approved. And when asked whether President Trump's tariffs are causing prices to rise and fueling inflation, 56% of respondents said that they were, while only 29% said they were not. Trump's senior staff proposed that he get outside the bubble and start traveling again. But Fabrizio's poll contains some bad news on that score, too. Shortly before the memo was circulated, Trump had given a speech in Pennsylvania billed as a major address on affordability and the economy. In the same speech, he called affordability a hoax and a con job and then said that making America affordable again was his highest priority. It was the kind of contradiction that, delivered by any other politician, would have been a career-defining gaffe. Trump seemed not to notice, or not to care. Neither did the audience. But the voters Fabrizio was polling noticed. 45% said the speech made them view Trump more unfavorably. Only 22% had said it made them think better of him. It was the same trap that had helped destroy Joe Biden, an insistence that Americans should feel better than they did, delivered with a confidence that read as contempt. Fabrizio's memo made the danger explicit. Voters remain frustrated with the current economic situation and affordability issues, which contribute directly to their negative feelings toward President Trump and Republicans. If POTUS and the GOP want to gain ground ahead of the midterms, they need to be honest that there is an affordability crisis and confront the issues causing it. But by the time Fabrizio's memo landed, Trump's focus had shifted even further afield from the national conversation. It was a shift that reinforced yet again that while his constant upheaval of the norms of everyday American life might be wearing thin with the electorate, the president was mainly interested in the next conquest. His mind was now on Venezuela. Of the 35 strikes in the boat bombing campaign that began in September, 21 came as the year ended. The rapid intensification of this opaque operation suggested the bombings themselves were not the endgame. Trump had already begun to openly discuss oil he described as stolen from the United States, declaring he intended to get it back. In March 2025, he had signed an executive order that imposed a 25% tariff on any country importing Venezuelan oil, characterizing the nation as very hostile. On December 10, the president announced the first physical seizure of a sanctioned oil tanker, the Skipper, off the coast of Venezuela. A week later, he ordered a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela. On social media, he demanded Venezuela return oil and assets he said were stolen from the U.S. in 2007 when the Chavez regime had nationalized the oil fields. As the Trump administration gave shifting explanations for the boat bombing campaign and offered scant evidence to bolster claims that drug runners were aboard each boat, the bombings showed Trump at his most unconstrained. At the same time as he claimed to be focused on stopping drugs from entering the U.S., Trump pardoned the former president and profligate drug trafficker Juan Orlando Hernandez of Honduras. Trump's longtime advisor Roger Stone had advocated relentlessly for the pardon. Trump shrugged off questions about the lack of consistency in his policies given Hernandez had been convicted of helping to smuggle 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. Stone invoked the familiar pardon formula that had been so effective for others. Hernandez, he told Trump, had been framed by the Biden administration. Unmentioned was the fact that Trump's own lawyer, Emil Bove, installed by Trump in the DOJ and later nominated for a judgeship, was a prosecutor on the Hernandez case. The drug trafficker's 45-year sentence was set aside with the stroke of a pen. On December 19, the Department of Justice started to release the Epstein files, as required by law. The administration's panic over the summer at losing control of the Epstein narrative had given way in mid-November to accepting that the bipartisan group pushing for the release of the files finally had the support to force a vote on the House floor. The bill quickly passed the House and Senate, and Trump, yielding to the inevitable, signed it into law on November 19. The DOJ was now compelled to release the massive documents from the many disparate investigations involving the dead sex offender within a month. The legislators who passed the bill had no idea how many files they had mandated to be released. The pages would end up numbering in the millions and the president, his family, or places like Mar-a-Lago would be referenced more than 38,000 times, according to a New York Times analysis. The entire episode was another flashing light in an era when belief in the American system of justice had corroded to the point of collapse. Raw witness accounts and evidence from incomplete criminal investigations were never meant to be seen by the public. There were long-standing systems in place to protect both the accused and the accuser. The DOJ files basically amounted to a public dump of any document that mentioned Epstein's name, no matter whether the information was confirmed as accurate or not. But so fervent was the belief that the system itself was now complicit in an unimaginable conspiracy that the Epstein Files Transparency Act became possible. The documents were released with no order or context, and they gave an opening to conspiracy-minded sleuths to spend hours affirming their previously held beliefs about the perverts in charge of America. But it was still a horror story that revealed a hidden strata of society whose business was dense with insider favor trading, market-moving information, compromat, and global intrigue. It was a story of depravity and entitlement and shocking indifference to human suffering, all run through with the sickening, clubby banter of rich men and women indulging a pedophile because he hosted entertaining dinner parties and funded their causes or lifestyle. The released pages named many extraordinarily powerful men. Among them was Epstein's former close friend, now the President of the United States. In a January 2020 email, a federal prosecutor had told a colleague that Trump had flown on Epstein's private jet far more than anyone knew. Flight records showed at least 8 trips between 1993 and 1996, sometimes with his second wife, Marla Maples, sometimes with his children. In January 2024, Trump had declared he had never been on the plane. What else remained undisclosed? The question would only sharpen as people combed through what was redacted or missing. Among the gaps, records of FBI interviews with a woman who accused Trump of forcing her to perform oral sex on him when she was underage. There was no client list. But the documents highlighted Epstein's connections to some of the world's richest and most prominent figures, including Elon Musk and Bill Gates. There were also more than half a dozen senior Trump appointees in the files, including Howard Lutnick. But the documents exposed people on both sides of the political divide: Bill Clinton, Catherine Ruenler, Barack Obama's former White House counsel, Brad Karp, chairman of one of the law firms Trump had bullied into providing pro bono services, and the journalist Michael Wolff, who had grown so close to the pedophile that he was secretly advising him on his public relations strategy. The release of the so-called Epstein files would help Trump in one perverse way. He had long claimed that everyone was corrupt, including and especially his critics, and that he was the only one who was honest about just how dirty the world around him was. Now here was the proof. Trump would make that point as often as he could. "There are a lot of questions about it," he said, "but nothing on me." For months, the president and his advisors, chiefly Marco Rubio, had been working on a plan to remove Nicolás Maduro from power. Trump had pledged to end wars, not start them, a commitment that was looking shaky, given the boat-bombing campaign in international waters. He was not entirely sure what to do, but he knew one thing: he wanted Venezuela's oil. But, on the other hand, he did not want another quagmire like the invasion of Iraq. As recently as early November 2025, Trump had been asked during an interview with CBS News if the United States was going to war with Venezuela. Trump had replied, "I doubt it. I don't think so." But asked if the president of Venezuela's days were numbered, he said, "I would say yeah. I think so." Earlier in the year, Trump had appointed Rick Grenell, the ambassador to Germany and acting director of national intelligence from his first term, as a special envoy to Venezuela. Grenell was charged with engaging in direct, high-level negotiations with Maduro. In the process, he had secured the release of detained American citizens, negotiated the return of deported Venezuelan criminals, and was working on diplomatic avenues for a peaceful resolution to regional tensions. And he was talking to Maduro about the oil. Maduro indicated he was listening, and he seemed, for a time, to be pliable. It looked as though Maduro might just weather the second Trump term by falling in line. But Grenell, much to his dismay, was sidelined as a far more aggressive posture took shape and the White House position hardened into a demand for Maduro to leave. He could live a life of luxury in exile, or the United States could take action to force him out. Trump then turned to at least 2 highly unconventional emissaries to carry his messages to Maduro. One was a wealthy businessman and another was a controversial media host Trump had known forever. On November 21, the Brazilian billionaire José Batista, the co-owner of the world's largest meatpacking company, JBS-A, arrived to meet Trump at the White House. Batista had weathered corruption scandals over the years and had been jailed for obstruction of justice and insider trading. Throughout 2025, he had sought a meeting with Trump, but the president's advisors, leery of the history, had soft-pedaled. Eventually though, because of a friendly relationship Batista had with Melania, he was added to the president's schedule. Sitting with Trump, the gregarious Brazilian mentioned that he knew Maduro personally and offered suggestions for how to handle him. Trump, seeing an opportunity, summoned Rubio for a conversation with Batista in Spanish, to check out the claims of the rich meatpacker. When Rubio confirmed that Batista's claims of a connection to Maduro seemed to hold up, an impulsive Trump soon got the Venezuelan dictator on the phone. The conversation was brief, cordial, and apparently confusing to Maduro. Trump's tone was far from threatening, and if he had intended to come off as menacing, the message had not gotten through. Days later, at Trump's request, Batista secretly traveled to Caracas to meet Maduro and to urge him to resign. Maduro, comfortable in his own authority, immediately refused. 2 weeks later, in mid-December, the president tried again with a very different intermediary, and this time one with more cachet. Trump asked Tucker Carlson to do him a favor. Would he pass a message to Caracas? The president knew Carlson had an in of some sort with the Venezuelan ruler. Maduro had been reaching out to the former Fox host for some time, asking him to come down for an interview. As bait, Maduro had claimed to Carlson that he could furnish proof U.S. voting machines were tampered with in 2020, a transparently calculated appeal to Trump's unfounded stolen election grievances, and he had told Carlson he wanted warmer relations with Washington. I think our strong preference should be keeping the current government in place, Carlson advised Trump. Breaking things is easier than building them, he continued. It's hard to beat chaos once it takes hold. So you don't want to foment chaos. That's got to be goal one, stability. And you have to give a little in exchange for stability, whether it's your bottom line or your principles. You have to bend in the service of stability. Trump seemed to share that view, but what he really wanted Carlson to do was scare Maduro into real negotiations. For weeks, the United States had been building up forces in the Caribbean. Multiple warships were on the move, including destroyers and the USS Gerald, a Ford aircraft carrier and its associated carrier strike group, as well as the Wasp-class amphibious assault ship USS Iwo Jima carrying elements of the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit and the Delta Force Special Mission Unit. More than 150 aircraft, including B-1 bombers, F-22 and F-35 fighter jets, and various intelligence, reconnaissance, and surveillance aircraft were sent toward Venezuela. A close advisor said Trump was reluctant to begin such a high-risk military operation if he didn't have to. But he was reaching the point of no return. The message Trump asked Carlson to share was simple and typical of the president's blustery style, but it had a final sting. In a nutshell, Carlson was to convey to Maduro the following message: we're going to take over your country. It will be our 51st state. And you better start getting real with us. We're very serious about these oil concessions. We located the energy and we took it out of the ground and we built the infrastructure and you stole it. Play ball or you're done. Carlson delivered the message to a Maduro confidant, saying, I'm not a diplomat, but my sense is that the president wouldn't be passing this message to you if he didn't want a negotiation. Over the next 10 days, Carlson and Trump talked several times on the phone. The early indication from Caracas was that Maduro was open to playing ball. I think his animal instincts told him that Trump was either an ally or a real threat to him, Carlson would later tell an associate. He knew Trump was significant and he wanted to reach Trump. Regarding his purported information about voting machines, Carlson would tell the associate, Maduro had something Trump wanted, and he had a gun to his head. Within days of Carlson sharing Trump's message to Maduro's ally, Trump took one of his typical spins on Truth Social, posting a confusing demand, showing who was boss, and with a warning: America will not allow criminals, terrorists, or other countries to rob, threaten, or harm our nation and, likewise, will not allow a hostile regime to take our oil, land, or any other assets, all of which must be returned to the United States. Immediately, Trump wrote, Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they have ever seen before until such time as they return to the United States of America all of the oil, land, and other assets that they previously stole from us. For the theft of our assets, and many other reasons, including terrorism, drug smuggling, and human trafficking, the Venezuelan regime has been designated a foreign terrorist organization. The Truth Social post now likely made any deal with Maduro impossible, Carlson would tell the associate. That got their dander up, Carlson recounted. It not only offended them, I think that it reduced their latitude, internally. To me, they were like, what in the world is that? And I said, I'm not in charge, man. I'm a podcaster. Rubio, in any case, had thought for some time that the United States' least bad option was to replace Maduro with his vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. By Christmas Eve, the new plan was to get Maduro out, either by exiling him to a Muslim country, Qatar, or more likely Turkey, or by arresting him. And then to deal with a Venezuela run by Delcy Rodriguez. Rubio would tell associates that Rodriguez was corrupt, but a serious person. She worked in tandem with her brother and there was a good likelihood they could keep the country together. What we don't want is a series of generals claiming oil fields, Rubio added. Can't have that. Because that, first of all, defeats the purpose, and second is the migrant crisis. Everything about that is terrible. Rubio would quietly tell people that the White House had made Maduro a very generous offer that he had declined. Maduro, he would say, was going to string us along. And he's got backing from China and Russia and Iran. And he has every incentive to string this out. So we're going with Delcy. Susie Wiles spent much of the holiday away from Washington at her home in Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, where the military had set up a secure operations system ahead of the mission. Trump arrived at Mar-a-Lago for the Christmas holiday with the window for the raid set to open within days. But the president had other business to attend to first. On December 22, he sat down at his private club with Jason Redding Quiñones, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, along with Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Redding Quiñones had just overseen the sentencing of Ryan Routh, the man who had lain in wait with a rifle in the shrubs along the fence of Trump's West Palm Beach golf course. But Trump told advisers he was interested in a more pressing matter: Redding Quiñones' investigation into possible conspiracy charges against a raft of Democratic officials involved in the Russia investigation that had engulfed his first term. The old grievances still came first. "Holy shit," the president said. At 2 a.m., Saturday, January 3, 2026, Trump sat in his makeshift SCIF at his Palm Beach estate, staring intently at a monitor, watching the daring and intricate military operation unfold. 1,400 miles away in Caracas, a coordinated attack that had been planned since Thanksgiving and exhaustively rehearsed since then was now underway. A Delta Force extraction team was moving in to seize the Venezuelan dictator. As the assault unfolded in the middle of the night, there was no guarantee it would go as planned. Visions of another Delta Force mission, the April 1980 operation to rescue 53 Americans taken hostage in Tehran, an operation that had failed catastrophically, swirled in Trump's head. 8 American commandos had been killed in Operation Eagle Claw, the country had been humiliated, and President Jimmy Carter himself had been subject to the taunts of the religious fanatic who was the new Iranian head of state, the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, who declared that the doomed American rescue operation was an act of God himself. Similarly, a failed mission could make Maduro stronger. The plan had been set and the team had been ready to go for more than a week, and there had been a handful of aborted attempts. On some nights, the weather wasn't optimal. On others, Maduro's whereabouts couldn't be determined with certainty. The CIA had been watching his every move for months, and he was switching up his routine. On a couple of nights, U.S. officials believed that Maduro was out partying and had slept away from his own compound. "Holy shit," Trump said again. Heavy black curtains enclosed him and his national security nucleus in the SCIF, now a provisional situation room that had been constructed at Mar-a-Lago to allow him to monitor the operation with his team even as his resort home still brimmed with holiday revelers celebrating the new year. Inside the curtain, as the scene unfolded, General Dan Kane narrated the action for the senior officials assembled. Others in the room included CIA Director John Ratcliffe, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and Stephen Miller. The U.S. forces reached Maduro's compound at Fort Tayuna in Caracas at 2:01 a.m. local time. Maduro and his wife, Cilia Flores, were captured and on board the USS Iwo Jima 90 minutes later. Trump posted a photo of Maduro, cuffed and goggled, wearing a gray Nike tracksuit. By nighttime, Maduro and Flores were in New York. Trump had told several senior officials in his administration that he now wanted 75% of Venezuela's oil profits in perpetuity. In her first public utterances after the operation, Delcy Rodriguez had condemned it as a foreign-backed attack and a kidnapping by the United States, and asserted that Venezuela will never be a colony of any nation. She demanded Maduro's immediate release, activated a national defense decree, and declared the country fully mobilized to defend itself. But the White House was unfazed. Trump's team had received strong private indications that Rodriguez was willing to work with them. On the night of the raid, Rubio spoke to Rodriguez by phone. He said to her, "You have to do two things immediately. You have to bring your country into stability, under control. And you have to prevent mass migration and violence. You have to. That's your number one priority right now. We are willing to begin a new chapter in our relationship." Just over a week later, Donald Trump posted an image on Truth Social. It was a mock Wikipedia entry for himself, and under his image was the title Acting President of Venezuela. The new year had begun. Chapter 33. Trump had only a brief window to bask in the glow of the operation to seize Maduro. Already grave trouble was brewing on the domestic front, and it was entirely self-inflicted. On the morning of Saturday, January 24, 2026, Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old intensive care nurse at a Veterans Affairs hospital, was killed by Border Protection agents on Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis. They shot at him at least 10 times within 5 seconds while he was already on his knees and pinned down. Some of those bullets struck after he was already motionless. Preddy's death followed on the heels of the fatal January 7 shooting of another 37-year-old American citizen, Renee Good. She was a mother of 3 and a poet, and was shot 3 times at close range, once in the head near her temple, while trying to drive away from immigration agents who had demanded she get out of her car after she protested the raid by attempting to block their vehicles with her own. After weeks of uproar, and Trump's false claim that Good had run over an agent, the president was forced to step back, and to announce a de-escalation of federal agents in the city. He suddenly wanted the noise turned down. Trump had been looking for an illegal immigration crackdown, with the spectacle of criminals on the run and of left-wing protesters backing down. Instead, he now had a dead intensive care nurse and a dead local mother broadcast nightly on TV screens, news stories that refused to fade. Both were white, both were U.S. citizens, and neither remotely fit the intended target of Minnesota's Somali immigrants, a fraction of whom were alleged to have scammed the system for federal benefits. Trump had for weeks portrayed the entire Somali community as garbage that should be removed from the country as immigration agents moved their aggressive tactics into the state. But others in Trump's orbit saw a different kind of opportunity in the Minnesota disaster, specifically a new chance to deploy a sweeping and rarely used legal instrument to intimidate not just protesters, but those on guard to defend the right to protest. A few days after Preddy was killed, at around 9 in the morning, the vice president walked into Susie Wiles's office and took a seat at the end of her long conference table, turning his chair to face the room. It was a regular morning meeting, although the attendance was lighter than usual. Wiles sat in her customary place in one of the wingback chairs nearest the fireplace, with Deputy Chief of Staff James Blair in the wingback beside her. Caroline Leavitt and Stephen Chung were on the couch. Stephen Miller was at the table to Vance's right, his back to the windows overlooking West Executive Avenue. The staff secretary, Will Scharf, sat at the opposite end of the table from Miller. White House counsel David Warrington was beside the vice president. Vance got right to the point. He wanted to talk about the situation in Minnesota. In his view, they needed to swiftly invoke the Insurrection Act to crush the unrest. It would be painful in the short term, he said, but in the long term it was the right thing to do. The message it would send, that paid agitators could not get away with disrupting the ICE work, would ensure that people wouldn't try it again. There was no evidence so far that either Preddy or Good were paid activists. But Vance was reviving a subject of repeated discussion for much of 2025 about just when to utilize an extraordinary power in the president's reach. It was a power that Miller and Trump had both itched to use since the first administration, a form of unfinished business for them both. After Vance made his pitch, Scharf spoke up. He had studied the Insurrection Act extensively and his research had framed the October 29 confidential memo to Wiles on the subject, although he would not discuss the memo in this meeting. Scharf did not believe the situation in Minnesota warranted invoking the act. His objection was not political. The law, as he understood it, simply did not fit the circumstances on the ground. Stephen Miller was unusually subdued, offering muted pushback to Scharf. But he suggested that the boundaries of the Insurrection Act had never really been tested. There was a wide range of questions about its scope that remained unanswered. "That's not true, Stephen," Scharf replied. "It's very prescriptive." Someone brought up that the last time the Insurrection Act had been invoked was during the Los Angeles riots in 1992. Someone else made the obvious rejoinder that they weren't currently in the middle of anything like the LA riots. Then James Blair weighed in with the political perspective. He thought that using the Insurrection Act would be an overreach and politically ruinous. The scenes of troop deployments in Minnesota already looked chaotic, he said, and the public didn't want more chaos. Escalating would only amplify what people were already recoiling from. Blair put questions to the room that no one could answer. What does the Insurrection Act give us that we don't already have? What changes will there be with the situation on the ground that would be worth the heat? This would backfire, and what else could they win that justified the terrible public relations? David Warrington had previously made the same argument in discussions with others. And now the room was quiet. Nobody had a good response to Blair's questions. If there was a revealing moment, it was that some in the room just wanted to proceed, even though none could answer the basic question: what power would the act give them that they didn't already have in Minnesota? The Insurrection Act allowed a president to deploy federal troops to execute public safety laws, effectively transferring law enforcement authority to the military, but they could already enforce federal law there without it. For weeks, Wiles had been fielding dozens of calls from elected officials and business leaders about what was happening in Minnesota. After Preddy was killed, she pointedly told colleagues that the reason for going to Minneapolis was to arrest people who were getting federal benefits wrongly. "This is what we went to Minnesota for. And we are so far off that mission. But as was often her way in charged discussions, Weil said little as the debate in her office continued, giving others the floor. Chung weighed in to lay out the public relations challenges of invoking the Insurrection Act. Vance, having heard the arguments, appeared to soften. Perhaps now was not the time. The meeting ended without resolution, more a vague consensus to keep thinking about it. But the conversation had been clarifying in its own way, even after the administration's aggressive posture toward protesters had helped escalate tensions, and even with the White House facing intense blowback, the vice president and the president's most powerful policy advisor were still searching for an opportunity to use troops to enforce domestic laws. But something would have to give to quell the growing public uproar. On March 5, Trump fired Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Her removal followed 2 days of bruising congressional hearings and a year of inflammatory public activity, concerns about conflicts of interest in contracts, and a general fixation on showing up for the cameras. For Trump, who shared the limelight with no one, but often gave his cabinet members a long leash, it was the final straw. Stephen Miller made it clear he was not sorry to see Noem go. In his view, she had done a disastrous job managing DHS. She had brought a trail of problems, constant stories about her travels with Corey Lewandowski, her top advisor, a taste for private jets, and, most significantly for Miller, a poor record of targeting locations effectively for migrant sweeps. None of it surprised him. He had always believed she was the wrong person for the job. Miller would immediately accuse Renee Good of domestic terrorism and call Preddy an assassin shortly after he was killed. Trump pointed to the fact that Preddy was carrying a gun, for which, it turned out, he had a permit. Picking up on these attacks, Noem also slapped domestic terrorism labels on both of the dead. Yet shortly after the two shootings, Miller told associates he was furious not about the overall restrictionist immigration policy or the efforts to shut down liberal protests, which he had driven himself, but about the way it had all been carried out. The immigration agents were supposed to be there to create a barrier between protesters and immigration arrest teams, he would say publicly. In private, he laid the blame at the feet of Noem, who for a year had answered not just to the president, but also to Miller. The legal system was also nearing a breaking point. In July 2025, The Washington Post found that in roughly a third of federal lawsuits where judges ruled against the Trump administration, the government was accused of dishonesty with the court, using stall tactics, or defying orders altogether. In February 2026, Reuters found that federal judges had ruled on more than 4,400 occasions that ICE was illegally detaining migrants. Federal officials found themselves straining under conditions the White House had helped create with its demands for large deportation numbers. The DOJ had a severe staff shortage and struggled to attract lawyers willing to work there. Several prosecutors in Minneapolis resigned rather than carry out the administration's crackdown. Shortly after Preddy was killed, one lawyer working at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota, Julie Liu, told a federal judge she was struggling to get ICE to comply with court orders, and said bluntly, "The system sucks. This job sucks. And I am trying every breath that I have so that I can get you what you need. Sometimes I wish you would just hold me in contempt, Your Honor, so that I can have a full 24 hours of sleep," she added. But even as the legal battles over DHS's crackdowns in Minnesota continued to multiply, and the aggression roiled angry communities, Trump's attention was already focused on another country more than 6,000 miles away. When it came to domestic policy, Trump could still be hamstrung in significant ways. Finding quick solutions to inflation and the affordability crisis plaguing many voters was not simple. But on the world stage, which since the 1980s had captured Trump's interest more than the detailed work of domestic policy, he had far greater room to flex the muscle of his imperial presidency. In pursuit of this next goal, he would widen the fracture in his MAGA coalition, sidestep Congress, and force nations around the world to choose whether they were with him or against him. It was an existential fight that he decided to bet his legacy on. Throughout the 2024 campaign, Iran had made no secret of its desire to kill Donald Trump. Tehran had sworn revenge for the assassination of Quds Force Commander General Qasem Soleimani in a U.S. drone strike in January 2020, and American intelligence had been tracking credible threats against Trump's life ever since. On July 12, 2024, the FBI had arrested Asif Merchant, a Pakistani national who had been trained by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and dispatched to the United States to hire hit men to kill U.S. politicians, with Trump and Biden among the named targets. Merchant was seized at the airport as he prepared to flee the country. The following day, Trump was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, his ear grazed by a would-be assassin. Officials said the Butler gunman appeared to have acted alone, with no connection to Iran. But the timing seemed suspicious to Trump's inner circle, and for Trump it hardly mattered. Iran had just tried to have him killed, and then someone else had nearly succeeded. The two events fused in his mind into a single, personal threat. Nearly 2 weeks later, now the Republican nominee, Trump met with Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago. He showed off his wound. Netanyahu had come ostensibly to discuss ceasefire negotiations in Gaza, but also to repair his relationship with the potential next president, knowing that Trump remained bitter about Netanyahu's congratulatory call to Biden after the 2020 election. As the meeting wrapped up, Trump offered a confidence. Without mentioning Iran's plot to kill him, Trump nonetheless told Netanyahu that if he returned for a second term, he would take a far harder line on Iran militarily. Often, some on Trump's team heard what they wanted to hear in his private mixed messages, and one close advisor predicted after Netanyahu's visit that a returned President Trump would lean on sanctions to strangle the Iranian economy and would make no effort to restrain Israel from striking the country directly. But the advisor did not think Trump himself would wage war against Iran. And yet the serious potential for what would soon unfold was always there. In the immediate aftermath of his election victory, Trump filled his days with lunches and dinners and a steady stream of visitors. When conversations turned to the Middle East, he sounded more hawkish than he had in years. The Palestinians in Gaza who had taken Israeli hostages were fucking animals, he told one group of guests at Mar-a-Lago in December 2024. Then he turned to Iran. "We gotta make sure they don't get a bomb in the next 5 weeks," he said. "Not before January 20th. They'll never get a bomb while I'm in charge." Later, after Midnight Hammer in June 2025, when Trump had declared that Iran's nuclear facilities were obliterated, he had insisted the destruction was so complete that the Iran problem was now behind them. He believed there was no way Iran's leaders would dare rebuild under the threat of annihilation. And he refused to allow anyone in his administration to suggest that anything less than total obliteration had occurred. But within months it became clear that Iran was intent on rebuilding, and in particular resuming missile production on a significant scale. Trump's advisors sensed that it would not be long before Netanyahu cycled back to ask Trump to join another Israeli military operation. When the moment came, it was clear the next round would not have such a limited objective. Netanyahu wanted to try to go all the way, to seize the opportunity to achieve his decades-old dream of overthrowing the regime in Tehran, and it seemed not just possible to him, but feasible. Over the winter of 2025 into 2026, as the Israeli pressure to strike Iran again grew, the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, presented Trump with a range of possible outcomes that could be achieved by a military campaign. These were not forecasts, something that in military terms would depend heavily on the nature and length of a campaign, but more in the vein of, if we do this, then our assessment is that. Ratcliffe had assumed a campaign that would last, at minimum, 4 to 6 weeks. The intelligence painted a grim picture of the potential for regime change. The most probable scenario was also the most dangerous, that militants within Iran's Revolutionary Guard would seize control, sidelining or weakening the clerical establishment, which, for all its rhetoric, tended to be more calculating and less prone to military aggression. A somewhat more optimistic but less likely scenario was that pragmatists within the Revolutionary Guard might seize control. The outcome CIA analysts rated as least likely was a popular uprising overthrowing the government from within. Iranian security forces had recently demonstrated, yet again, a willingness to gun down unarmed protesters in the streets. Any grassroots movement would face brutal and immediate suppression. None of this meant that a military campaign couldn't succeed on other metrics. CIA analysts thought the US and Israel could significantly degrade Iran's capacity to threaten its neighbors with conventional and nuclear weapons. But for more ambitious goals, the intelligence was sobering. Analysts believed an air campaign alone was highly unlikely to topple the regime. Iran's asymmetric strengths compounded the challenge, particularly its low-cost drone capabilities and its ability to conceal missiles in mountain caves. Trump didn't buy the pessimistic assessments. He thought a war would be swiftly over. He thought the Iranian regime was pathetically weak, a view solidified the previous June when Iran had responded limply to the devastating waves of American bombing with a series of highly telegraphed symbolic strikes that were easy for the US to swat away. Now, riding the momentum of the Maduro capture, Trump was even more enthralled by the capabilities of the US military. He told aides he would like to see a Venezuela-type situation emerge in Iran, all the benefits of regime change without having to go to the trouble of changing the whole structure of the country. In Trump's view, there was now a new model: take out the top guy and install a fearful apparatchik who would be deferential to Trump. But few if any of Trump's advisors believed that Iran, a country of more than 90 million people led by a theocracy for decades, could be another Venezuela. And it seemed implausible that Trump remained ignorant of the realities. The president had been thoroughly briefed by both Ratcliffe and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. The up-to-the-minute intelligence assessments made clear that the Iranian regime had far more depth than Venezuela's, including a powerful religious dimension. Still, Trump repeatedly told his advisors that he had a good feeling about striking Iran and he wanted to go ahead. His take on the eventual outcome ran along the lines of wanting to wipe out the regime and figure out the details later. 3 On Wednesday, February 11, 2026, Benjamin Netanyahu and Marco Rubio met at Blair House, the historic 1824 property that served as the president's official guest residence, to sign Israel's membership in the new entity to rebuild Gaza, the Board of Peace. The two men stood side by side, displaying the signed document for cameras. From there, Netanyahu was driven the short distance down Pennsylvania Avenue in a black SUV and onto the White House grounds, arriving just before 11 a.m. The air was brisk, the long winter still hanging over Washington. Trump did not greet the prime minister at the West Wing entrance. Instead, Netanyahu was whisked in through the compound's gates and out of view of the media. The prime minister had traveled with an entourage that included his military secretary, Major General Roman Goffman, who had been tapped to take over months later as director of Mossad. After a lengthy first meeting in the cabinet room, Netanyahu headed downstairs for another. This would be one of the most critical, and entirely secret, meetings of his life down in the lower level of the White House. The Situation Room had rarely been visited by a foreign leader in person for such a sensitive meeting. Previous presidents held virtual meetings with other world leaders from the Situation Room, but aside from occasional tourist-like visits from celebrities, it was traditionally a restricted space. Now Netanyahu joined Trump and a small group of senior advisors, along with intelligence and military officials, all seated around the room's mahogany conference table. Trump had moved from his usual position at the head of the table to sit in the middle facing the large screens mounted along one wall on the opposite side. Netanyahu sat across from him. Appearing on the screen was David Barnea, the director of Mossad, as well as a number of Israeli officials. It was a powerful image: Netanyahu, the wartime leader, and his trusted team. Susie Wiles sat at the far end of the table. Rubio had taken his regular seat. Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane, who generally sat together in such settings, were on one side. Joining them was John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who had been holding ongoing negotiations with the Iranians in the hopes of averting war, completed the main group. As the White House had been roiled by national security leaks throughout 2025, this meeting had been kept deliberately small. Neither the Energy Secretary nor the Treasury Secretary had been invited. Nor had the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, much less the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who was also an outspoken opponent of military interventionism. Also absent, though for a different reason, was the Vice President. J.D. Vance was in Azerbaijan on official business, and the meeting with the Israelis had been scheduled so quickly that he was unable to make it back in time. Over the course of an hour, Netanyahu made a hard sell about how ripe Iran was to be overwhelmed, and how this could finally be the moment for regime change brought about by a joint U.S.-Israeli assault. At one point, he played a brief video for Trump that included a montage of new leaders who could take over the country if it fell. Among those featured was Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah, now a Washington-based dissident who had tried to position himself as a secular leader who could shepherd Iran toward a post-theocratic government. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to near certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed within a few weeks. Iran would be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz. The likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries was minimal. Besides, Mossad intelligence indicated that protests inside Iran would begin again, and with the Israeli spy agency helping to foment riots and rebellion, an intense bombing campaign could create the conditions for the Iranian opposition to overthrow the regime. The Israelis also raised the prospect of Iranian Kurdish fighters crossing the border from Iraq to open a ground front in the northwest, further stretching the regime's forces and accelerating its collapse. Netanyahu delivered his presentation in a confident monotone. It sounded compelling and well prepared, at least to Trump. "Sounds good to me," the president told the prime minister. To Netanyahu, this signaled a likely green light for a joint U.S.-Israeli operation. Netanyahu was not the only one who came away with the impression that Trump had all but made up his mind. The president's own advisors could see that Trump had been deeply impressed by the demonstration of what Netanyahu's military and intelligence service could do, just as he had been when the two men spoke ahead of the 12-day war the previous June. The prime minister had told Trump that the risks of inaction, now, were greater than the risks of action. He said the price of action would only grow if they delayed striking and allowed Iran more time to rebuild its missile program and create a shield around its nuclear program. Iran had the capacity to build up its missile and drone stockpiles at a far lower cost and much more quickly than the U.S. could build and supply the much more expensive missile interceptors to protect American interests and allies in the region. Netanyahu had another thing going for him. Distrusted as he was by many of Trump's advisors, he was pushing on an issue close to Trump's own heart. Of all the foreign policy challenges Trump had confronted across two presidencies, Iran stood apart. He regarded the regime in Tehran as a uniquely dangerous adversary and was willing to take great risks to hinder its ability to wage regional wars and to acquire a nuke. Furthermore, Netanyahu's presentation offered Trump an appealing vision, dismantling the Iranian theocracy, which had come to power in 1979, when Trump was 32, and had been a thorn in the side of the United States ever since. Now, he could become the first president since the clerical leadership took over 47 years ago to pull off a regime change in Iran. Netanyahu's presentation set into motion the machinery of American intelligence. Overnight, analysts worked to assess the viability of what Trump had just been shown, and the results were shared the following day, February 12, in another meeting in the Situation Room. Before Trump arrived, two senior intelligence officials briefed the president's inner circle. These officials had deep expertise in U.S. kinetic capabilities, and they knew the Iranian system and its players inside out. They had broken down Netanyahu's presentation into four parts: first, decapitation, killing the Ayatollah; second, crippling Iran's capacity to project power and threaten its neighbors; third, a popular uprising inside Iran; and fourth, regime change, with a new secular leader installed to govern the country. The officials assessed that the first two objectives were achievable with American intelligence and military power. They assessed that parts 3 and 4 of Netanyahu's pitch, which included the possibility of the Kurds leading a ground invasion into Iran, were detached from reality. When Trump joined the meeting, Ratcliffe briefed him on the U.S. intelligence assessment of Netanyahu's presentation. The CIA director used one word to describe the Israeli prime minister's regime change scenario: farcical. At that point, Rubio cut in. "In other words, it's bullshit," he said. Ratcliffe added that given the unpredictability of events in any conflict, regime change could still happen, but it should not be considered an achievable objective. Several others jumped in, including Vance, just back from Azerbaijan, who also expressed strong skepticism about the prospect of regime change. The president then turned to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. "General, what do you think?" Kane replied, "Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling." Trump quickly weighed the assessment. Regime change, he concluded, would be their problem. It was unclear whether he was referring to the Israelis or the Iranian people. But the bottom line was that his decision to go to war against Iran would not hinge on whether parts 3 and 4 of Netanyahu's presentation were achievable. Trump remained very interested in accomplishing parts 1 and 2, killing the Ayatollah and Iran's top leaders and dismantling the Iranian military. Dan Kane, the man Trump liked to refer to as Razin Kane, had impressed the president years earlier by telling him ISIS could be defeated far more quickly than others projected. Trump rewarded that confidence by elevating the general, who had been an Air Force fighter pilot, to be his top military advisor. Kane was not a political loyalist, and he had serious concerns about a war with Iran. But he was very cautious in the way he presented his views to the president. Kane shared with Trump and members of the cabinet the military assessment that a major campaign against Iran would dramatically deplete stockpiles of American weaponry, with no clear path to quickly replenish. He was deeply worried about both the potential for significant American casualties and the further depletion of munitions and missile interceptors strained after years of support for Ukraine and Israel. He also flagged the enormous difficulty of securing the Strait of Hormuz and the risks of Iran shutting the strait, a scenario Trump dismissed on the assumption that the regime would capitulate before it came to that. But the munitions question extended well beyond Iran. Without sufficient stockpiles, America's capacity in any future conflict could be seriously compromised. The administration had already pushed major defense contractors to dramatically increase production, but the industrial base simply could not scale up to the speed or volume demanded for such precise, intricate, and complex weaponry. Trump resisted any public discussion of the munitions shortfall. He viewed any acknowledgement of this serious problem as revealing an American weakness, though that posture was largely beside the point. America's enemies already had a very detailed picture of what the U.S. had in its stockpile and how quickly it could rebuild. Kane's role in the lead-up to the war captured a classic tension between military council and presidential decision-making. So persistent was the chairman in not taking a stand, repeating that it was not his role to tell the president what to do, but rather to present options along with potential risks and possible second- and third-order consequences, that he could appear to argue all sides of an issue simultaneously. He would constantly ask, "And then what?" But Trump would often hear only what he wanted to hear. Kane differed in almost every way from the Joint Chiefs chairman in Trump's first administration, General Mark Milley, who had argued vehemently with Trump and who saw his role as stopping the president from taking dangerous or reckless actions. A close observer noted that Trump seemed to confuse tactical advice from Kaine with strategic counsel. In practice, that meant Kaine might warn in one breath about the difficulties of one aspect of the operation and in the next note that the U.S. had an essentially unlimited supply of cheap, precision-guided bombs and could strike Iran for weeks once it achieved air superiority. To Kaine, these were separate observations. But to Trump, the second likely cancelled out the first. At no point during the deliberations that led to the Iran war did the chairman sit before Trump and all but grab him by the lapels, telling him that war with Iran was a terrible idea, though some of Kaine's colleagues believed that was exactly what he thought. Meanwhile, an influential cadre of power brokers and opinion makers had been pushing Trump to strike Iran. Among their ranks were the retired General Jack Keane, Rupert Murdoch's Fox News, conservative commentators Mark Levin and Mark Thiessen, and Senator Lindsey Graham. Netanyahu, of course, had been urging action for months. But without the U.S. alongside him, he was ultimately one-armed in a broader conflict. The Israeli Prime Minister was a student of American media and public opinion and had thought carefully about the optimal channels through which to influence Trump. He coordinated closely with Graham and he benefited from the fact that Trump's information loop in his second term was much tighter than in the first. Trump rarely heard from skeptics. He had largely tuned out his critics and was surrounded by flatterers, both in the White House and even more so on the patio at Mar-a-Lago, where a group of elderly and wealthy Palm Beach residents would cheer on his efforts to join Israel in wiping out Iran's clerical leadership. Within Trump's cabinet, Hegseth was the biggest proponent of moving forward against Iran. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, was privately skeptical. He did not believe the Iranians would agree to a deal, but his preference was to continue a campaign of maximum pressure rather than launch a full-scale military operation. Rubio did not forcefully argue his case in front of Trump, and after the war began he delivered the administration's justification with full conviction. If you tell the President of the United States that if we don't go first, we're going to have more people killed and more people injured, the President's going to go first. That's what he did. Susie Wiles had concerns about what a new conflict overseas could entail, but she did not tend to weigh in hard on military matters in larger meetings. Rather, she encouraged advisors to share their views and their concerns with the President in those settings. Wiles would exert influence on many other issues, but in the room with Trump and the generals, she sat back. Those close to her said she did not view it as her role to share her concerns with the President on a military decision in front of others. And she believed that the expertise of advisors like Kaine, Ratcliffe, and Rubio was more significant for the President to hear. Still, Wiles had been worried about being dragged into another Middle East war. An attack on Iran carried with it the potential to set off soaring gas prices just months before midterm elections that would decide whether the final 2 years of Trump's second term would be years of accomplishment or subpoenas and a possible impeachment led by House Democrats. Trump was already very unpopular. Polls showed voters now preferred his predecessor, Joe Biden, whose record Trump had spent a year trying to erase. But in the end, Wiles was on board with the operation. Nobody in Trump's inner circle was more worried about the Iran war or did more to try to stop it than the vice president. J.D. Vance had built his political career opposing precisely the kind of military adventurism now under consideration. He had described a war with Iran as a huge distraction of resources and massively expensive. He was not, however, a dove across the board. In January, when Trump publicly warned Iran to stop killing protesters and promised help was on its way, Vance had privately encouraged the president to enforce his red line. What Vance was pushing for was a limited, punitive strike, something closer to the model of Trump's 2017 missile attack against Syria to register his disapproval of President Bashar al-Assad's use of chemical weapons against his own people. Vance believed a regime change war with Iran would be a disaster. His preference was no strikes at all. But knowing that Trump was likely to intervene in some fashion, he tried to steer him toward more limited actions. If the president was set on going in, Vance argued, he should do so with overwhelming force, in the hope of achieving his objectives quickly. In front of his colleagues, Vance had warned Trump that a war against Iran could break apart his political coalition and would be seen as a betrayal by many voters who had bought into the promise of no new wars. Vance raised other concerns, too. As vice president, he was aware of the scope of America's munitions problem. A war against a regime with enormous will for survival could leave the U.S. in a far worse position to fight conflicts for some years to come. The potential for U.S. casualties and regional chaos was immense, he told colleagues, and no amount of military insight could truly gauge what Iran would do in retaliation when survival of the regime was at stake. A war could easily go in unpredictable directions. Moreover, there seemed little chance of building a peaceful Iran in the aftermath. Beyond all of this was perhaps the biggest risk of all, Iran held the advantage when it came to the Strait of Hormuz. If this narrow waterway, which carried vast quantities of oil and natural gas, was choked off, the domestic political consequences in the U.S. would be incalculable, starting with higher gasoline prices. Tucker Carlson, another prominent skeptic, had come to the Oval Office several times over the previous year to warn Trump that a war with Iran would destroy his presidency. A couple of weeks before the war began, Trump, trying again to suppress the concerns, attempted to reassure him over the phone. "I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay," Trump said. Carlson asked how he knew. "Because it always is," Trump replied. In the final days of February, the U.S. and the Israelis discussed a piece of fresh and incomparable intelligence that would dramatically accelerate their timeline. The Ayatollah would be meeting above ground with other top officials of the regime in broad daylight and wide open for an air attack. It was a fleeting chance to strike at the heart of Iran's leadership, the kind of target that might not present itself again. Trump had effectively made up his mind for an attack weeks earlier, advisors said. But he had not yet decided exactly when. Now Netanyahu urged him to move fast. That same week, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff called from Geneva after the latest talks with Iranian officials. Over 3 rounds of negotiations in Oman and Switzerland, the two had tested Iran's willingness to make a deal. At one point, they offered the Iranians free nuclear fuel for the life of their program, a test of whether Tehran's insistence on enrichment was truly about civilian energy or about preserving the capability to build a bomb. The Iranians rejected the offer, calling it an assault on their dignity. Kushner and Witkoff laid out the picture for Trump. They could probably negotiate something resembling an Obama-era deal, maybe even slightly better, they said, but it would take months. The Iranians were not looking to move quickly. It seemed likely they were trying to wait out the Trump presidency. If Trump was asking whether they could look him in the eye and tell him they could solve the problem, "It's going to take a lot for us to get there," Kushner told him, "because they're playing games with us all over the place." Everything rode on the assessment of Kushner and Witkoff, two men who shared the broader Trump team's contempt for subject matter experts inside the U.S. government. They both had little patience for the traditional bureaucracy in nation-to-nation negotiations. But the negotiations served another purpose. They gave Trump time to move military assets into the region, to prepare for war. On February 23, 5 days before the war began, the warnings Dan Kane had delivered to the president behind closed doors spilled into public view. Axios broke the news that the chairman had cautioned Trump about the risks of entanglement and significant U.S. casualties. The report described Kane as a reluctant warrior on Iran. The Washington Post followed with a similar account, reporting that Kane had warned of critical munitions shortfalls and the lack of Allied support. Kane was distressed by the reports and told those around him that he had never experienced anything like it. He was concerned about his position being politicized. "This isn't my role," he told associates. Trump moved quickly to shut down the narrative, posting on Truth Social that Kane did not oppose the war and believed it would be something easily won if necessary. Kane had said nothing of the sort. The Iran war would crack open the movement Trump had built. Former allies on the populist right, those who cheered America First as a rallying cry against foreign interventions, were about to witness the America First president enter a new war in the Middle East. By February 2026, the automatic deference from Republicans that had defined Trump's first year back in power was beginning to erode. The White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, sometime later acknowledged that Trump had gone to war based on a good feeling that the Iranian regime was going to strike the United States assets and our personnel in the region. But with the exception of the vice president, nobody on the senior team, not his secretary of state, not his chairman of the Joint Chiefs, not his chief of staff, had made a real effort to talk him out of it. And as with Midnight Hammer, as with the seizure of Maduro, Trump made no effort to build the public case for war beforehand. He preferred to maintain total ambiguity around his intentions to the point of admonishing anyone who tried to offer clarity. When he finally acted, the shift was jarring. The attack on Iran would come not even 3 months after his administration released a national security strategy proclaiming, "The days in which the Middle East dominated American foreign policy in both long-term planning and day-to-day execution are thankfully over." On Thursday, February 26, around 5 p.m., the final go/no-go meeting got underway in the Situation Room. By now the positions of everyone in the room had crystallized. Everything had been discussed in prior meetings, everyone knew everyone else's stance. The president was the president, and they would back his decision. There were no presentations, no paperwork, just a discussion that would last an hour and a half. It had been a tense week. Trump was in his usual place at the head of the table. To his right sat the vice president, next to Vance was Susie Wiles, then John Ratcliffe, then David Warrington, and Stephen Chung. Across the table from Chung was Caroline Leavitt, to her right, Dan Kane, then Pete Hegseth, then Marco Rubio. The war planning group had been kept so tight that the two key officials who would need to manage the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Energy Secretary Chris Wright, were still not in the loop, one day before the launch of the war. Nor was the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Trump opened the meeting. "Okay, what have we got?" Hegseth and Kane ran through the sequencing of the attacks. Then Trump said he wanted to go around the table and hear everyone's view. They started with the Vice President. Vance, whose disagreement with the whole premise was well established, addressed Trump. "You know, I think this is a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I'll support you." Wiles told the president that if he felt he needed to proceed for America's national security, then he should go ahead. Ratcliffe offered no opinion on whether to proceed, but he discussed the stunning new intelligence that the Iranian leadership was about to gather in the Ayatollah's compound in Tehran. The CIA director told the president that regime change was possible depending on how this was defined. "If we just mean killing the supreme leader, we can probably do that," he said. When called on, Warrington, the White House counsel, said it was a legally permissible option in terms of how the plan had been conceived by U.S. officials and presented to the president. He did not offer a personal opinion, but when pressed by the president to provide one, he said that as a Marine veteran he had known an American service member killed by Iran years earlier. This issue remained deeply personal. He told the president that if Israel intended to proceed regardless, the United States should join them. Chung laid out the likely public relations fallout. Trump had run for office opposed to further wars. Voters had not voted for conflict overseas. The plans ran contrary, too, to everything the administration had said after Midnight Hammer. How would they explain away 8 months of insisting that Iranian nuclear facilities had been totally obliterated? Chung gave neither a yes or no but said that whatever decision Trump made would be the right one. Leavitt told the president that this was his decision and the press team would manage the fallout as best they could. Hegseth adopted a narrow position. They would have to take care of the Iranians eventually, so they might as well do it now. He offered technical assessments as well. They could run the campaign in a certain amount of time with a given level of force. Kane was sober, laying out the risks and what the campaign would mean in terms of munitions depletion. He offered no opinion. His position was that if Trump ordered the operation, the military would execute. Both of Trump's top military leaders previewed how the campaign would unfold and the capacity of the U.S. to degrade Iran's military capabilities. When it was his turn to speak, Rubio told the president, "If our goal is regime change or an uprising, we shouldn't do it. But if the goal is to destroy Iran's missile program, that's a goal we can achieve." In essence, everyone had deferred to Trump's instincts. "I think we need to do it," the president told the room. He said they had to make sure Iran could not have a nuclear weapon, and they had to make sure Iran could not just shoot missiles at Israel or throughout the region. Kane told Trump he had some time yet. He did not need to give the final go-ahead until 4 p.m. the following day. On the afternoon of Friday, February 27, at 3:38, and while en route to an event in Texas, Trump gave the final order. It had been a quiet flight. In the early hours of the following morning, Operation Epic Fury began, a joint U.S.-Israeli military campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the most consequential military decision of either of Trump's presidencies. It was also the most significant American military operation since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. It was an air and naval campaign against a major regional power, launched without a vote in Congress, without the support of NATO, and over the private concerns of the Vice President, the Chief of Staff, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The president announced the war not with an address to the nation or a briefing to congressional leadership, but with a post on Truth Social at 2:30 a.m., with an 8-minute video that concluded with a direct message to the Iranian people: "The hour of your freedom is at hand." Epilogue. Washington was under a tornado watch on the afternoon of Monday, March 16, 2026. Rain lashed the windows and wind whipped through the trees on the north lawn as we made our way into the West Wing. When we were ushered into the Oval Office, walking past a stone-faced Walt Nauta standing a few feet from the door, we were not entirely sure what to expect. We had been trying for nearly 2 months to get the president to agree to sit down with us so we could give him a chance to respond to our reporting and do some fact-checking. After initially being told he was not interested, Trump had recently changed his mind. We had wargamed the way the interview would go, given Trump was notoriously difficult to keep on subject and there was limited time. He had already tried to throw us off balance the Friday before, posting on Truth Social a screed against Maggie and a warning that she and some of her associates might be added to his pending lawsuit against the New York Times. A few aides were stationed near the Resolute desk as we waited for the president, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, Communications Director Stephen Chung, and, off to the side, the most devoted of all, Natalie Harp. Trump entered the Oval Office from the corridor connected to his private dining room. He was in smiling salesman mode. "Nice to see you," he said, gesturing for us to sit down opposite him at the desk. He wore a spotted saffron tie with the usual Navy suit. It was the 17th day of his war with Iran. 13 American service members had already been killed and more than 200 had been wounded. Thousands of Iranians were dead, including the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The Pentagon had already spent more than $15 billion and the Strait of Hormuz was largely closed, sending global oil prices surging. The day before, Trump had made a demand for an international coalition of warships to secure the waterway, but few nations seemed interested in helping. This was hardly surprising. Trump had spent the previous year mocking NATO, bypassing the United Nations, and making clear that alliances were, in his view, either protection rackets or obstacles. The nations he was now calling on for help were the same ones he had bullied with tariffs, threatened with territorial claims, and cut out of major decisions like the one he had just made to wage war against Iran. As he greeted us, the war seemed the furthest thing from Trump's mind. On the Resolute desk, instead of a map of the Middle East, were printouts of maple trees. "I'm ordering trees for the White House," Trump told us. "I know how to buy good trees. Maples." The problem, the president said, was that nurseries cut these maples from the bottom so that they could fit in the trucks. Uncut, they were much more beautiful. Trump held another printout. The headline screamed 339 billion all-time views of Trump TikToks. "Can you believe it?" the president asked us. Chung added, "The numbers are out of control after the operation." The operation in question was Operation Epic Fury, the title Trump had given his war with Iran. The conflict, it seemed, had been good for online engagement, and the White House digital team had spent the previous 2 weeks creating viral clips that spliced together footage of American airstrikes with pumping music and video game graphics. "That's some number, huh?" Trump said, pointing at the TikTok sheet. "Can you believe? I guess that's why it's worth a lot of money, right?" Then Trump showed us 2 final printouts, renderings from different angles of the grand ballroom he was building on the White House grounds. He was in a convivial mood. The structure would have 10 columns on one facade, he said, modeled on the Roman style, and the other side would be inspired by Athens. He noted, with evident satisfaction, that the columns were larger than those of the Supreme Court. Behind the scenes, some of his aides had told us they wished Trump was more anxious about the dangers he was courting, and about his plunging poll numbers. The discontent was palpable beyond the polling. In an internal memo circulated to roughly a dozen Trump advisors later in the month, the president's pollster, Tony Fabrizio, summarized findings from 2 nights of focus groups conducted earlier in March. The first fell on the very same day we sat looking at Trump's maple tree printouts in the Oval Office. The results were bracing. The war in Iran was unpopular, poorly understood, and seen as a broken campaign promise that was distracting the president from the economy and healthcare. The military action lacked a clear rationale, and voters saw negative economic consequences downstream of the conflict, compounding the affordability crisis that was already their top concern about the Trump presidency. Perhaps most distressing for the Trump team, the Epstein files came up consistently in focus groups and were a real negative with some of these voters. The silver lining, only 8 months before the midterm elections, was that voters still distrusted Democrats, but we need to get things under control on the world stage, the memo stated, and focus on voters' concerns about affordability. But Trump was uninterested in such feedback. To the extent he still cared about polling at all, he was seeing far fewer polls than during his first term. His advisors knew he was not receptive to being briefed on harsh realities. In his second term, unlike his first, he was willing to take breathtaking risks that could throw not only his presidency but the Republican Party and the entire world into chaos and carnage. More than ever before as president, he was operating on pure gut instinct. It would take a combination of mind reader and psychologist to explain fully why Trump was willing to gamble so much more recklessly now. There were the obvious theories. He was term limited and no longer had to worry about re-election. He had immunity confirmed by the Supreme Court and no longer had to worry about prosecutions. He was more confident in his instincts. He had already served a presidential term and had felt vindicated so often. And there was the fact that he was a walking moral hazard, rarely saddled for long with the costs or consequences of his risk-taking and rule-breaking. Now was his moment to try things, like military adventures and overthrowing the global trade system. The interview lasted for around an hour. We had come with a long list of detailed questions about the events and decisions we had been reporting on, about Iran and Israel and Venezuela, about tariffs and deportations and the Attorney General and the men and women who served him. Through it all, Trump was digressive, boastful, charming, combative, veering from subject to subject with an energy that made it, as we had anticipated, nearly impossible to hold him on any one topic for long. He talked about the McDonald's stunt that had charged up his 2024 campaign. He praised the doctors at Walter Reed. He paid an unusual compliment to Netanyahu. When asked about their up-and-down relationship, Trump said, "We're better under war." As a wartime partner, he added, he's been very good. Because he's not afraid of war. He described his love affair with Venezuela, born of his years owning the Miss Universe pageant and the beautiful women who represented that country. He marveled at the speed and violence of the Maduro raid. He expressed a wish that his attorney general would move faster with respect to things. He defended his tariffs, recounting the way he had imposed one escalation after another on China, 10% here, 20% there, a little extra for fentanyl, until one day he looked at the total and said, in disbelief, 145? Even the president seemed momentarily startled by his own appetite. We had hoped to prompt Trump on how he viewed his own power and his position in relation to history, and we planned to ask as soon as there was an opportunity. How would he rank himself among the club of 44 other men to become president since the founding? We had no doubt he would be quick to respond, and likely he would say number one. Nevertheless, we wanted to hear his perspective. He had just launched a war and had been bragging that he was afraid of nothing. A president with no sleepless nights on going to war was worth exploring. Trump had said recently, no other president could do some of the shit I'm doing. Noting this, and seeing if he would go further, we asked whether he thought there had ever been an American president as powerful as he was now. It was the same question he had posed to Tucker Carlson in February 2025. As powerful as I am? Trump mused. Instead of answering directly, he embarked on a strange story. There's a great golfer named Gary Player, he said. Did you ever hear of him? Player, Trump explained, was a friend and one of the greatest golfers of all time. He had recently turned 90 and Trump had played with him to mark his birthday. And he shot a 71, which is pretty tough. But the point of the story was not about golf. It was about a friend of Player's, a man Trump described as a historian. They had attended an event honoring Player, Trump said, and the historian, whose name Trump could not immediately recall, dispatching Harp to find it, had gotten up to speak. And he said, "I'd like to say something about the president." Trump gestured for Harp to bring us copies of the 2-page document. He began reading from it, reciting the names of some of history's most powerful figures, explaining how each fell short of his own power as U.S. president. Alexander the Great, the Caesars, William the Conqueror, they didn't have airplanes, right? You couldn't travel around. Genghis Khan. Attila the Hun. Tamerlane. Napoleon, he said with relish. Hitler. Mao. Stalin. These leaders maintained power through fear, he said. Who would ever do a thing like that? Right? Trump lingered on the document's central argument, that each leader, however fearsome in his day, had no global reach. Their power was local. But his was not. I never thought of it in terms of that, Trump said. It's very interesting, the power. Then he added, but when I read it, I said, he's right. Harp gave copies to each of us, and Trump rolled on. The document's opening line was the mesmerized citation of an acolyte. Donald Trump is, without question, the most powerful man that the planet has ever known, by a long way. It went on over the 2 pages. Genghis Khan and Attila the Hun were butchers and terrorists, and more like the Taliban than people with real power. It concluded with a flourish on William the Conqueror, who had come up in a conversation between Trump and the author during a round of golf. If President Trump is the American eagle, then William the Conqueror was merely a sparrow. You can't talk about your power, Trump told us. Oh, I'm so powerful. You can't do that. Doesn't come off well. He was content to let someone else make the case on his behalf, and he wanted to make sure we left with a copy. Later, Harp would text us the author's name. He was not actually a historian, but rather had been Gary Player's caddy and personal confidant for decades. When Jonathan tracked him down later for an interview, he said he had spent a lifetime studying history on his own, outside any university or academic framework or institution. He had first shared his assessment of Trump's power with Player and later explained it directly to Trump over golf in Florida. Afterward, he had written it up and sent it to the president's office. And yet, if the source seemed peculiar, the issue was not frivolous, that Trump was an American president willing to deploy the full range of the nation's economic and military power without the inhibition that had characterized many of his predecessors, eradicating whatever systemic checks he could and often ignoring the ones that remained. This was a phenomenon that serious analysts of the presidency had also observed, albeit using very different language. What was revealing was not really that Trump agreed with the thesis but the way he inhabited it, the evident pleasure he took in the company of Mao, Hitler, and Stalin, masters of state control through murder, torture, and detention, and Napoleon, and the untroubled ease with which he accepted a place among men who had reshaped the world through conquest and fear. He drew no distinction between those who built and those who destroyed, between those who liberated and those who enslaved. What mattered was that they had had huge power and that he had more. Embellishing this idea, Trump then surprised us by articulating one of the central arguments we had made in the introduction to our book, though from his own peculiar vantage point. It's very interesting, the power, he said. The election was rigged. If it weren't, my presidency could never have been as powerful in the second term as it has been in the third. Or even close. Whether the 2020 election was rigged was not a matter of debate for any serious person. It was not rigged. Trump had lost. But the underlying point he made, that if he had served a consecutive second term beginning in January 2021, he would never have accumulated the power he now wielded, matched our own analysis. The indictments, the conviction, the assassination attempts, the 4 years of exile that allowed him to shed the restraining forces of his first term, to assemble a team of true loyalists who had spent years studying the levers of government and plotting how to seize them, all of it had, paradoxically, made Trump stronger, more ruthless, and more commanding than he could have been otherwise, the most powerful president of our lifetimes. There was another dimension to Trump's power that the Caddy's document did not capture but was no less significant. Trump was the first modern president to govern as though the international system simply did not exist. His predecessors, even the most hawkish among them, had operated within a web of treaties, institutions, and norms: NATO, the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, that shaped and constrained how American power was exercised. Trump did not merely buck against these constraints, as other presidents had, he ignored them entirely, and in doing so demonstrated that they had no mechanism to stop him. He had reduced funding to the UN and created his own forum of strongmen. He had waged war without a coalition. He had imposed tariffs as instruments of personal leverage. He had discarded international law with a single sentence: "I don't need international law." And the system, it turned out, had no answer. The system was only real if the world's great superpower bought into it. By the spring of 2026, the pretense was over. Nobody, not the diplomats in Brussels, not the generals at NATO headquarters, not the delegates at the United Nations, believed the old order was coming back. In making this argument, the political commentator John Judas had compared Trump to one of the philosopher Hegel's world historical individuals, figures who, without fully understanding what they were doing, demolished one era and ushered in another. As the interview wound down, Trump offered a parting shot, one directed, in particular, at Maggie, whom he had already attacked in his post 3 days earlier. "Remember this," he said. "I know your book will be critical, but remember this: people are tired of your bullshit. Always criticizing." He invoked his political comeback and 2024 victory. "They illegally indicted me, they impeached me, they did everything, they shot me, I guess you could say. But I won the election in a landslide. Nobody else could have done it," he added. "And there's only one thing you can say about me that anybody believes, and you know what that is. Essentially, I won every fucking time," he said. Maggie told him she hoped he would read the book, that we thought it captured his presidency quite well. Trump wasn't finished. "And I'm tired of winning and winning and winning and just getting bad fucking press. It's about time that you tell the truth. Okay?" Maggie replied, "Thank you for having us, Mr. President." Trump ushered us out before beginning a public signing of executive orders. He said he wasn't sure exactly what orders he was being handed, but he was unable to resist a quick slap at Biden before we left: "I actually do my own signings." We gathered our things and walked out. The rain had eased, though a heavy gray still hung over the Capitol.